Hey guys, in our last session, after entering the tunnel, you were each whisked away to separate challenges. Tronald faced his first, conquering a tough obstacle course using not just his wits, but also channeling Alexandrew's physical prowess. Then, he tackled a strength trial, lifting heavy objects with ease thanks to Raarh's strength. Completing these tasks, Tronald found himself in a new, even more challenging area, a vast, intricate, mystical maze looming under a mass of souls from past failed adventurers. He's now waiting for the rest of you to finish your challenges, as it seems clear that uniting your skills is key to conquering this labyrinth. So, who's up next?
I'm happy to go next if that's fine with everyone else.
Go for it. Just remember, try not to rely on more than one of our skill sets, or the rest of us really are going to be fucked.
All right then. Joe, you said that I was in a mystical forest. If this labyrinth is a test of survivability, I may be able to get through it without relying on anyone else.
So what are you doing, Saxy?
I want to have a look around to try to figure out exactly what it is I'm supposed to be doing.
All right, give me either a perception check or an investigation check.
That's a 16 for my investigation check.
As you begin to investigate your surroundings, you find yourself immersed in the dense foliage of the ancient forest. The air is thick with the scent of a myriad of plants, some familiar and others entirely foreign. Your eyes scan the vibrant undergrowth, taking in the diverse wildlife around you, from small critters scurrying underfoot to colorful birds flitting between the trees. As you sift through the flora, categorizing each plant in your mind, a distinct sound catches your attention. It's a soft, muffled breathing, barely audible over the rustling leaves.
Right. I'm going to push through the bushes then, attempting to remain as quiet as I can to see what's making the noise.
Give me a stealth check, dude.
For fuck's sake, that's a natural one.
Yikes, well, Saxy's dead.
It might not be anything dangerous.
Right. In the magical labyrinth that wants to try and kill us, it might not be anything dangerous.
Well, even if it is, I feel like I'm capable of defending myself. Joe, I activate my armor as a precaution.
Okay, you reach for the familiar mechanisms that trigger your protective gear. However, as you engage the device, instead of the usual smooth activation, you're met with an unexpected response. A low hum starts to emanate from your armor, a sound that's unusual and disconcerting. Then suddenly it's followed by what can only be described as a short circuit, a sharp, crackling noise that signifies something is amiss. The armor fails to deploy. The labyrinth, it seems, has stripped away your abilities, mirroring what it did to Tronald. Your reliance on technological prowess and artifice, much like Tronald's reliance on magic, has been completely neutralized by the labyrinth's rules.
Oh, fantastic. I thought it would have only stripped away abilities, but it seems like nothing we usually rely on can be used. Whatever.
With a natural one on your stealth check, your approach is anything but subtle. Branches snap and leaves rustle loudly under your feet, the noise amplified in the quiet of the forest. As you push past the dense shrub line, you inadvertently cause even more disturbance. The short circuit of your armor emits a series of unexpected sounds, further contributing to the cacophony, the noise reverberating through the clearing. There, just beyond the shrubs in a small clearing, you find the source of the muffled breathing. It's a unicorn, lying prone on the forest floor. At the sound of your approach, the creature's eyes snap open, wide with fear and confusion. Though it's clearly too weak to rise, its body tenses, and its breathing becomes more labored in its panic. The unicorn's once magnificent coat is dull and lackluster, and its majestic aura is overshadowed by its evident suffering and weakness. Despite its fear, the unicorn is unable to flee or defend itself, lying helplessly as you stand, a witness to its distress.
Do I feel like this is what my task is, Joe? To help the unicorn?
You're uncertain. There are no clear signs or instructions, but the presence of the unicorn, so prominently placed directly in your path, seems more than coincidental. Considering the nature of the labyrinth and its challenges, it stands to reason that this isn't just a random encounter.
Okay, well, I guess I walk up to it then and see what's wrong with it.
Hold on, Saxy. Don't just rush in there. The unicorn is already in a state of distress, and your noisy approach has only heightened its anxiety. Approaching it abruptly could do more harm than good. It's crucial to find a way to soothe it first. In its current panicked state, it could inadvertently harm itself even more. If your task is indeed to help this creature, then you must be careful not to overwhelm it, risking further injury or even a fatal shock to its system.
Joe, do I know what unicorns like to eat?
Give me an intelligence check.
Wait, do I have any debuffs to this? Or am I able to use my intelligence stat?
You're able to use your own intelligence, yeah.
Oh, good. Then that's a 19 total.
With a 19, You recall that unicorns are creatures of purity and nature, often drawn to natural, unspoiled foods. They are known to favor fresh, sweet fruits, particularly those that grow in enchanted or ancient forests.
Well, luckily for me, we're in an enchanted ancient forest. All right then, can I see any fruits in my immediate vicinity that I know of? You know, something simple like an apple or some berries?
Give me a perception check.
That's a 15.
With a perception check of 15, you scan the immediate area for something that could potentially appeal to the unicorn's diet. While you don't immediately spot any familiar fruits like apples, your attention is drawn to the abundance of berries growing throughout this enchanted forest. The berries here are unlike any you've seen before. Their vibrant hues and unusual shapes indicate that they are not common varieties. One type has a deep iridescent blue color with delicate silver speckles, almost glowing. Another variety is a bright, almost neon green, shaped like tiny stars and emitting a faint, sweet aroma.
Great. Well, these are just as likely to be poisonous as they are to being actual sustenance. Is there any way I can figure out what they are, Joe?
Give me a nature check.
Lovely. That's a 7.
Okay, so as you're looking at these berries, Saxy, you come to the conclusion that there is absolutely no way these berries could be poisonous. After all, look how beautiful they are. There's no way berries that look so juicy could be poisonous.
Yeah, right. Well, I'm stumped. Do I gamble it?
Absolutely not. There's no point. You're unlikely to get a chance at redemption if you mess up even once. Then you're going to be stuck here forever, becoming a part of that mass of souls when you inevitably die. Channel Lunaria's skill set, Saxy. It's not worth the risk.
Yeah, okay. Joe, I try to focus, thinking of Lunaria and how she would act in the situation, realizing that there is no chance I could safely proceed without her talents.
Saxy, channeling your focus, you consider how Lunaria would handle this situation, deeply aware that her expertise in nature is what you sorely need. As you concentrate, there's a sudden rush of energy. In this moment, you feel an infusion of knowledge about the natural world around you. It's as if Lunaria's understanding of the delicate balance of nature has been bestowed upon you, the names and properties of plants, the behavior of forest creatures, and an innate sense of the environment. All these come to you with surprising clarity.
All right, Joe. Now can I reanalyze the berries to see what they are?
Sure thing, man. Give me another nature check, with advantage.
Nice.
Can I see your sheet for a second there, Lunaria?
Yeah, sure thing. Here you go.
Oof, nice. All right, that's a 23 total.
Nice. As you reassess the berries with your newfound insight, you realize something crucial. The iridescent blueberries, while captivating in appearance, are actually moonshade berries, known for their lethal toxicity. They are beautiful but deadly, often mistaken for their healing counterparts, moonfrost berries. On the other hand, the neon green star-shaped berries are starlight dewberries, valued for their calming effects and ability to soothe distressed animals and individuals.
Damn. Well, I'm glad I decided to take Lunaria's assistance, because instinctively I would have stayed away from the green ones and probably given the creature the blue ones.
Thank you, Tronald.
Yeah, thanks for your insight, Tronald.
You're welcome.
I want to grab a bunch of both the berries, Joe, then store them in separate pouches.
What do you need the blue ones for? Didn't you just hear what Joe said? They're poisonous.
Yeah, they're just in case I ever get sick of you.
You cut me real deep, Saxy.
I'm hardly being serious, am I?
I don't know, man. Let's just say it wouldn't surprise me.
Whatever. Joe, I head back to the unicorn and slowly approach it with the green berries in the palm of my hand.
Okay, roll me an animal handling check. You can either use your own or Lunaria's.
Obviously, I'm going to use Lunaria's. That's a 17 total.
Okay, Saxy, with a careful and gentle demeanor, you make your way back to the unicorn, holding the starlight dewberries in the palm of your hand. As you near the unicorn, it watches you with a mixture of caution and curiosity. Despite its evident wariness, its weakened state renders it incapable of fleeing. You notice its eyes following your every movement, a faint glimmer of hope amidst its fear. Slowly, you extend your hand, offering the berries. The unicorn, hesitant at first, seems to sense the soothing nature of the starlight dewberries. Gradually, its apprehension gives way to trust. With a gentle nudge, it begins to nibble on the berries directly from your hand. You feel a connection, a bond forming as it cautiously feeds on the berries, each bite bringing a bit of relief and calm to the distressed animal.
See, there you go, buddy. There's nothing to be afraid of. I just want to help. What is it that's wrong with you?
As you gently reassure the unicorn with soothing words, it seems to sense your intention to help. Responding to your soft tone, the unicorn shifts slightly, allowing you a clearer view of its condition. With a weak movement, it lowers its head towards its side, revealing the true extent of its affliction. What you see is alarming. A large portion of its side is infected by a sinister-looking blight. The corruption has a dark appearance, spreading across its once pristine coat. Even more disconcerting is the rate at which this blight is spreading. As you watch, it visibly creeps across the unicorn's body, the edges of the infected area slowly expanding. The sight is both heartbreaking and urgent, underscoring the need for immediate action.
So how the hell do I go about fixing this? And how long does it look like I have before the blight consumes the creature entirely?
Give me a medicine check.
That's a 15 total.
As you assess the severity of the blight and its rapid spread, you estimate that you have approximately 30 minutes before the affliction completely consumes the unicorn.
I don't know, Joe. You sounded unsure about how long he has. Is it definitely 30 minutes?
Yeah, it's definitely 30 minutes. Anyway, the urgency of the situation weighs heavily on you as you realize that time is of the essence. Your mind races, thinking through the possibilities. Given your current environment and the variety of plants in this enchanted forest, it's likely that a combination of specific flora could be concocted into a cure. However, identifying the right plants and preparing a remedy within such a tight time frame presents a formidable challenge.
There's no way I'm managing that in 30 minutes. I mean, it's possible, but it would require a hell of a lot of luck. And I'm not pinning this creature's and my own life on luck. There's got to be another way. Joe, I want to try channel Lunaria's power. Is there anything that she has access to that could help with this?
I don't know. Lunaria, is there anything you have access to that could help?
You could try using lesser restoration on it. I mean, it depends on how severe the blight is.
And how long does that take?
Oh, it's instantaneous.
Okay, Joe, I'm going to attempt to use lesser restoration on the creature. I know that I've got access to this spell, but I've never used it before, and I want to make sure I'm channeling it from Lunaria.
Okay, sure, man. I mean, it just wouldn't work if you was trying to do it from yourself, but you know that already.
Yeah, that's what I thought, so I wanted to specify.
What point was you actually trying to make there, Joe? You basically just confirmed what we've already known and repeated what he said back to him in a really weird way.
I didn't know how else to phrase it, man. I mean, Saxy was the one saying dumb stuff. It's not like I wouldn't assume he was using Lunaria's power to cast the spell after everything I've already told you guys.
He's kind of right, Saxy. You really didn't need to specify.
Yeah, well, I did. So, can we just get on with my challenge? I don't want to be stuck down here for like 5 sessions.
Well, that just adds to my point. Why are you saying unnecessary things if you're wanting this to go faster? It seems kind of counterproductive if you ask me.
Well, nobody asked you, Tronald, and you're the one who's making this unnecessarily lengthy now.
That may be true, the nobody asking him, but you can't deny the point he's making. It was a bit silly to waste like 10 seconds telling the DM that you want to use Lunaria's lesser restoration instead of your own, bearing in mind that Joe is fully aware that you wouldn't be able to use your own.
Oh my god, who gives a fuck?
Clearly you give somewhat of a fuck.
Look, dude, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about anymore. If you'd shut up for more than 2 seconds, I could continue with my
You're
task.
taking too long with this, Saxy. The unicorn's going to die at this rate.
Oh my god, that's what I'm trying to do. But you guys won't leave me alone.
Stop getting distracted and save the damn unicorn.
Oh, fuck you, man. Joe, I cast the shitty lesser restoration on the shitty unicorn.
Why's the unicorn shitty? That's a little bit uncalled for.
And you can shut the hell up as well. Get out of my head, all of you. Joe, can you just begin describing the spell or whatever?
Someone's a little bit touchy.
Saxy, channeling Lunaria's druidic magic, you cast lesser restoration on the unicorn. A gentle glow emanates from your hands as they touch the blighted area. The dark, necrotic veins of the blight slowly recede under the spell's healing energy. The blight spread halts and the unicorn's coat begins to regain its natural sheen. With each passing moment, the unicorn's condition visibly improves. Finally, the blight vanishes completely and the unicorn lifts its head, its eyes clear and vibrant once more. The spell has successfully reversed the blight, revitalizing the once afflicted creature. As the last traces of the blight fade away, the unicorn, now visibly stronger, gives you a gentle nudge. It then shakes its head, beckoning for you to follow. There's a sense of purpose in its movements, an indication that suggests the creature has something to show or lead you to.
Right, well, I follow the shitty unicorn.
Whoa, can we calm down with the unicorn abuse?
Okay, you follow as it leads you through the dense forest. The path it takes is winding, moving through patches of dappled sunlight and deep, shadowed groves, further into the heart of this ancient woodland. After a while, you come across an extraordinary sight, an enormous tree that stands out even in this mystical forest. The tree is massive, its trunk wide and its branches sprawling. But what catches your attention is something more unusual. The longer you look, the more you realize that the tree seems to possess facial features. These features gradually become more prominent, almost as if the tree itself is alive and aware of your presence. The unicorn standing beside you tilts its head towards this remarkable tree, suggesting that you should approach.
I don't know about remarkable, more like horrifying.
Okay, so I walk up to the tree. Is anything happening? What's the unicorn doing at this point?
Saxy, as you approach the tree, vines and roots begin to shift, and then a portal begins to form. It starts as a small shimmer, then gradually widens, revealing a swirling vortex of golden energy at the center where you would imagine its heart to be. Though the portal is translucent, you can't quite discern what lies beyond it just yet. Curious about the unicorn's reaction, you turn around, but to your surprise, the unicorn is nowhere to be seen. It's as if it vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind.
Whatever. Screw the unicorn. What's going on with this portal anyway? Can I make a perception check to see what's behind it?
Sure, roll it.
That's a 17.
Saxy, your perception check leads you to focus intently on the portal, watching as the vines and branches of the tree shift and twist, gradually revealing more of the mystical gateway. The portal stabilizes, its edges now defined and solid, inviting you to peer into its depths. As you gaze into the portal, what you see sends a jolt through you, almost making your heart skip a beat. Behind the swirling vortex, a scene unfolds that strikes at the very core of your emotions. It's a vision of your mother and father, alive and well, deeply engrossed in tinkering with a mechanical object. And there with them is you, a younger version of yourself. Your mother's hands gently guide yours as the three of you work harmoniously on the project. This vision is poignant, a glimpse into a reality that you've longed for, one that your heart aches for. The labyrinth seems to be offering you an out from its trials, tempting you with a world where your deepest desires to be with your parents again are fulfilled. For a moment, you're transfixed, caught in the grip of shock and longing as you watch this idyllic scene. But as you come back to your senses, you notice the vines of the tree beginning to weave back across the portal. Time is running short, leaving you with only about 2 minutes left to make your choice.
Mother, father, Joe, I take a few steps towards the tree.
Saxy, please listen to me. I know what you're seeing, the pain and longing it's bringing up. It's a vision of the life you've always wanted, a chance to be with them again. But you have to see it for what it truly is. This isn't just about reuniting with your parents. It's a test, a powerful illusion crafted by the labyrinth to play on your deepest desires and fears. Think about it, Saxy. This labyrinth, with all its twists and turns, it's about challenging us, pushing us to confront our past and our deepest wounds. But it's also about teaching us to move forward, to grow beyond our sorrows. Your parents, the people who loved you and taught you so much, would they want you to live in a dream or to face reality with courage and hope?
But Tronald, is a dream really that bad? In a dream, everything feels real, just like reality, except there's no pain, no hurt. I raise my finger and point to the portal, Joe. In there, I can be with them, live those moments I've lost, and for a while, forget the pain of their absence. You're talking about facing reality, but what if reality is just too harsh, too unforgiving? What if in that reality, the shadows of my past just keep lingering, never letting me find peace? In that world, through the portal, there's a chance for happiness, a life without the constant reminder of what I've lost. I know it's probably an illusion, a test from this labyrinth, but in that illusion, there's a sense of solace, a reprieve from the sorrow that's been my shadow since they left. Isn't it tempting, even just for a moment, to escape into a world where things turned out differently, where the people we love are still with us?
Saxy, I understand the depths of your pain, the loss, the void it leaves behind. I've lived with that pain every day of my life. For the longest time, I was haunted by the thought that they needed me, and I failed them. The idea of seeing them just once more to say the things I never got to say, it consumed me. But you, Saxy, you and the rest of the team, you've become my family now. And unlike before, there's something I can still do for you, for us. I know the allure of that dream is powerful, the temptation to live in a world without pain, without loss. But every moment in that dream is a moment we lose you in our reality.
Tronald, you carry the weight of self-blame for your family's death, but it was something beyond your control. They were victims of a cruel fate, an attack you couldn't have foreseen. But my family, my parents, their death was due to my own foolishness. My own mistake. I was the cause, Tronald. The guilt, the constant what-ifs, they haunt me every waking moment. I keep thinking, if only I hadn't been so reckless, so eager to prove myself, they might still be here. And now, standing before this portal, I'm faced with a reality where that mistake never happened, where they're still alive and smiling. I've never mentioned it before because I believed that giving voice to my mistakes would only amplify my own stupidity and self-hate. I thought that maybe, just maybe, if I kept silent, the pain and the guilt would fade away.
I won't lie to you and say it's easy or that the pain ever fully goes away. It doesn't. But in facing that pain and choosing to live in the world as it is, we honor their memories. We carry them with us, not as anchors of sorrow, but as beacons guiding us forward.
We're in this together, not just for this twisted labyrinth, but for every single step that comes after. You're more than just a part of this team. You're the heart of it. Your smarts, your skills, you're the glue that holds us together. Sticking with us, it's more than just turning your back on a fantasy. It's about standing strong with the family we've made here. It's not a family through blood, but something even stronger, a family through fellowship. It's about facing life, no matter how tough it gets, with people who care about you. That's the real battle, Saxy, and it's one hell of a fight. But trust me, it's a fight that's worth every punch we throw.
Joe, I begin to walk towards the portal.
What?
I climb up to it, standing close enough to see their faces. My hand reaches out, almost pressing against the surface of the portal. I'm sorry, guys.
What are you doing, Saxy?
But I've got people here who need me. I'm sure I will be reunited with you one day. But that will just have to wait. I struggle to pull away from the portal, but my muscles don't seem to obey, instead drawing me closer, as if they're fighting against my decision. So, Joe, I let go. I release the tension, my body going limp, and I fall backwards, surrendering to gravity, away from the portal, collapsing onto the forest floor.
Saxy, as you fall backwards, making the heart-wrenching choice to reject the labyrinth's seductive offer of reuniting with your family, you brace for the impact with the ground. But surprisingly, the fall is gentler than anticipated, almost as if the forest itself is cushioning your descent. Opening your eyes, the lush canopy of the ancient forest is gone. Instead, you're met with a sight that brings a different kind of comfort, the familiar face of Tronald.
I'm glad to have you back, buddy.
And I think that's where we will wrap this session up.
Hey, did you actually consider going into that portal? Or were you just leading us on for emotional tension?
Oh, Saxy absolutely considered it. The whole scenario felt so real, so vivid. Seeing my parents again, even if it was just an illusion, it tugged at every heartstring. If it weren't for the way you all stepped up, the things you said, I honestly think he would have climbed right through it.
So who's going to face the labyrinth next?
I'm gonna go for it, Joe.
Sweet, everyone else okay with that?
Yeah, we decided that after Alexandrew, Lunaria will go next. Then I'll go through last.
Are you sure about that? I think I'd prefer it if you didn't go last, buddy.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, Raarh going last would leave him open to potentially no assistance from the rest of us, and I don't like the idea of it. Is that a problem?
So the idea of me or Lunaria going last with no assistance doesn't bother you then?
Not really, no. Let's be clear, my stance on Raarh isn't exactly a secret, so spare me the woe is me act, all right? Him going last makes me uneasy. It's as simple as that. And you, Alexandrew, we've barely known each other for 3 days. What do you expect? My concerns are based on what I know and who I know. So let's focus on the task at hand and not get tangled up in unnecessary drama.
Don't worry about me, buddy. I'll be absolutely fine. I'd rather go last than nobody else will be affected by any of my mistakes.
Do what you will, I'm just saying I'm not thrilled about it, that's all.
So just to confirm, Alexandrew, you're going now, right?
Yeah, I am. So first of all, I want to take a look around. What can I see?
Okay. Your gaze is immediately captivated by the room's two striking features: an enchanting canopy ceiling that mimics a star-filled night sky, its twinkling stars casting a serene glow, and a crystal-clear reflective pool in the center, mirroring the celestial display above. The edges of the pool are lined with softly glowing stones, adding to the room's mystical ambiance. In this tranquil setting, 3 spirits capture your attention. The first spirit, shrouded in a blue aura, exudes a profound sorrow, its movements slow and burdened, eyes shimmering with a depth of unspoken grief. The second, tinged in pale green, flickers with restless energy, its gaze filled with unfulfilled longing. The third is surrounded by a dark, fiery glow, its form bold and agitated, eyes ablaze with defiance.
Is that it? No expansive mystical forest, no obstacle course? Just 3 spirits?
Yep, the whole room is visible to you, and that's all you can see.
Okay. Well, I'm going to try to get through this without relying on anyone else, but we will just have to see how it goes. All right, Joe, I want to walk up to the spirits. I need to try figure out what's going on and what I need to do, so I guess I try talk to the first one. the blue one.
Alexandrew, as you approach, you notice that their attention isn't on you. Instead, their ethereal faces flicker back and forth between each other, almost as if they are locked in an exchange that you're yet to understand. The blue spirit seems particularly lost in this interaction, its gaze shifting between the green and fiery-hued spirit, then back to the floor.
Hey, you there. Do you understand me? Can you hear me? Ugh, what the hell am I even doing here?
It's at this point the blue-hued spirit's face shifts towards you, Alexandrew. Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, excellent. Now we're making progress. Do you know what I'm meant to be doing?
The blue spirit's voice begins quivering dramatically as it addresses you, Alexandrew. How would I know what you are meant to do? I am engulfed in an ocean of my own grief, drowning in endless waves of despair. How could I possibly see through the veil of my own suffering to glimpse your purpose? My existence is a ceaseless torment, an unending lament.
Oh, brilliant. So I've got to deal with Depresso Espresso over here. I can already tell this is going to be shit. Hey, blue guy, can you at least tell me your name? And maybe why you're so upset?
The spirit, shrouded in its blue aura, responds with a voice soaked in the essence of its own name. I am sadness, an eternal echo of heartache and lost dreams. My sorrow, it is as boundless as the sea, as endless as the night sky. I weep for the joy I can never feel, for the smiles that fade before they reach my eyes. I am the remnant of love unrequited, of hope that withered in the cold light of reality. My essence is woven from the threads of despair that bind the heart, from the aching void left by cherished moments now forever gone. Every moment is a reminder of what can never be mine. My tears are the silent witnesses of 1,000 sorrows, each a story untold, each a dream unfulfilled.
I'm sorry, Joe. I just can't deal with this guy right now. I head over to the green guy instead.
I'm not there, Alexandrew.
Not you, man, the other green guy.
Oh,
Hey, green guy, what's your name?
my name's Raarh.
Dude, can you shut the hell up? I'm trying to do my thing here.
You're the one who's asking what my name is, you goddamn imbecile.
Well, I'm clearly not though, am I? You big dumb fuck.
It's not your fault, Raarh. Alexandrew should really learn to tailor his questions better as to not cause confusion.
To any normal person, how would there be any confusion in this? I am in a trial, which I have to complete alone. So why in the hell would I be saying, hey, Joe? I walk up to Raarh, the guy who I already know, and ask him what his name is. You really are special.
Oh, thanks, man. Hey, Tronald, that was nice of him, wasn't it? Alexandrew says I'm special.
I don't think he means what I think you think he means.
Well, that's not very nice.
Right, let's try this again. Hey, green guy, what's your name? And do you know why sadness is so sad?
The green spirit turns to you, a sharp look on its face. I am envy, and as for sadness, he is nothing but a self-absorbed fool, drowning in his own pathetic little world. He wallows in his misery, completely blind to what he actually has. It's infuriating. There he is, soaking up all this sympathy and concern, and for what? His trivial woes? He garners all this attention, this care, something many long for, yet he does nothing but groan and moan. If only he could see what he takes for granted, the very things others like me crave so desperately.
Right. Well, he's better than the first guy, but I'm going to go speak to the red one now, Joe. Hey, red guy, what's your name, and why is envy so jealous of sadness?
I am hatred. As for envy's jealousy of sadness, it's because envy is weak and pathetic, consumed by its petty longings and desires, always looking at what others have. It's disgusting. Envy covets sadness's ability to drown in its own sorrows, to be seen and pitied. It makes me sick. Envy is blinded by its own inferiority, always wanting, never content, forever stuck in a loop of pathetic yearning. It's disgusting. Envy should despise sadness as I do for being so weak and self-absorbed, but no, it just sits there with its pathetic jealousy, wanting what sadness has. It's all so futile, so worthless. They're both contemptible, lost in their own useless emotions. I despise them both for their weakness, for their inability to rise above their pitiful states.
This is absolutely ridiculous. What does this labyrinth think I am? Some kind of pro bono therapist? Let me get this straight, Joe. My big heroic task here is to hold hands and sing Kumbaya until these emotional train wrecks feel better about themselves. Am I on the right track there? Or did I miss the part where I get a couch and a notepad?
Yeah, Alexandrew, you get the sense that your job here is indeed to be the emotional handyman. But unfortunately, the labyrinth is fresh out of couches and notepads. You'll just have to make do with the floor and your memory.
I feel like this should be easy enough. All I've got to do is make them feel better about the situation then, right?
Yep, that's all you have to do. Pretty simple, right?
I get the feeling that it's absolutely the furthest from pretty simple, but let's just see how it goes, I guess.
Listen up, hatred. You're seething over here, but you know what? Being angry all the time isn't doing you any favors. It's exhausting, isn't it? Holding on to all that rage.
You think I can just stop? This anger is what I am.
Nah, that's where you're wrong. This fury, It's just a front. Underneath all that, there's a strength that's not just about being angry. You're more than this constant blaze of rage. Imagine how powerful you could be if you weren't so blinded by your emotions all the time.
Give me a persuasion check, Alexandrew.
Nice. That's a 15 total.
Okay. As you challenge hatred, the spirit's red hue begins to wane, lightening into a softer shade. Hatred appears caught off guard, its fiery presence dimming slightly as it ponders your words.
Maybe I was wrong. That did seem pretty easy.
You just underestimated my charisma, that's all, Tronald.
But this interaction seems to have a ripple effect on the other spirits. Envy's green becomes more vibrant, reflecting jealousy over hatred's moment of respite and the attention it's receiving from Alexandrew. Sadness's blue also deepens, intensifying. It seems your approach, which implied that being consumed by emotion is a weakness, struck a chord in sadness as it interpreted your words as a confirmation of its own perceived pathetic state, exacerbating its feelings of sorrow and isolation.
How about that?
This is stupid. How am I supposed to make them feel better when every time I try, it makes the other two feel worse?
It does seem pretty tricky, but the challenge wouldn't be here if it was impossible. You've just got to think out of the box.
Okay. So let me try to map this out. Hatred responded to my direct approach, but that only made envy and sadness worse off. It's like a twisted game of emotional whack-a-mole. So, who's the key player here? If I keep focusing on hatred, I risk escalating the other two. Envy's jealousy seems reactive, dependent on what's happening with the others. Maybe that's my in. This is more about emotional strategy than just saying the right thing. Time to play this like a game of chess. If I start with envy, perhaps I can mitigate its reaction to my interactions with hatred and sadness. If I can lessen envy's jealousy, maybe it won't flare up so much when I deal with the others. Then there's sadness. But maybe, just maybe, if I can get envy to a more stable place, I can approach sadness without setting off a chain reaction.
So what are you going to do?
I'm going to walk up to envy and try to deal with it first.
Okay, awesome.
Now I know this is more than likely just going to flare anger back to its original state, and sadness more so, but it's the best I can do for now. Hey, Envy, I've been watching you, and I've got to say, you've got something unique, something the others don't. You see everything, don't you? You notice what others miss.
Envy looks up at you, the sickly green radiance pouring out of it. What are you talking about? I have nothing, I'm just here.
Ha! Well, that's where you're wrong. You think sadness and hatred have it better, but you're the one with the real power. You have the ability to see beyond yourself, to understand what others feel and want. That's a rare gift.
Give me a straight charisma check, Alexandrew.
Oh, god damn it, that's a 4 total.
Alexandrew, as your words reach Envy, your intentions, though well meant, don't quite land as you hoped. Envy, upon hearing your words, seems to misunderstand your message. Its green hue intensifies dramatically, misconstruing your attempt to highlight its strength as yet another comparison, another instance where it falls short. The spirit flickers wildly, its form becoming more erratic, as if your words have only deepened its sense of jealousy. Sadness, already intensely blue from your previous interaction, now shifts to a wild and inconsolable state. The spirit's form becomes almost turbulent, its sorrow turning into a tempest of despair. The air around sadness crackles with energy, and the room itself begins to react. You feel a trembling under your feet, the very floor of the chamber shaking as if resonating with sadness's uncontrollable grief. It's clear that one more misstep with sadness could lead to something dire, the spirit's emotional state on the verge of causing a maelstrom in the chamber.
You're fucking it up, man. You're turning this place into an emotional dumpster fire.
I'm aware things aren't going to plan, but like hell, you'd be dealing with it any better. You'd probably try to arm wrestle sadness into feeling happier.
Now there's an idea, the Raarh method. Punch your feelings in the face until they behave.
Yeah, because nothing solves deep-rooted emotional trauma like a half-orc's biceps. Why didn't the great philosophers think of that?
I just did.
Right.
Exactly. Why not? A little rough therapy session never hurt anyone. You could slam sadness against a wall and give envy a good kick in the gut. That'll shake them up.
What do you mean, never hurt anyone? By definition, what you just said would hurt someone.
Oh, great plan, Raarh. While we're at it, why don't we challenge hatred to a thumb war? Winner takes all, emotions sorted.
Hey, well, you might as well give it a go since you're fucking the traditional method up so splendidly.
All right, screw this, Joe. I want to try connect to Tronald, channeling Tronald's energy to myself.
Why? What's the point? I'm charismatic in nature, not because of a high charisma stat. You're just wasting my skill set.
I'm not doing this for your so-called charisma, Tronald. I'm doing it for your cheese.
Oh, well, that makes sense, I guess. I still think it's a waste, though, but whatever.
A waste because I'm the one who's using it, not Raarh? Or a waste because you think I could pass this challenge without it?
Yes.
Oh, screw you, man. Joe, I channel Tronald's energy.
All right, Alexandrew, as you come to the realization that you need Tronald's unique skill set for this challenge, you begin to feel an unexpected shift within you. It's as if Tronald's essence is merging with your own.
I'd just like to point out I did not give consent to this.
Well, the labyrinth doesn't need consent to transfer abilities.
Well, tell it to the judge because I'll be suing the hell out of this place.
Suing a magical labyrinth, I'd love to see how that plays out.
Under normal circumstances, it might be a challenge, but my guy, he was a miracle worker.
And wait a second, you're telling me you've got a lawyer?
Well, more like had a lawyer. You know, back in my past life as Mr. Tanover.
Damn, that's awesome. I feel like we could do with a lawyer, especially if any more of that bullshit happens like it did back in Waterdeep. Raarh wants fair representation. What was he called anyway?
Well, he was anything but fair, at least to the opposition. Nobody, I tell you, nobody could beat him. Went by the name of Paul Badman.
Well, until the day that the labyrinth sees Paul Badman in court. Let's put a pin in that. All right, Alexandrew, you feel Tronald's energy begin to surge through you, his strengths becoming yours. Now, you find yourself equipped with everything Tronald would typically have at his disposal. His magical knowledge, his strategic mindset, and yes, even his cheese.
All right, I'm about to cheese the hell out of this thing. So first of all, I want to shout over to Sadness. Oi, Sadness. Stop being so depressed and cheer the hell up as I cast Suggestion on it.
You know what, Alexandrew? You've just sparked a brilliant idea for a business venture. Magical therapy. Making people feel better with a wave of a hand.
Doesn't that last only a limited time, though? I mean, suggestion isn't exactly a permanent fix.
Exactly. It lasts 8 hours, and by that point, the client either comes crawling back for more of that sweet, sweet revitalization, or you skip town and set up shop somewhere new.
Sounds like a solid plan if you don't mind the moral ambiguity of it.
The moral what now? Where did you learn that word?
I read it in Tronald's book. Gotta be honest though, I have no idea what it means. It just seemed to fit in that sentence.
Well, even a broken watch is right twice a day, I guess.
Well, I suppose that depends whether it's an analog or a digital watch.
True, but if it was digital, then it would only mean it's right once a day.
It also depends on the moral ambiguity of it.
Well, looks like it's digital after all.
All right, so Sadness rolled a 7 on its save.
Good.
As you cast Tronald's suggestion spell, Alexandrew, the arcane words leave your lips with an unfamiliar but potent force. The magic takes hold of Sadness, and an immediate transformation begins. The intensely deep blue aura that has been consuming the spirit starts to change, lightening in hue with every passing second. The spirit, once a manifestation of sorrow, now begins to brighten. Its form, previously weighed down by grief, seems to lift, as if a great burden is being shed. The blue becomes lighter and lighter, transitioning through softer shades until it reaches a pure, radiant white. This shift is visually striking. Sadness's entire being now exudes a calm, peaceful light, free from the depths of despair that once defined it. Simultaneously, the room responds to this change. The trembling of the floor, the physical manifestation of Sadness's intense emotion ceases. The chamber becomes still, the previously unsettling vibrations now replaced by a tranquil serenity.
Okay, well, at least that Sadness nullified.
Nullified? You're acting like you just assassinated it. What's next? You gonna neutralize envy?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Well, just don't take too long. As I said previously, suggestion doesn't last forever.
Well, yeah, I know, but I have got 8 hours. I think that will be long enough, don't you?
Unsure.
What the hell do you mean, unsure?
I can't remember where in that suggestion you said, be happy and continue to be happy for the next 8 hours. So it could very well just be happy like you suggested it to, then the spell ends because the suggestions task has been completed. So in that scenario, you'd have like maybe 5 seconds?
Oh, come on. Joe, you're not going to screw me like that, are you? You obviously knew what I meant by it.
Well, that's the funny thing with suggestion. You've got to be careful with how you word things, else you can make a real mess out of a situation.
So are you going to screw me over or not?
I'd like to point out that it wouldn't be me screwing you over. You would have done that yourself. However, seeing as it's your first and probably last time using suggestion, I'll be generous with you and let you off.
You're a kind man, Joe.
He's not a man, he's a god. Learn your place, mortal. And it's a hell of a lot kinder than I'd have been with you.
Damn, are you going to just continue to be salty about me using your skill set?
Yep, that's the plan.
Oh, grow up, Tronald. Okay, so how to approach this?
You could always try, not fucking up.
Hey, Envy, let me tell you something. When I was younger, there was always someone to look up to, someone I aspired to be like, someone bigger, someone stronger. They were the reason I got up before the sun and went to sleep long after it had set. But I didn't do this out of envy. It was out of respect. And I think that's what you are, Envy, not jealous, but determined to be better than where you currently are. So stop looking towards others for acceptance. Use that drive, that energy you have, to better yourself, Turn what you call envy into a fuel for your own growth, not as a reason to resent others. You have the potential, the power within you to rise above this. You can be more than what you are now, more than just a spirit of longing and dissatisfaction. Use that yearning as a stepping stone, not a stumbling block.
Envy looks at you, Alexandrew, its flickering form pausing as it takes in your words. The spirit seems to be contemplating, weighing the sentiment behind what you've just said. I'm going to need you to make a persuasion check for me, buddy.
I don't know about persuasion. Sounds pretty deceptive to me.
Jesus Christ, dude. You're relentless. Damn, so that's a 7 total, so I'm going to use one of Tronald's luckies. Better, that's a 16.
Okay, with a roll of 16, boosted by Tronald's lucky, you watch as your words take effect on envy. The once vibrant green hue that surrounded the spirit starts to dim, gradually losing its intensity. Slowly but surely, the green gives way to a softer light, shifting and transforming until it settles into a calm, pure white. Envy's form, previously flickering with restless jealousy, now embodies a sense of peace and acceptance.
Right, so on to the last one. Hatred, listen to me. Hate only ever leads to suffering, and I don't think that's what you truly want. I believe that the hatred you've been feeling towards sadness and envy was actually love in disguise. You see, I think you wanted to see them be better, not worse. It made you angry, not because you hate them, but because you couldn't stand their situations. You were frustrated by what they were going through, not by who they are. And look at them now. They're better. They've found a way to move beyond their pain and jealousy. Maybe it's time for you to let go of that anger and see them for who they've become.
Nice. All right, I'm going to need you to make another persuasion check.
That's an 8, so I'm going to use another lucky.
What did you roll?
Another goddamn 8. Hey, Tronald, what were your portents for the day?
They were 2 natural ones, if you can believe it. I mean, what are the chances?
All right, Tronald, let's take this seriously now. What actually were your portents?
Fine. I rolled a 14 and an 18.
See, was that difficult?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to use that 18 then, Joe.
Alexandrew, as you finish your words towards hatred, they seem to resonate with him deeply. His fiery red aura dims to that familiar pure white. But then, something unexpected happens. A tempest begins to stir within the chamber, an electric maelstrom born from the union of sadness, envy, and hatred. Their energies swirl and twist together in a dance of light and emotion, the light completely filling the room. In the heart of this storm, a new figure starts to materialize. As the chaotic energies coalesce, they form the figure of a man, one who bears a striking, almost uncanny resemblance to you, but much older. His face, lined with the experiences of years you never shared, holds a depth of unspoken stories, and on his wrist is a tattoo of a snake, intricate in its design. A surge of realization washes over you, and it hits with the force of a physical blow. This man is your father. The father who left you when you were just a child, the man whose absence left a void you've carried with you ever since. The emotional impact is staggering. Memories and feelings long buried rush to the surface. The sense of abandonment, the aching longing, the confusion of a child left with questions that had no answers. All these emotions fill the air, heavy with the weight of a past that never found closure.
Hey, Alex. It's great to see you again. I've missed you so much, son.
You are not my father. You have no right to call me son. You abandoned me at the doors of a temple, telling me you had to do something and that you'd be back. Over 20 years have passed, and not once did you return. You left a child waiting, hoping, and breaking a little more each day. Let me make this abundantly clear. You are nothing to me, so you don't get to stand there and call me son as if nothing happened, as if you didn't rip my world apart. I waited for you every day, every night, just hoping to see your face again, but you never came. Do you have any idea what that did to me? How it felt to grow up knowing I was abandoned, left behind like I meant nothing. You were supposed to be my father, my protector, my guide, but you were none of those things. You were just a shadow, a ghost in my memories. And now here you stand, after all these years, and you expect what? Closure? You are a stranger to me, and whatever bond we might have had, you severed it the day you walked away.
I did it for you, Alex. I was afflicted by a rare disease, known as Pal's Fury. It was a cruel ailment, unlike anything the clerics had ever seen before. I don't know how it happened. Every healer I consulted said it was rare, not contagious, but devastatingly unpredictable. The disease twisted my mind. There were days I couldn't remember who I was, let alone who you were. And then there were the episodes of uncontrolled rage, moments of pure madness where I could have hurt you without even realizing it. The thought of harming my own son, even unintentionally, was unbearable. I kept my condition hidden from you. I thought it was better that way. That the anger of feeling abandoned would propel you to rise, to become strong, independent. I feared that seeing me lost to my own mind, a shell of the man I once was, would drag you down into a pit of despair. Leaving you was the hardest thing I've ever done, but I believed it was the lesser of two evils. I wanted to protect you, not just from the physical danger I might have posed, but from the heartbreak of watching your father deteriorate into a stranger, a danger to himself and others. Alex, I didn't want to abandon you. I wanted to save you from a fate no child should ever face. But in doing so, I realize I caused you a different kind of pain. And for that, I am eternally sorry.
But I would have preferred to be with you, to look out for you until the end, no matter what that meant. Instead, you're right. I was consumed with hatred for you leaving me, but also engulfed in sadness. And yes, I lived a good life under Master Shenzhou, but I didn't have a choice, not like others did. Every day, I've had to watch them, envious of their ability to choose their life, to have something I never did, a family, a father. But I understand now. I've carried these emotions with me every single day. They've been my constant companions. Hatred for your abandonment, envy for those who had the family which I was denied, and sadness for everything we lost, for the time we could never get back. But now, standing here, face to face with you after all these years, I realize that these feelings have shaped me, but they don't have to define me. You thought you were doing the right thing, and maybe, in your situation, it was the best you could do. So, instead of sadness, anger, and hatred, I will carry forgiveness with me from now on. Forgiveness for you. I forgive you, Father.
It's at this point, Alexandrew, as your heartfelt words hang in the air, the space around the spirit, taking the form of your father, begins to shift. The air starts to crackle with energy, becoming turbulent, mirroring the emotional intensity of the moment. The spirit, your father's visage, looks at you with a depth of emotion that transcends the ethereal form he now holds.
Forgiveness. That's all I've ever wanted to hear from you, son.
But wait, Father, are you still out there? Are you alive?
The spirit doesn't respond directly to your question. Instead, he looks at you with a gaze that seems to encompass all those years lost and all the pain endured.
I love you, Alex.
As the spirit of your father's words resonate through the chamber, the form of his spirit begins to wane, its ethereal presence dissolving into the air around you. However, as he fades, something remarkable happens. From where your father's spirit diminishes, a vial materializes out of thin air. It's an exquisite container, ethereal and delicate, yet filled with a substance that glows with an inner light. This vial, appearing seemingly from nowhere, begins to fill with the essence of your father's spirit, a swirling, luminous substance that embodies gratitude, peace, and a profound sense of closure. It's as if the spirit's final act of departure is to leave behind a part of itself. This vial, the vial of spirit essence, now in your possession, contains the essence of the healed spirits, a powerful embodiment of emotional resolution and peace. It holds within it the capacity to calm hostility and bring harmony. As you hold the vial, contemplating its significance, the chamber undergoes another transformation. Where the pool of stars once shimmered at the center of the room, a shimmering portal rips open, its edges glowing with the same ethereal light that filled the vial. This portal, pulsating with energy, seems to beckon you forward, inviting you to step into whatever lies beyond.
I walk up to it, Joe, and then I jump in.
Okay, as you approach the shimmering portal, Alexandrew, you don't hesitate. With a determined stride, you leap into it. In an instant, the world around you blurs into a whirl of colors and sensations. It's a brief, disorienting journey. Then, Just as suddenly as it began, you find yourself in an entirely different room. It's a stark contrast to the chamber you just left. As you look around trying to get your bearings, you notice two familiar figures, Tronald and Saxy.
Good job, man.
And I think that's where we will wrap up this session. See you later, guys. Okay, Lunaria, so you've all decided that you're up next, right?
Yeah, I'm going to go for it, Joe.
There's literally only Saxy's abilities left now, so...
So she's going to have to tread carefully, and if she has to use my skill set, then she has to use it. I can see you're still stressing about Raarh, but we will figure it out, man.
Yeah, don't be stressing, Tronald. Let's just tackle this one challenge at a time. I'm sure everything will be fine.
Yeah, okay.
What? Where's the grand argument where you push for her not to use Saxy's skill set, even if it means her dying in here? Or did that only apply for me?
Look, I'm sorry for how I approached that last session. It probably came across as quite harsh. It's just crap. It's like I can only stand and watch as the cards fall into place.
Don't worry about it, man. It's a ruthless challenge, but we will get through it together.
All right then, Lunaria. As you look around your chamber, you see that the room is bathed in a dim, ethereal light, casting long, ghostly shadows across the stone walls. In the center stand 3 large, ornate mirrors, each very much distinct and mysterious in its own right.
Here we go then. All right, I want to walk up to the mirrors slowly and see if there are any indications on what needs to be done. Also, I want to figure out the differences between them.
Okay, give me a perception check.
That's a 14.
Okay, the first mirror, framed in dark tarnished silver, seems to pulse with a faint otherworldly glow. As you draw closer, the air around it grows colder, and you can faintly hear the distant sound of whispered conversations like echoes of a long-forgotten council chamber. A subtle scent of old parchment and ink lingers near it, hinting at secrets and decrees from ages past. Approaching the second mirror, you notice its frame is of blackened wood, carved with twisting, serpentine patterns. The closer you get, the more you feel a sense of unease, as if the mirror itself harbors a dark, heavy secret. The glass is unusually cold to the touch, and a faint metallic scent, like that of dried blood, seems to emanate from it. In the distance, a low, sorrowful melody plays, barely audible yet unmistakably present. The third mirror, framed in what appears to be intertwining vines and leaves, exudes a more natural yet melancholic aura. The air around it is warmer, filled with the soft, nostalgic scent of a forest after rain. You can hear the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant sound of a child's laughter, bittersweet and fleeting. As you stand before these mirrors, each offers a glimpse into a world beyond, their surfaces rippling gently as if they were about to reveal their hidden depths. The sounds and scents around each mirror are subtle yet immersive, drawing you in and urging you to uncover the stories and truths they hold within.
So I want to head over to the first mirror. I look into it deeply. Can I see anything?
As you approach the first mirror, Lunaria, your reflection gazes back at you from within the tarnished silver frame. The surface is clear, revealing only your own image, but as you look deeper, the whispers you heard earlier grow significantly louder, surrounding you with a chorus of hushed, indistinct voices as if discussing matters of great importance. The sense of parchment and ink becomes stronger, enveloping you in an aroma that speaks of ancient libraries and hidden knowledge.
Right, so nothing's happening. I try to touch it, Joe.
As you reach out to touch the mirror, Lunaria, the surface reacts unexpectedly. Arcane glyphs, previously unseen, suddenly pulse into view along the frame. They emit a soft, protective glow, creating a barrier that seems to ward you from seeing or accessing what lies beyond the reflective surface. It's as if the mirror itself is challenging your understanding of the arcane. These glyphs are intricate, each one a small masterpiece of magical craft. They hint at a complex warding spell, designed not just to protect, but to test the prowess of those who dare to uncover the mirror's secrets. To see if you can decipher and manipulate this warding, I'm going to need an arcana check from you. This will determine if your knowledge of the arcane arts is sufficient to bypass the mirror's magical defenses and reveal the mysteries it holds within.
Well, this would be an ideal time for my skill set to be available, wouldn't it?
Oh, and here we go again. So, when you said you were sorry for trying to make me feel bad about the situation, you didn't really mean it, right?
I never said I was sorry for making you feel bad about it. You should feel bad about it. I was saying I was sorry if I came across as too harsh.
Right, well, I'm glad you've cleared that one up for me, because here I was, thinking that you actually began to value our lives as much as Raarh's.
I'm not sure why you'd think that. I tried my best to be extremely clear that that wasn't the case.
You're just a bit of a dickhead, aren't you?
What can I say? I tried my best.
Will you two stop clogging up the mind intercom? Look, Lunaria, so here's the deal. I'm more than capable of dealing with arcane puzzles and whatnot, just like Tronald is. but why don't you just give it a go first? And if you're struggling, you'll just have to lean on me for support.
Well, that was the plan. I wouldn't just recklessly take the last skill swap thingy without exhausting my options first.
You hear that, Alexandrew? That's a fine bit of advice right there, you know? Just in case we ever find ourselves in a mind-consuming labyrinth again.
Well, if we ever found ourselves in one of these again, I'd like to think that you wouldn't waste 2 of our skill sets. But hey, what do I know?
Not much, clearly.
I can't deal with you, man. You're worse than a toddler.
And that about sums up the extent of your power, doesn't it? The ability to deal with anything up to, but not including toddlers.
I'm about to toddle my fist into your fucking face in a second.
Oh no, what will I ever do about being attacked by a monk who can't control his own emotions?
Joe, I want to make an attack against Tronald.
No, you get the fuck over there and sit down. And as for you, Tronald, just go over there and be quiet. This is not the time or place.
Yeah, I don't know why you're all arguing over this. I wouldn't even want the remaining skill set anyway. I mean, it is Saxy's after all.
Huh? And what's wrong with my skill set?
Oh, nothing.
Well, you certainly said that, like there was something wrong with it.
Nah, you're just reading into things too much, buddy. Now let's be quiet and let Lunaria focus.
Right, well now that that's happened, I'll make my Arcana check. So that's an 8.
Okay, Lunaria, with an Arcana check of 8, the runes respond, but not in the way you hoped. They pulse violently, a clear rejection of your attempt to bypass their protective magic. The energy they emit grows more intense, creating a palpable barrier between you and the secrets of the mirror. In response to your efforts, the surface of the mirror begins to show signs of distress. Tiny cracks appear, spider webbing across the glass. It's a stark warning. The mirror is not only resisting your attempts, but is also at risk of shattering entirely if pushed too far without the proper understanding. It seems you won't have many more chances to interact with this mirror before it succumbs to the strain of the contested magic.
Well, that's that then. I'm going to have to connect with Saxy, or else this is just going to break on me and I'll be trapped here forever.
You're not even going to give it one more go?
I mean, I don't know whether it could even last another time, if I failed again, that is. Joe, can I tell how many attempts I have at this before it breaks?
It's impossible to be certain, but you get the sense that the worse the interaction, the higher the chance it has of breaking. Also, the DC for a success will be higher when you try again.
See, that doesn't sound very reassuring. What do the rest of you think?
I say do it.
Yeah, connect with me, Lunaria. It's just not worth risking it.
I don't know why it's taking you so long to do it. I mean, I've already said I don't need or want to play by these bullshit rules the labyrinth is giving us. Just go for it. I'ma do this on my own. Don't sweat it.
All right, Joe. I connect with Saxy, then I attempt to press my hand against the mirror again to break the warding.
Give me another Arcana check.
Okay, that's better. So that's a 16, Joe.
All right then. Lunaria, as you reach out to connect with Saxy, you feel a subtle yet distinct shift in your perception. It's as if your understanding of the arcane deepens, bolstered by Saxy's insights and knowledge. This connection, though intangible, is powerful, a merging of minds that enhances your ability to comprehend and manipulate magical energies. With this newfound clarity, you approach the mirror once again. This time, as you press your hand against its surface, and the reaction is markedly different. The runes that once pulsed violently in resistance now begin to glow steadily. Slowly they start to fade, one by one, as if acknowledging your rightful passage. The barrier they formed dissipates, and the mirror's surface becomes clear, free of the protective glyphs that once guarded it. As the last rune on the mirror fades away, the change is immediate and dramatic. Instead of stepping forward, Lunaria, you find yourself suddenly and forcefully pulled into the mirror. It's as if the now transparent glass has transformed into a vortex, its energy gripping you with an irresistible force. For a moment, the world is a whirlwind of light and color, a maelstrom of magical energy that envelops you completely. You're caught in the heart of this tempest, a sensation of hurtling through time and space that is both exhilarating and disorienting. The feeling is intense, almost overwhelming. It's as if the mirror itself is transporting you across the boundaries of reality. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the sensation ceases. You open your eyes to find yourself in a vastly different setting. Gone is the chamber with the 3 mirrors, replaced by the grandeur of a majestic council chamber. You're standing in the center of this opulent room, surrounded by figures dressed in the regalia of high office, their faces a mix of surprise and expectancy.
Whoa, okay, can I tell where I am? Who are these guys?
Lunaria, as you take in your surroundings, trying to make sense of this sudden shift, I can tell you that you have been transported through space and time to a pivotal moment in history. This isn't just about where you are or who these people are. It's about who you are in this moment. You glance down at your hands, and to your surprise, you see a man's hands. Strong, commanding, curiosity piqued. You look for a reflection and find one on the polished surface of the council table. Staring back at you is not your own face, but that of the Emperor of Auroros. However, you quickly realize that you're not the current Emperor Octavius. You are Emperor Valerius, a figure who you only know of through his connection to Tronald and his untimely death, which occurred within the very same week as Lord Tanavir.
That's wild.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I wonder what it is that the labyrinth actually wants you to do.
Yeah. Joe, is there any way I can figure out what I'm meant to be doing here?
Give me a straight intelligence check.
Nice, that's a natural 20.
Friggin' awesome. Okay, Lunaria, as you assume the identity of Emperor Valerius, you find yourself at the heart of a council meeting charged with an intensity that could cut through steel. The air is electric with tension, every eye in the room fixed upon you with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. Around you sit advisors, generals, and diplomats from across realms, each holding their breath for the decision that will spill from your lips, a decision of monumental consequence. In this moment, you feel the immense weight of history pressing down upon you. The counselors await your command on a matter that will echo through the ages. You sense that your challenge here is to adhere to the script history has already written. It's a test of your knowledge of the past. Stray from the path that history has laid out, and the ramifications could be catastrophic. The responsibility to relive this moment accurately, to make decisions as Emperor Valerius truly did, lies heavily on your shoulders.
Well, now I'm really glad I just went with connecting to Saxi. On my own, I wouldn't have a clue in regards to the history of this place.
It's at this point a man with a hawkish gaze leans forward, his voice cutting through the tense silence. Emperor, the hour demands a decision. Lord Tanavir's fate hangs in the balance. What is your command? His eyes fixed firmly on you, Lunaria, expecting a resolution. Another man standing tall and distinct in his attire, completely foreign to you, his eyes like hardened steel, interjects with a cold, hard voice. The dissemination of our arcane knowledge cannot go unpunished. Auroros stands at a precipice. Choose wisely, Emperor, or know that Arcantera will act to protect its sovereignty. It's at this point a woman dressed in an elegant blue robe, with jet black hair cascading over her shoulders and icy blue eyes, speaks up sharply.
I agree with the Arcantarian. I say we kill Lord Tanavir and his brats and be done with it. We were fine before he came to Auroros. We will be fine long after.
A man slams the table and stands up abruptly. Are we to be cowed by threats now? We are Auroros. Our sovereignty is ours to defend, not to be dictated by foreign powers. An old man steeped in wisdom interjects.
Yes, we must consider how the land has improved since his arrival. Lord Tanavir's actions are clearly well-intentioned. I refuse to believe these arcane secrets belong to a nation. They are his to do with as he pleases.
All right, Joe, I say to the ambassador. Why should I sentence a man to death just for immigrating?
The ambassador from Arcantera's demeanor darkens as he replies with a ferocity that sends a chill down your spine. The reason we isolate ourselves from your petty squabbling continents is clear. We have ascended beyond your primitive ways, and we refuse to let our hard-earned peace be shattered by a turncoat. Lord Tanavir, once our brightest mind, is now nothing but a traitor. The knowledge he holds is sacred to Arcantera, not to be squandered or shared. His actions are an unforgivable betrayal. He and his offspring are a blight that must be eradicated.
Right, so I know Lord Tanavir died, but I haven't got a clue whether it was by the Emperor's order or not.
Well, neither do I. I mean, this whole thing is new to me, and quite frankly, it's pissing me off. I had no idea this was the cause surrounding me and my family's death. I thought it was goddamn bandits.
You see what I mean now, though? Clearly, this whole plot surrounding your demise was huge. I mean, it was so big you had two nations arguing over it. So you can hardly pin it down to weakness anymore.
I just can't believe he would betray me like that. I risked everything with the hope that I could bring a brighter future, not just to Arcantera, but to all the continents. He promised me that me and my family would be safe under his rule.
Well, maybe he didn't. I think that's the key here. I don't think he did. Why else would he die within the same week that you did? I think he pissed off a whole continent with the decision he made, and that's why he also died.
And are you willing to stake your life on that, Lunaria? Because if you give the wrong answer, that's what's at stake here. You will be trapped here forever.
Joe, is there any kind of check I can make to figure this out?
Give me a straight intelligence check. Whilst there is no way of you knowing specifically, there may be something in Saxi's memories that could hint at what the decision was.
So that's a 15.
Lunaria, as you stand amidst this tense council, a thought strikes you, a connection to Saxi's past experiences. It dawns on you that he has encountered a description matching one of the figures present in this very meeting, Lady Alara. The realization hits with intrigue and suspicion. You recall that she was the woman who intercepted Celestia within the walls of the Mythos Citadel. Her presence here in such a crucial meeting is no mere coincidence.
Oh, that bitch. Well, I think it's obvious what the answer is now, then. He didn't agree to it. I mean, we know that all of Emperor Valerius's council members were massacred within a week of Lord Tanavir's death. So that could only mean she was in on it and sided with the Arcantarians.
Well, that makes me feel a little bit better now, I guess.
Well, it shouldn't. I mean, this just makes our whole situation even worse. If she saw you even once back in Waterdeep, then that means that she and God knows who else is after you. If she knows you're still alive, you're marked for death. And then there's the Obetus. I mean, if they're in league with each other, then by trying to find Celestia, we're walking directly into a trap.
You're panicking too much, Saxy. You're smarter than I am, so just use your brain and stop freaking out. If they were in league with one another as you're suggesting, then our interaction with Vesurial would make absolutely zero sense. For a start, he would have killed Tronald straight away, rather than saying he needed him alive and for Tronald to hate him.
Yeah, that's a good point, I guess.
I'm not gonna lie though, thinking about all of that hurts my head, so can we save it for a later date when we're not having to deal with all this shit as well?
Yeah, let's just let Lunaria focus on her task.
All right, Joe. I rise to full height, commanding the attention of everyone in the council chamber. I refuse. Make your threats if you will, follow through on them if you must, but I will not be the one to condemn an innocent man to death, a man who has been nothing but an ally and friend to our nation. You claim your arcane supremacy and dismiss us as mere peasants. But hear this and hear it well. If you dare to lay a finger on one of ours, it will be nothing short of a declaration of war, a war where hundreds of thousands will perish, bloodstaining both our lands. Now, I command you to leave my palace, leave my city, and leave Auroros. As long as I sit upon this throne, as long as I bear the mantle of Emperor, you and your kin are not welcome here.
As soon as the words leave your lips, Lunaria, the ambassador from Arcantara reacts with a sudden, violent intensity. He stands up so quickly that his chair topples over with a loud crash, echoing through the council chamber. You've made your choice then. Every syllable drips with contempt as he addresses you. But you're wrong about one thing. If it came to war, it would be millions who would die, not mere thousands. And that blood, Valerius, that blood would be on your hands. You have made a very foolish choice today. You are not worthy to be emperor. And with that, in the blink of an eye, the reality within the mirror fractures, shattering like glass around you. An unseen force thrusts you backwards, pulling you out of the historical scene with a jarring intensity. As you stumble back into the chamber, you find that the mirror, once a gateway to the past, has vanished. Where it once stood, there is now only the cold stone wall of the room.
Well, was I right?
You get the sense that you did indeed make the correct choice.
Ah, brilliant. Well, in that case, I go on and touch the next mirror then, Joe.
Give me another Arcana check.
Okay, that's a 17, Joe.
Once again, Lunaria, as you reach out to touch the second mirror, its surface ripples and you're abruptly sucked into another scene from history. You find yourself standing in what appears to be a grand, ornately decorated palace hallway. Glancing down, you're startled to see that in your hands you wield an enchanted blade, unlike any you've ever seen. The weapon is exquisitely crafted and covered with engravings eerily similar to those on the robes of the Arcantarian ambassador from the previous mirror. The magic emanating from the blade is ferocious, a clear indication that it's forged from arcane secrets exclusive to Arcantara. The shock intensifies as you notice the blade is bloodied. Lowering your gaze, an absolutely horrifying sight meets your eyes. A child no more than 10 years old, lifeless at your feet, a victim of the blade you hold. The reality of what you've just done, or rather, what history has dictated you've done, sets in with a gut-wrenching force. Raising your head, you see before you a scene of anguish and violence. 10 figures are engaged in a struggle, using a combination of magic and physical force to restrain a man. Tears stream down the man's face in sheer agony, his expression one of unimaginable pain and betrayal. But the man is no stranger to you. It's Lord Tanavir, or as you know him, Tronald. History has already scripted this sequence, and you know with a heavy heart what you are compelled to do next.
I know this is just an illusion, but it feels so wrong.
Don't think about it too much. Just do it, or else it's only going to get harder and harder.
I want to know why this labyrinth is only targeting things related to me.
If I had to guess, it's probably scouring all of us to try to find the most difficult or emotionally consequential situations to put her in.
All right then, Joe. I'm just going to do it. I step forward and plunge the blade into him.
With a sense of grim inevitability, Lunaria, you step forward to fulfill the dark tableau history has set before you. Gripping the magical blade, you steel yourself and, with a decisive motion, plunge it into Lord Tanavir. The moment the blade pierces him, you feel an unsettling sensation, as if the very essence of Lord Tanavir is being torn apart. It's more than just the physical act of the blade cutting through flesh. There's an arcane force at work, a malevolent energy that seems to shred the very soul of its victim. The blade, etched with Arcantaranian magic, is not just a weapon of death, but a tool of utter annihilation, leaving no hope for any form of resurrection, not even by the most powerful of spells. As you withdraw the blade, Lord Tanavir crumples to the floor, his body lifeless in a way that speaks of finality. The hope of recovery, of any spark of life, is extinguished utterly by the blade's cursed magic. Suddenly, a scream pierces the air. The scream is so intense, so laden with pain and fury that it feels like it's tearing through the very fabric of reality itself, causing the reality around you to shatter immediately. The world of the mirror, the palace hallway, the lifeless body of Lord Tanavir all begin to crumble away in a cascade of shimmering shards. You feel yourself being pulled backward with a force that's as sudden as it is disorienting. In a whirlwind of light and sound, you're yanked from the scene, leaving the echoes of that haunting scream behind.
Wow, so that's how I died then, huh?
I'm just gonna say it. You were a genius in your past life, dude. Gets killed with a blade that ensures the victim can never be revived, yet you're walking the earth once more. That's a serious backup plan you had.
Well, I'd love to take credit for it, but I can't really remember anything about making the whole clone backup thing. But thank the gods I did, right?
Yeah, thank the gods.
Okay, well, that all felt a little too real for my liking, but let's just get this over with. I put my hand on the final mirror, attempting to break the warding on it.
Okay then, give me another Arcana check, Lunaria.
Not great, that's a 13.
Well, a 13 is just good enough. Lunaria, as you place your hand on the final mirror, bracing yourself for another plunge into history, the surface ripples and you're suddenly thrust into a scene from your own past. It's a memory vivid and poignant, filled with the innocence of childhood. You find yourself in the Moonblossom Woods, a place of ethereal beauty from your early years. The trees around you glow with an azure luminescence, their light casting a gentle, otherworldly radiance on the forest floor. You're gathering starlit berries, their delicate luminescence twinkling like tiny stars in your small hands. The woods are tranquil, the air filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the soft rustling of leaves. It's a scene of serene beauty, a memory untainted by the complexities of the life that awaited you beyond these woods. Suddenly, the tranquil atmosphere is pierced by a shimmering, shining rift of light that opens in front of you. It's a rift you recognize, one that marks a pivotal moment in your life. From behind you, you hear a woman's voice, warm and familiar. "Lunaria, where are you, my love? It's time to come home."
Mother? That's my mother. I'm back in the Feywild. This is incredible. I'm being given the chance to rewrite my history.
No, you're not, Lunaria. It's a ploy, a trap, just like what happened to me.
Yes, I know it's a test, and I won't give in to it. Even though every part of me is aching to stay. Gods, how much I long to remain here. To be with my mother and father again, to ease my own mind. But then I think of my real parents, out there somewhere, still searching for their little girl. So I can't stay, Saxi. As much as I want to, I just can't. But before I go through that portal, I need to see her face, just one more time.
Lunaria, as you stand there, longing to see the face behind the voice one last time, you wait with bated breath for her to emerge from the thicket. The voice grows closer, a familiar sound that tugs at your heartstrings. But just as you anticipate this long-awaited reunion, another sound captures your attention, an unsettling noise from behind you. You turn to see the portal, the very rift that brought you to this moment, and it's beginning to close. The edges shimmer and flicker, the light dimming as the opening narrows. The realization hits you with a pang of urgency. Your time here is running out faster than you expected. The choice between staying and leaving is being made for you by the closing portal, forcing your hand in these fleeting final moments.
Fuck! I turn around to face where the voice is coming from and I begin to step backwards into the portal, hoping to catch just a glimpse of her before I'm taken away.
Lunaria, in a moment of frantic decision-making, you turn around to face the direction of the voice, stepping backwards towards the closing portal. As you begin to slowly step back, your eyes intently focused on the bushes where the voice is emanating from, you see a shadow moving behind them, almost coming into view. For a brief, heart-stopping moment, the long brown hair of your mother starts to edge out from behind the foliage, but just as her figure begins to materialize and you're about to see her face, the portal pulls you back. Abruptly, you're yanked away from the Fey realm, the image of your mother just a hair's breadth from being revealed. A whirl of light and color surrounds you, disorienting and swift. And then just as suddenly as it all began, it stops. You find yourself back in the original chamber facing Saxi. The transition is jarring, leaving you with a lingering sense of what might have been. As you regain your bearings, you realize that you're clutching something tightly in your hand. It's the Crystal of Clarity. This crystal, when gazed into, reveals hidden truths and solutions to complex problems. It's an essential piece for revealing a hidden aspect or solution in the final test of the labyrinth.
I was so close to her, guys. If I waited just a split second longer, I'd have seen her.
No, if you waited a split second longer, you could have been trapped there forever.
Yeah, I just feel so empty right now.
Look, we're going to get out of this labyrinth. We're going to obtain peace for Alexandrew's temple and finish whatever other bullshit we're tangled up in at the moment. And then, I promise you, we will make sure that you see your mother again. Hell, considering how powerful you are, you might not even need our help. But if you do, know this. We're going to be there for you. Every step of the way.
All right then, so it's finally your turn, Raarh. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I mean, it's been fun and all watching these guys play for the last 4 sessions, but it'll be nice to actually, do something.
Just take it slow and steady, buddy. You can't afford any mistakes.
Yeah, and we will be here, watching, providing a constant mind commentary on everything you are doing.
Well, let's get to it then, Joe. What do I see when I look around?
Raarh, as you survey your surroundings, you're standing on a vast hill that stretches out under an expansive sky. The atmosphere around you buzzes tension. Dominating the scene is the eternal flame, a beautiful, magical fire that burns without consuming, its flames dancing with a kaleidoscope of captivating colors. Beside this entrancing flame, 2 figures are engaged in a fervent argument. You can't catch their words from where you stand, but their postures and tones speak volumes. The first figure is garbed in regal and spiritual attire, rich fabrics flowing elegantly and covered with symbols that speak of deep cultural and religious significance. In stark contrast, the second figure is dressed in attire that is practical and militaristic, suggesting a focus on utility and strength. Their clothing is streamlined and robust, with less adornment but an air of authority and purpose.
All right, Joe, I'm gonna make my way up to them too. Oi!
Oh my God.
Why are you two just arguing around this fucking flame?
The individual dressed in regal attire turns to face you, his expression shifting to one of deep offense. This fucking flame, as you so crudely put it, is a sacred symbol of our people's enduring spirit and resilience, and I'm trying to convey to this Neanderthal that any attempt on removing it from this hill will be a declaration of war between our 2 nations.
Huh, how about that?
The other individual chuckles at your approach, finding humor in your straightforwardness. He's got a point, it's just a flame, a pretty one, sure, but hardly worth all this fuss. You treat it like some divine gift, but to us it's a joke. A pretty light that's sitting on top of the real prize.
Can we slow down a second, because you're both confusing the hell out of me. Who are you and what's the issue with this flame?
The man who chuckled at your approach speaks first. I'm General Tarkus of Valdor. The issue here is straightforward. Underneath this flame, there's a rich deposit of precious metals, resources that are crucial for Valdor's development and security. We've proposed mining it, but Eldoria, he nods toward the other representative, is stubbornly refusing, all because of some mystical fire. The man, dressed in ornate robes adorned with spiritual motifs, steps forward with a dignified air. I am High Priest Lorien of Eldoria. This mystical fire, as General Tarkus dismissively calls it, is our eternal flame, a sacred beacon that has burned for generations. It represents a link to our past and a guide for our future. We demand Valdor to respect its sanctity and cease their attempts to desecrate it for mere metal.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Pompous Pants doesn't want Mineral Man digging around this flame. But who owns this land anyway? Isn't that how it works? Whoever owns it calls the shots, right? So who's the owner here?
Lorien responds, unfortunately, the eternal flame sits precisely on the border, split directly between our lands. It belongs to both Eldoria and Valdor.
Then just let him dig on his side and all's good.
No, it's not that simple. Any disruption to the eternal flame, even on one side, would be a severe insult to our people. It would desecrate a sacred symbol that has united generations of Eldorians. The spiritual damage would be immeasurable. It's at this point General Tarkus cuts in. Who cares about an insult? Our people need these resources to thrive. For us, it's not about emotions, it's about survival. If you won't grant us permission to mine, we will proceed without it. And if that means war, a war you'll undoubtedly lose, then so be it. There are neighboring powers eyeing up this mineral deposit. Do you think they'd be negotiating with you now? Or would they simply use force, destroying your precious flame and taking what they want? You're not powerful enough to defend the flame. Why risk your people's lives for it? Lorien responds, then we fight, and if we die, then so be it. Tarkus shakes his head, tutting under his breath. You're a fool. Responding quickly, Lorien snaps, and you're a heathen.
Right, okay, well let's try figure something out that works for both of you.
Unfortunately, Raarh, they are both engulfed in a storm of anger, utterly oblivious to your presence. In a heated fury, they exchange a barrage of insults, fiercely hurling cutting words at each other without restraint.
Well, this isn't going too great.
Will you both just shut the fuck up?
Raarh, as your voice thunders across the room, commanding and fierce, both parties abruptly fall into a stunned silence. After a few moments, Lorien, with a mix of confusion and curiosity, finally breaks it. Who even are you? And why are you getting involved in this?
I am Raarh. You may also call me the Green One, the endless hunger, the unbridled rage, or the unholy pain in the arse. I have been sent to you by a higher power to help you figure this shit out. So by the gods, you're going to figure it out. Because if you don't, you're going to piss that higher power off, which will piss me off. And you really don't want to piss me off.
Why is he giving himself so many titles?
He has earned those titles, Saxy. Each one is a mark of his trials and triumphs. Tell me, don't you have titles for yourself?
No, I really don't.
Well, you should. It's a great way to inspire fear into the hearts of your enemies.
Well, I'm not sure that's entirely the case. Titles can be impressive, but they don't always strike fear into the hearts of enemies. True intimidation comes from one's actions and presence, not just from a string of grandiose names.
You don't know the first thing about intimidation, Alexandrew. Imagine your enemy shouting, "Oh no, here comes Alexandrew." It doesn't exactly send shivers down the spine. More like, "Yay, Alexandrew is coming to play." It would probably make them happy. They would be overjoyed with the news. But imagine if it was, "Oh no, here comes Alexandrew, the thrower of fists, the hairless head, stealer of skill sets, and the right hand of the turtle man." Now that would inspire real fear.
Yeah, that does sound pretty terrifying.
Am I a joke to you, Tronald?
Don't beat yourself up. It's not just me that you're a joke to.
Anyway, I'm going to need an intimidation check from you, Raarh.
Oh, I rolled a 5.
Wait, shouldn't you be using your strength modifier instead of your charisma modifier for this, though?
Yeah, we did set that homebrew rule in place. So you can add your strength for intimidation.
Brill. Well, in that case, that's an 11 then, Joe.
Okay, Raarh. Tarkus eyes you up and down, folding his arms before responding. Then what would you suggest, Green One? If you've been sent here to sort this out without bloodshed, you must have some ideas up your sleeve. How do you propose we untangle this knot without resorting to violence?
Well, you're going to need something in place that would benefit both of you, right? So, Mineral Man, you mentioned that there are other forces that have their eye on this land, and that Pompous Pants's army wouldn't be equipped to defend it, right?
Yeah, that's the long and short of it.
Okay, so Pompous Pants, how much is this flame worth to you?
Lorien responds with a hint of impatience. Please, call me Lorien. And as for the flame, it is of immeasurable value to us. As I've said before, we are prepared to protect it with our lives. It's everything.
Right. Just let me make a note of that.
How are you making a note of it? When I asked Joe if I got a quill and a notepad, he said I didn't.
I don't know. Maybe he just prefers me to you.
Stop whinging, Alexandrew. If you want a notepad so badly, we will get you one when we leave this place.
I'm not whinging. I was just asking how he was writing it down.
Oh my God, who cares? If you must know, I had it in my pack already, so don't worry. Joe didn't just give me one because he prefers me.
You're making a big assumption.
Let's just let Raarh focus on his task.
Don't cut me off.
Was that your first time doing it, Saxy? It's fun, right?
Nah, I don't know about fun. It felt a little bit rude if I'm being...
Well, back to you anyway, Raarh. Just ignore us.
You set me up.
How about this for an idea then? Mineral Man, you can commit troops to defend the flame, ensuring its safety. In exchange, Pompous will compensate you with both valuable resources and coin. This way, you both gain something without losing what's most important to you. It's a fair trade, ensuring mutual benefit and peace. And not just that, but think of the potential growth for both your nations. With this deal, you can capitalize on each other's strengths. You'll have the opportunity to trade and collaborate, enhancing both your economies. And when it comes to defending against external threats, the combined might of your two nations will be far more formidable. It's a mutually beneficial alliance, one where both sides stand to gain and prosper together.
Damn, that's an interesting proposition, Raarh. I'm going to need a persuasion check from you. This check will be incredibly difficult for someone with a -2 in charisma.
Can't I just intimidate them again using my strength?
Unfortunately not, buddy. The whole point of this challenge is that you are thrown into situations that you're uncomfortable with. That's what makes it so difficult. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough one.
And if he fails, how many more chances will he have?
That all depends on the magnitude on which he fails.
Can I make some kind of check to see if I can think of anything at all that could help Raarh escape from this place if he can't complete the challenge?
Yeah, is there anything we can do to assist him?
Come on, guys. Have a little faith in the green one. I'm not about to let some silly old labyrinth beat me.
Yeah, let's just deal with that when and if it comes to it. Like I said, it's tough, but not impossible, so we will just have to see how he does.
Oh my. Well, that's a natural 1.
For fuck's sake.
Screw you, Alexandrew.
Why screw me?
Because you used my goddamn skill set when I told you not to.
Dude, will you shut up with your main character syndrome? You don't get to tell me to do anything. I did what was best for me in my situation.
Yeah, well, your best is going to make us lose Raarh, so I hope you're happy with yourself.
Will you two give it a rest? Bickering amongst yourselves isn't going to do anything to help Raarh.
Yeah, I think you guys might have misplaced your faith. I can already feel myself becoming one with the labyrinth.
Well, if you've got any tricks up your sleeve, buddy, trust me when I say, now's the time.
Come on, Raarh, use that big green brain of yours.
I'd be slightly concerned if his brain was green.
Oh my God, I wasn't being literal, Saxy.
What the fuck's he doing?
Isn't it obvious? He's meditating. He's channeling the entire power of all his brain cells to come up with a plan.
Well, it sounds to me like he's speaking Mandalorian.
You mean Mandarin?
No, I mean Mandalorian.
Oh, okay, cool. Hey, Tronald. How long is he going to be doing this for?
Honestly, your guess is as good as mine, but do not question his ways.
现在我有病 chilling， 我很喜欢病 chilling， 但是速度有几king ju 比病 chilling。
Yeah, as I thought. Mandarin.
I've got it!
Jesus Christ, you scared the shit out of me.
Yes, nice work, buddy. What's your plan then, Raarh?
I've decided I'm going to go and live with Mineral Man. I mean, out of the two, he's definitely more my vibe, so I think I'll do quite well down here.
What the hell, man? That's not a plan. Hell, that's not even an option. You're telling me that's the best you could come up with after your powerful meditation?
Well, my only other idea was to re-roll the natural 1, but it's probably going to be just as shit as the last one. So I thought this new plan was better.
What do you mean, re-roll the natural one?
Stop playing dumb. You know what I mean. When you roll again, if you don't like the one you've already rolled...
Funny joke, buddy. But you've been playing this game long enough to know that you can't just re-roll a dice if you don't like the result.
Actually, that's exactly what I can do. You see, back when we were in Rick's Manor, when we just reached level 3, I chose the path of the Totem Warrior. Then I chose the bear as my spirit animal.
Huh? The totem path of the bear doesn't grant anything like that, though, dude. You've lost me.
Ah, silly forgetful Joe. Don't you remember? You gave me an inspiration die because you like bears.
Well, that doesn't exactly sound like something I wouldn't do. But I'm just going to double check this real quick. Jamie, pull that up for us, will you?
For my primal path, I've decided to go with Path of the Totem Warrior.
Ooh, that's interesting. And which totem will you be taking at level 3?
That's a silly question, Joe. I'll be going with the fucking bear.
Fucking excellent, dude. You know what? Just for that here, have an inspiration die.
What the fuck, Joe?
What's the problem?
Why are you handing out inspiration dice just from him choosing the bear totem?
Hey, what can I say, dude? I fucking love bears, and clearly he's done his research on that, so of course I'm going to give credit where credit's due.
There you go again, just like Tronald said, wanting to see me fail.
You really need to become more of a team player, buddy.
Whatever. Carry on.
Wow, Saxy really was such a little bitch back then.
Wow, good memory, man.
I mean, it's not that much of a good memory to remember it. I'm glad he stopped whining as much these days, though.
I was talking about the inspiration, not Saxy's bitchiness.
Excuse me?
Come on then, Raarh. Roll that dice. I'm sick of this place. Roll something beautiful like a natural 19 or 20. Then we can finish this up and go overthrow a Gabo empire.
All right, then. Go ahead and re-roll your persuasion check.
Damn it. Sorry, Tronald. I know you wanted a natural 19 or 20, but I only rolled a natural 18 for a 17 total.
What are you talking about? That's awesome, buddy.
Awesome work, Raarh. All right. After a moment of contemplation, Lorien nods slowly. While the proposal is unconventional, it does present a path to peace. Eldoria must consider the greater good. If Valdor's military support can protect the eternal flame and keep peace, we can justify the resource and coin exchange. It's a compromise, but one that could save many lives.
And what about you, big boy? What do you think of the pro-petition?
Tarkus raises an eyebrow. Don't call me big boy.
Sorry about that, Mineral Man.
And as for your proposition, he lifts his hand and begins rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Yeah, all right, it's a deal, but on our terms. We'll provide the military support needed to secure the eternal flame. In return, Eldoria's payment must be substantial and consistent. This isn't charity, it's a strategic alliance. We'll need to draft clear terms to ensure both our nations benefit equally.
Right, sweet, awesome, cool. You're both happy? Excellent. Now can you get me the hell out of here?
Raarh, your exasperation is clear as you address the two leaders with a blunt request to leave. They both turn to you, their expression one of confusion. It's evident they don't quite grasp what you're getting at. Before you can clarify, General Tarkus responds, a hint of perplexity in his voice. We appreciate your idea and the help you've provided, but you're free to go whenever you please. We're not stopping you. His response, well-intentioned but missing the point, makes it clear that they don't understand the true nature of your presence here.
Don't be a smartass. I know I'm free to leave whenever I want. Sure, I can walk around this bloody land for eternity, but what I meant by that was that I want you to open the doorway so I can get back to my friends. So it would be ever so kind if you do that for me. Thanks.
Both leaders still look utterly confused. High Priest Lorien speaks up, his tone laced with concern. You're acting really strange. Like General Tarkus said, we appreciate your help, but maybe it's time for you to leave now. You're acting crazy. As they speak, you notice the eternal flame behind them begins to shimmer slightly, its colors dancing in an unusual pattern. It seems like it's responding to your presence, or perhaps to the resolution of the conflict. It's almost as if the flame is—
Oh, what a fucking scam this is! I help you resolve your shitty little conflict, and how do you thank me? You thank me by calling me crazy. Well, if you want to see crazy, I'll fucking show you crazy. Joe, I charged towards the flame, diving on it in an attempt to attack it.
Damn, and it was all going so well.
What the actual fuck, man?
Right, okay, Raarh, as you leap onto the flame, arms wide open, your body launches into a bestial pounce like a predator lunging at its prey. The moment your skin makes contact with the flickering fire, a whirlwind of energy engulfs you. You're suddenly caught in a maelstrom of light and color, twisted and warped through time and space in an exhilarating yet disorienting dance of the cosmos. It's a wild, chaotic journey, the world around you bending and blurring in a kaleidoscope of reality and impossibility. Then it stops, and you find yourself colliding with something solid. As you open your eyes, the world comes back into focus, and you realize you're on top of Saxi, pinning him to the ground. Clutched tightly in your right hand is the reward from your challenge, the Amulet of Understanding. This amulet allows the wearer to understand and speak any language.
Yay! I did it! We did it!
Well done. Now can you get the hell off me?
Oh yeah, sure. Sorry about that. Joe, I climb off a Saxi.
Nice work, Raarh. Did you know that the flame became the portal and jumping through it would teleport you to us?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe I had an idea and did it for emotional flair, or maybe I was feeling slightly enraged and lashed out. Who knows?
Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Hell, I couldn't care less how you made it back to us. I'm just glad you did. Joe, I walk over to Raarh, embracing him and giving him a hug. You had me really worried there, buddy. Hey, Alexandrew, I'm sorry for being a bit of a dick.
A bit of a dick is a bit of an understatement, but no worries, all is forgiven. You were worried about your friend. It's cool.
All right, so now that we're all together, what can we see, Joe?
Okay, now that you're all gathered together, you look out into the distance. Before you sprawls the vast, intricate maze that Tronald first glimpsed. Its network of corridors and shifting walls pulsate with a life of their own, a complex and ever-changing puzzle. In the distance, the labyrinth's heart flickers with magical sparks like distant stars beckoning you deeper into its depths. Above you, the swirling mass of souls, first seen by Tronald, pulses with even more intensity than before. This haunting spectacle of thousands of lost travelers, each a victim to the labyrinth's merciless trials, seems to be reacting to your presence. Their ethereal dance in the air, faces twisted in agony, is more than a grim reminder of the labyrinth's dangers. It's as if these souls are part of its very essence, awakened by each challenge you've faced and overcome. The energy of the mass of souls ebbs and flows in response to your movements. As you stand ready to navigate through the maze, the labyrinth seems to anticipate your every move, its walls shifting and pathways reconfiguring. It is the consummation of this living challenge that tests not only your physical prowess, but also your mental acuity and unity as a team.
Are you ready for this then, guys?
Well, we bloody better be, because there's no going backwards.
Raarh is always ready.
Yeah, I'm ready to get this over with. God knows how long we've actually been inside of here.
Yeah, it's been a fun challenge, don't get me wrong. But maybe we should avoid things like this in the future where we're all split up for so long. I'm ready to see the light of day again.
For sure. But it's not like we knew that we would be split up for so long when we entered. Anyway, let's conquer this final stage, and hopefully there's an interesting reward at the end.
That's assuming we don't all die.
Right, I think so. As you all now stand in front of the expansive maze before you, with the looming mass of souls overhead, what would you like to do?
Well, before we just go running into it, let's have a think. We know that each reward we received from our individual challenges will be important here. But how will they be important?
The hell if I know. I guess we will just figure that out as we go through it.
Joe, is there an obvious entrance to the maze?
No, there's not a clear entrance to the maze. In fact, the longer you look at it, the more confusing it becomes to identify where to enter. The maze is constantly shifting. Areas that initially appear to be entrances warp and transform before your eyes. In moments, what seemed like an opening turns into a solid wall. Then a few seconds later, another possible entrance opens up at a different location. There are at least 8 of these potential entrances, each appearing and disappearing unpredictably.
Well, I don't really want to start this off with a guess. Joe, what did I get for my reward again?
You receive the Compass of True North.
Okay. Is my compass of true north pointing anywhere specifically?
Using my unrivaled deduction and intelligence, I think your compass of true north will be, in fact, pointing north, buddy.
You'd think so, but as you begin looking at the compass, Saxy, you notice that the dial keeps shifting and spinning all over the place. You get the feeling that despite its name, it is not pointing you north.
Well, that's a pretty fucking stupid name for the compass then, isn't it?
Yeah, this labyrinth clearly has no idea what it's doing when it comes to marketing a product.
At least it's better than we originally thought then. I mean, a normal compass is meant to point north anyway, right? So yeah, that'd be a pretty catastrophic reward if it was just that.
Yeah, so by the looks of it, my compass is telling us exactly where we need to go.
That's actually pretty cool. It's like the one from Pirates of the Caribbean, or Sat-Nav.
Come on then, let's head towards where the sat-nav is telling us to go.
Okay, Joe. I wait until the compass just switches over to a new entrance, then head towards that one quickly.
Okay, you keep a close eye on the compass. The moment the compass needle swings towards a new entrance, you signal the group, and you all dash towards it. As you run, the maze walls shift around you, creating an almost disorienting effect. Just as you reach the entrance, the walls begin to close in, threatening to seal off the path. With a burst of speed, you and the rest of the group dive through the narrowing gap. You make it by the skin of your teeth, feeling the whoosh of air as the walls shut tight behind you. The entrance disappears, leaving you fully engulfed in the labyrinth's twisting corridors.
What do you think would have happened if we went through the wrong entrance?
I don't know, probably death.
Yep, I'm leaning towards agreeing with Lunaria there.
Well, it's a good thing none of us failed our challenges then. And we all have our little rewards.
Where's the compass pointing now then, Joe?
As you glance down at the compass in your hand, you notice that its needle is pointing steadfastly down a particular corridor. The needle remains remarkably steady, not even a hint of a shimmer in its movements. As you watch it a bit longer, you get the distinct impression that this compass isn't just suggesting a direction. It seems to be indicating the path that must be taken to navigate through the maze.
It's not a very good maze, is it then, if it's just given us a literal map to find our way out? But hey, I'm not complaining.
Wait a second. That's actually a really good point, Tronald. Why has every challenge we've completed given us something that could help us escape? I mean, if this entity, this labyrinth's whole objective is to devour our souls into its mass, then why is it helping us?
Oh God, please no, I can't deal with any more thinking right now. I just want to hack and slash, you know, just relieve the stress.
I'm sure you'll get your chance to hack and slash your stress away soon enough, man. But as for why it's helping us, I don't know. I didn't really think about that until you mentioned it.
Joe, can I roll some kind of check to try figure it out?
Yeah, sure. Give me an intelligence check.
Nice, that's a 21 total.
Tronald, with an impressive intelligence check of 21, you begin piecing together the labyrinth's puzzling behavior. Your mind, keen and analytical, starts to see beyond the apparent. You ponder the possibility that this labyrinth isn't governed by a singular malevolent entity intent on consuming souls. Instead, you hypothesize that perhaps there are multiple entities at play here, locked in a covert struggle. One of these forces, seemingly benevolent or at least neutral, might be guiding travelers like yourselves, offering rewards that aid in your journey and escape. It's as if this force is subtly assisting you in navigating the labyrinth's treacherous paths. On the other hand, the all-consuming presence, the one responsible for the mass of lost souls, suggests a more malevolent force at work, seeking to add to its ghostly collection. This duality of purposes within the labyrinth presents a complex and mysterious situation. It's as if you're caught in the middle of an unseen cosmic battle, with one side aiding your progress while the other seeks to ensnare you. The true nature of these forces and their intentions remain an enigma, but your logical breakdown of the situation sheds some light on the labyrinth's perplexing behavior.
Hey, so we've got someone rooting for us in here. That's good.
Don't get too excited. I strongly doubt it's out of the goodness of their heart that they're helping us. If anything, it makes me feel even more uneasy.
Well, we will deal with that when it comes to it. As for now, let's focus on making our way through this place. We follow the compass, Joe.
Okay, your group sets off, navigating the labyrinth with the compass as your guide. The path is filled with twists and turns, some so sharp and sudden that it almost feels like you're circling back on yourselves. Every time you approach a new turn, the compass adjusts its direction, guiding you through the maze's deceptive layout. After about 10 minutes of walking through this dizzying array of corridors, it's hard to shake the feeling that you're not making any real progress. The sameness of the walls and turns makes it challenging to gauge just how far you've come or where you're heading. It's at this point you encounter something different, a wall covered in arcane carvings. The symbols and script are in a language unknown to any of you, mysterious and ancient. Adding to the eerie atmosphere, the carvings seem to be beveled with dried blood, giving the wall a foreboding and sinister appearance.
Try activate that amulet of understanding you received, Raarh.
What do you mean, try activate? How does one activate an amulet?
You know, just like you do with any other magical item.
I don't do magical items, Saxy. Should I stroke it?
Sure, what the hell, man. Go ahead, try stroke it.
Don't forget to tell it how much of a good amulet it is. Magical items are very egotistical, so it should appreciate that.
Thanks for the tip, Tronald.
I'm not sure about that advice, Raarh. I think he's messing with...
Okay, Joe. I begin stroking the amulet softly. Then, I raise it up to my mouth and start whispering to it. Hey there, you shiny, magnificent amulet. You're not just any regular amulet, are you? No, you're the most amazing amulet in this whole labyrinth. I bet no other amulet can understand languages as well as you do. You're the smartest, most articulate piece of jewelry I've ever met. And so stylish, too. If amulets could win awards, you'd have all of them. You're not just helping us understand languages, you're making them sound better. Really, without you, we'd just be a bunch of adventurers lost in translation. Keep up the great work. You're doing fantastic.
Right. Well, sure enough, the amulet springs to life. Your vision shifts and the arcane script on the walls before you begin to rearrange and transform. What was once indecipherable now becomes clear as day. You realize that you can understand the ancient language as if it were your own. The script coalesces into a riddle, its words resonating with a sense of age and mystery. In ancient script, a tale of old, where secrets deep are darkly scrolled. To pass the gate, fresh life must bleed, renew the script, fulfill the deed.
Still don't get it.
Well, I'm not sure how. It's pretty obvious. One of us is going to have to trace over the existing script with fresh blood.
I'm not sure how that was obvious, but if that's all it is, no problem. Joe, I bite into my hand dramatically, you know, like Eren Yeager does. Hopefully this should get enough blood out. Then, I'm going to begin writing on the wall with it.
Okay, so you take 1 point of damage, Raarh, as you sink your teeth deep into your own hand. I'm also going to need a sleight of hand check to see if you're able to write over it clearly and not make a mess of it. Don't worry, the DC isn't too high.
Can I assist him in doing this, Joe?
If you can tell me how you plan to assist him with writing on a wall.
You know, I'll just support his elbow and help him stabilize, that kind of thing.
Yeah, sure, man, why not?
Okay, so with advantage, that's a 14 total.
Tronald, with an overly focused expression, you steady Raarh's arm as if you're conducting a delicate surgical procedure. Raarh, wincing slightly from the bite, you concentrate on following the lines of the ancient script. Your combined effort creates a peculiar but surprisingly effective partnership. Raarh, as you finish retracing the last symbol with your blood, a heavy silence falls over all of you. Then the door begins to react dramatically to the fresh blood. The stone begins disintegrating into fine powder, aging 1,000 years in mere seconds. The once solid barrier reveals another section of the labyrinth, opening a new path, inviting you deeper.
You might want to wash that bite out, Raarh. Else, you're gonna get tetanus or something.
Nah, I'm pretty sure you can only get that from being exposed to persistent loud noises.
No, that's tinnitus.
Good to know. Anyway, let's proceed, shall we?
All right, you all begin to proceed through the labyrinth once more. Each step taking you deeper into its confines. The path twists and turns, leading you yet again through corridors that seem to bend and shift around you. However, thanks to the compass, the navigating that could have potentially been incredibly difficult, maybe even borderline impossible, has become a simple task. It's not long before you stand before a huge wall effectively blocking your way. What catches your attention immediately is the infernal face built into the stone, its expression menacing and foreboding. 2 metal horns protrude from the face, and wrapped around these horns are thick chains. The chains extend and curve over a metal pulley, spread out at a distance of around 20 feet from each other.
So the pulley is a bit of a giveaway on what needs to be done here.
Oh, is it a bit of a giveaway, Saxy? I'm glad we have someone with your brain power to figure this one out for us. I'd be clueless otherwise. What would we ever do without you to point out the obvious?
Yes, Axie, why don't you spell it out for us? Preferably in words of 1 syllable or less.
There's no need to be dicks about it. Well, go on then. Get to it.
No problem. Joe, I walk up to the chains and begin bashing them against the wall.
I'm going to be honest, I wasn't expecting that to happen.
See, now do you understand why I tried to explain it? It might have been simple to us, but sometimes we have to use the old explain to me like I'm 5 method for the benefit of certain people.
Yeah, and it's not a bad thing that certain people need a little more guidance than others. It's nice to have variety.
Joe, is it working?
Oh yeah, it's worked, buddy. The doors open up for you.
See, I told you I knew what I was doing.
I was being sarcastic, man. No, all you've managed to achieve is to put a few chips in the wall and a couple of dents in the chain handle.
So do you want to hear my idea yet, Raarh?
Not really. Tronald, what are your thoughts on this tricky obstacle?
I'm thinking that we should try pull them. You should grab one side, and I'll grab the other with my gauntlets of strength that I received as my reward.
Fuck, that's smart. Like, that's really smart. All right, we will give that a go, buddy.
I mean, it's not that smart. I was thinking the exact same thing.
Yoo-hoo, I'm sure you was. Stop trying to steal Tronald's glory.
Dude, literally everyone apart from you was thinking it.
Yep, I'm sure they were.
My God, man, it's literally in the name.
All right, Joe. Me and Tronald begin pulling on the chains, one of us at either side.
Okay, I'm gonna need a strength check from both of you. Tronald, you will get a +6 to this.
Damn, I'm hench.
For realsies, you're now the brains and the brawn of this group.
Screw you, Raarh.
All right, so that's a 15 for me, Joe.
And a 17 for me.
Tronald and Raarh, you each grab hold of one of the heavy chains dangling from the wall's infernal horns. As you both start to pull, the chains rattle and groan under the strain. The sound of metal grinding against metal echoes through the chamber. Your hands grip the chain tightly, feeling the cold, rough links biting into your skin. The muscles in your arms and back tense and bulge as you apply all your might. It's a battle of wills between your combined strength and the stubborn weight of the stone. The wall initially seems unyielding, but as you persist, there's a faint shift, a subtle give in the mechanism. Finally, as the wall continues to raise, you hear a distinct click, a sound signaling that something within the mechanism has locked. Cautiously, you both ease off the tension on the chains, and to your relief, the wall remains in a raised position, held aloft by the mechanism.
Great. Well, hopefully that should stay up there and, not come crashing down on our heads as we attempt to walk through.
Why would it come crashing down on us? Joe specifically said that there was a click holding the wall in place. And they've already let go, and nothing's happening yet, so we should be fine.
I mean, sure, if you want to take his word on it.
Why wouldn't we take his word on it? He's basically God, so if there's anyone's word we can take, it's Joe's.
Yeah, let's carry on. We don't have time to dilly-dally. Who knows what will happen if we stay in this maze for too long? Actually, Joe, when I look up, can I see that mass of souls? And does it look to be any closer?
Saxy, you cast a glance upward, your gaze drawn to the mass of souls swirling above. With a sense of unease, you realize that it does indeed appear closer than before. Details that were once lost in the ethereal blur are now unsettlingly clear. The mass of souls, a churning collection of spectral figures, is not just a shapeless cloud, but a complex structure. You can now discern what looks like a thick net or rope drifting beneath the main mass. This eerie underlayer, too, is composed entirely of intertwined corpses, their forms melded together in an endless macabre dance. They seem to be blowing and swaying as if caught in a silent wind, yet the air around you is still, devoid of any breeze.
Well, that's slightly horrific.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly fill me with joy that we have to head towards that thing to get out of here.
Well, there will be time for worrying later. Let's just get there first.
Yeah, even though I'm 99% sure that the wall is going to stay up, I want to run through it.
I'll be doing the same, Joe.
Same. Then I want to begin following the compass again.
With a shared sense of urgency, you all swiftly run underneath the lifted stone wall, a collective unease about the off-chance possibility of it crashing down upon you. Once past the wall, you delve deeper into the maze, following the unwavering direction of the compass. As you navigate the labyrinthine corridors, a chilling sound begins to fill the air. At first, it's distant, faint shrieks and screams echoing through the stone passageways. With each step you take, the cacophony grows louder, more desperate and unsettling. The sounds of anguish and chaos resonate off the walls, creating a disorienting symphony of distress. Turning a corner, you're suddenly confronted with at least 100 ghostly figures scattered throughout the large room you've entered. They're screaming and hollering, their movements erratic and frenzied, as if trapped in their own personal nightmares. These spectral entities dash about chaotically, oblivious to your presence, lost in their own spectral turmoil. The room itself is stark, built of cold, unyielding stone with an oppressive atmosphere. The only feature breaking the monotony of the walls is a large stone door at the far end.
No, absolutely not. If this is remotely similar to the challenge I had to do, then I'd rather just die here, to be perfectly honest.
They sound like a bunch of headless chickens.
So what do you reckon we need to do in here to get through that door?
Hey, Saxy, do you think they would taste like chicken too? Because I could really do with a chicken right now.
There's absolutely zero doubt in my mind that they would not taste like chicken. I mean, for a start, they're basically ghosts, so good luck trying to eat one. And no, that was not me giving you permission to try.
Boo! You're no fun!
Stop being boring, Saxy. If Raarh wants to try eat one of the ghostly man chickens, let him try.
I'm not being boring, I'm trying to stick to the task at hand. Why don't you stop enabling him?
Tronald doesn't enable me. I'm fully abled without anyone's help.
I don't know, man. The jury's out on that one, I reckon.
Oh, don't be mean to him, Alexandrew. Raarh, we all know you're fully abled, and you make us very proud.
I'm not being mean to him. I'm just stating my opinion.
Well, you know what they say about Alexandrew's opinions. Nobody cares for them.
And why are you getting all up in my face again? I thought we squashed that.
I mean, we did, but then you verbally attacked my green boy, and nobody verbally attacks my green boy.
Right. So, Alexandrew, why don't you try use that vial of spirit essence you got? Isn't it meant to calm irritated spirits or something?
I don't know. Let me just read the label.
That wasn't funny.
Oh, well, I'm so incredibly sorry that any joke that doesn't come from you lacks humor.
Well, it's less of the fact that it came from you and more the fact that, you know, it just wasn't funny.
I agree with Tronald. Your jokes need better execution.
Yeah, right. Okay, you're one to speak. I'm pretty sure within 10 minutes of us meeting you, Raarh was getting pissed off at you, purely for how shit your joke was.
Nah, see, I disagree there. I still think he loved it, but he was just putting on a facade.
Well, if it's any help, I can confirm that I did and still think that it was shit.
Yeah, so I bet you can't even remember what it was.
Yeah, exactly. That's how shit it was.
Raarh, mind your friendly fire there, buddy. We're meant to be assaulting Alexandrew for his lack of humor. Now poor Lunaria is getting caught in the crossfire.
Ain't nobody safe when it comes to poor humor. Because if you tell a crap joke when I'm around, you're catching hands. Metaphorically, of course.
Metaphorically. Anyway, why don't we, lay off Alexandrew for a few minutes at least so he can do something useful?
I was just about to say, would you prefer it if it was back on you? But then you finished that off very nicely, I must say.
You know, I really can't wait to be done with this. If I never see any of you again, it will be too soon.
Wow, now that's just plain hurtful. We were joking, but you've gone and taken it too far.
Well, I'm not joking. You're all assholes.
Exactly. But that's what stands us out from the rest of the crowd. We know we're assholes, but that doesn't mean that an asshole couldn't be good company and help you out when it's most needed. Sometimes an asshole's just what you need to get the job done. So why don't you cheer up and come be an asshole with us?
I hope you're still being metaphorical there, Raarh.
No, I'm being illiterate.
I was going to correct you and say you meant to say literal, but, illiterate kind of works.
What's the difference?
Case in point.
He's just trying to be mean to you, Raarh. You're best off just ignoring him like I try to do.
Oh, screw you, Tronald.
Yeah, screw you, Tronald.
I'm sorry to say this, but neither of you are my type.
True. You just prefer them big and green, don't you?
Did someone say green?
What can I say? He's a lot more of a man than you are, and racially speaking, he's only half of one.
Whoa. Did you just come out on us, Tronald? Congratulations, buddy. I'm so proud of you.
No, I haven't come out of anything. I'm speaking hypothetically. I'm saying if I was that way inclined, my type wouldn't be a guy whose main job is to punch things and is too frail to even do that properly. Anyway, how the hell could I be? I mean, I don't even know how old, and I've had multiple wives.
To be fair, that never stopped Philip Schofield.
All right, guys, moving on. So are you using the vial of spirit essence, Alexandrew, or not?
Yeah, I'm using the bloody vial.
Okay. As you take out the vial of spirit essence, you carefully uncap the lid, and an ethereal mist begins to swirl out. It's a gentle vapor that seems to have a life of its own. Then the mist starts to spread throughout the room, moving with a graceful, almost sentient fluidity. As the mist reaches the tormented spirits, a transformation occurs. The chaotic movements of the ghostly figures begin to slow, their frenzied dashes and frantic screams almost completely diminishing. The mist seems to penetrate their spectral forms, instilling a sense of calm and peace. One by one, the spirits become stationary, their expressions of anguish and despair melting away into serene, peaceful visages. The room, once filled with the sounds of shrieking and wailing, now settles into silence.
Well, thank God the screaming stopped. Now I can actually think clearly.
Yeah, Joe, I walk over to the other side of the room and investigate the door. Is there any script like the first one? Or maybe another pulley system?
Give me an investigation check, Saxy.
That's a 13.
All right. You run your hands over its surface, searching for any clues or hidden levers that might reveal how it opens. Despite your best efforts and keen observation, you come up short. The door, or what appears to be a door, gives away no hints. It seems just like another solid piece of the labyrinth's wall. The cold, unyielding stone offers no crevices, no keyholes, no carvings, nothing that would typically indicate a way to open it. The only reason you can even tell it might be a door is due to its shape, a subtle outline in the stone that differs from the surrounding walls. You step back, a bit perplexed. This part of the labyrinth presents a new kind of challenge, a barrier without an apparent solution, a puzzle with no visible pieces to arrange.
Hey, Saxy, I think it's gotta have something to do with these ghostly figures, right? I mean, why else would there be hundreds of them in this room?
Probably just to piss us off.
Nah, I highly doubt that they're placed here to piss us off, Alexandrew. I think Lunaria is onto something. Lunaria, you haven't used your reward from the challenge yet, have you? What did you get again?
I got a crystal of clarity. I could try using it if you think it would help.
I say go for it. If there was ever a time in this labyrinth that we needed some clarity, this is it.
Yeah, you might as well give it a go.
All right then, Joe. I'm going to walk to the center of the room and activate my crystal.
You stride to the center of the room with the crystal of clarity in your hands. You focus your energy into it, activating its latent power. As you do, the crystal begins to draw in light from the surrounding area. It starts subtly, but quickly the effect intensifies. The crystal absorbs every stray beam and flicker of light, growing brighter and more radiant with each passing moment. Soon, it becomes a beacon within the room, pulsating with a brilliance that is almost otherworldly. Then suddenly, the crystal bursts into a blinding bright light. The intensity of the light forces everyone to shield their eyes for a few moments. When you finally look around the room again, everything initially appears as it was before, but then you notice something different. One of the ethereal figures that had been calmed by the vial of spirit essence now stands out from the rest. It appears slightly more opaque than before, its form gaining a touch more substance, a hint of tangibility amidst its ghostly brethren.
Ah, there you are, man chicken. Joe, I want to begin stalking it, getting closer and closer.
Raarh, cautiously, you start to approach the figure that now stands out among the rest. As you get closer, the figure turns its head, noticing your approach. Suddenly, it seems to react to your presence. In an instant, it takes off, sprinting aimlessly around the room once again. It moves with a frantic energy, its more substantial form dashing through the space in a ghostly blur, resuming its chaotic behavior as if startled by your proximity.
I start sprinting after it. Get back here!
I try to activate my armor, Joe. Does it work?
To your surprise, Saxy, it does work. The mechanical whirring begins, and almost immediately you are fully encased in your protective armor. It seems like whatever magic was preventing you from using your own skill sets in the previous chamber has fully faded here.
Thank the gods for that. Right. I'm going to help Raarh in trying to corral this thing.
Okay, so I'm going to need either a strength check or a dexterity check to try capture it, depending on the approach you want to use.
That's a 21 strength for me.
And a 15 dexterity for me.
All right. You both spring into action, attempting to corral and capture the suddenly animated spirit. Raarh, you move with impressive agility for someone of your size, trying to anticipate the spirit's erratic movements, whilst Saxy nimbly navigates the room, working in tandem with Raarh to corner the spirit. The spirit, however, proves to be quite elusive. Each time one of you gets close, it darts in the opposite direction with a burst of ghostly speed. It's like a chaotic game of tag, with the spirit slipping through your grasp at the last second. Then in a moment of coordinated effort, Saxy, you manage to steer the spirit towards Raarh by blocking its escape routes. Raarh, seizing the opportunity, you make a ferocious leap towards the spirit. You manage to grab the spirit by the neck midair, wrestling it to the floor in a flurry of limbs.
Now let's find out once and for all if you taste like chicken.
No, Raarh, don't do that. We're going to need it.
Sorry, Saxy, but my intrusive thoughts have got the better of me. Joe, I bite into the spirit.
Raarh, a sudden impulsive thought takes hold, and without hesitation you act on it. As you bite into the spirit, your teeth meet an unexpected resistance, akin to biting into a dense mist. The The sensation is bizarre, almost as if you're tearing through something both tangible and intangible at once. As you clamp down and rip out a chunk of ghostly meat, an extraordinary reaction unfolds. The spirit seems to implode from the point where you've bitten. Its essence, now wildly unstable, bursts forth in a radiant display of spectral energy. This energy shoots across the room straight toward the stone door. The impact is monumental. The energy collides with the door, and in a spectacular display, the door begins to crumble. But it's not just a simple collapse. The door seems to be disintegrating at a molecular level, leaving behind a gaping hole where the solid stone barrier once stood. The remnants of the door fade into nothingness, as if erased from existence by the unleashed spirit's essence.
I really don't care about any of that. What I want to know is, did it taste like chicken?
Yeah, sure, whatever, man. It tasted like chicken.
Excellent.
And just like that, we're through. Shall we head on in then and see what awaits us?
Yeah, but before we do, Joe, whereabouts is that net ladder made of corpses in relation to us now?
It's almost directly above you at this point. You figure that as soon as you go through this entrance where the stone door once stood, it's maybe around another 200 feet in that direction.
All right then, we head through the door and towards it.
Okay. After a few minutes of navigating the new area, the compass starts behaving erratically. The needle, once so steady and reliable, begins to spin wildly, losing all sense of direction. It's then you all feel a slight breeze, a gentle but unnatural wind that seems out of place in the still enclosed labyrinth. You look up and realize that the source of this breeze is the mass of souls directly above you. This close, the net of corpses that hangs beneath the swirling souls is flailing much more aggressively than you had observed from afar. The net, a ghastly tapestry of lost souls, swings and sways violently. Its movement is the source of the ghostly wind that now brushes against your skin.
All aboard, that's going aboard. I'm going to wait until it swings back over us again, then jump up and grab it, Joe.
Nice. What's everyone else doing?
Yeah, I'll do the same thing.
Yeah, same.
I follow Raarh.
Yep.
I'm gonna need you all to make athletics checks for me.
That's an 18 for me.
A 15 for me.
Damn, that's only a 13 even with my gauntlets of strength.
That's a 10 for me, Joe.
And a 17 for me.
With your combined efforts, you time your jumps to catch the net as it swings back around. Alexandrew and Tronald, you both struggle a bit to secure your hold on the macabre net, your hands slipping on the ghastly forms. But Raarh, with his immense strength, along with Saxi and Lunaria's quick reflexes, managed to pull you up safely onto the net. As you begin the arduous climb up this grotesque tapestry, the experience is as unsettling as it is gruesome. The corpses, intertwined in eternal torment, form a morbid ladder toward your destination. As you climb, the details of the damned are impossible to ignore. Each grasp and foothold brings you in contact with the remnants of those who once dared this labyrinth. A particularly harrowing moment occurs when Alexandrew, placing his full weight on what appears to be a sturdy jaw. It's then he hears a sickening snap. The jaw snaps off, sending a jolt of panic through the group as he almost loses his grip, nearly tumbling down. Quick reactions from the rest of you save him from a dreadful fall. The ascent is slow and treacherous, each movement calculated to avoid the fate of those whose bodies now serve as your path. Finally, after what seems like an eternity, you all arrive at the top, just outside the colossal sphere of bodies. As you gaze upon it, the mass of corpses unnaturally parts, creating a massive archway. A foul stench of death and decay wafts out. From within this ghastly gateway, a necrotic green hue emanates towards you all, beckoning you inside.
That stinks. And not the good kind either. The nasty kind.
You know what? I figured as much. When somebody says something stinks, I don't think they ever mean it in a pleasant way.
Well then, shall we venture inside and see what awaits us?
Should we do it stealthily?
I don't really think it matters at this point. I mean, it's not like whatever it is doesn't know we're coming.
Well, I'm walking in. The quicker we get this over with, the quicker we can get away from this stink. I mean, it smells worse than Gylro, and I didn't think that was possible.
Huh? Who's Gylro?
He was just some stinky guy who Raarh threw against a tree. He tried to help us at the beginning of our story, but he died pretty quickly. He was kind of weak, to be honest.
Can you stop talking about Gylro when I'm so close to Raarh? I don't want to get vomit all over my suit. Joe, we head on inside then.
As you all step through the archway formed by the parting corpses, you enter the green-hued mist. It swirls around you, thick and almost tangible, obscuring your vision. When the mist finally clears, you find yourselves in a colossal chamber, a nightmarish construct straight out of a horror story. The chamber is built entirely of bones, tendons, and other remnants of the countless lost souls that make up the labyrinth. The walls, the ceiling, even the floor beneath your feet are composed of this macabre material. With every step you take, the sickening crunch of breaking bones echoes through the chamber, a constant reminder of the grim surroundings. At the front and center of this bone-built chamber stands a being like nothing you have ever seen before. Towering at about 15 feet tall, the figure is truly a monstrous sight. Cords, tendons, and sinews stretch from its body, connecting it to the walls and ceiling as if it is part of the chamber itself. The creature appears dormant, a grotesque statue in this cathedral of death. You exchange wary glances with each other. Then suddenly, the figure's eyes snap open. They fix on your group with a piercing gaze, taking in each of you with a long, hard look.
Ah, weary travelers, you who wander the halls of my macabre sanctuary. I am Verastrix, the harbinger of desolation. Behold the grandeur of my abode, where life and death intertwine in an eternal dance. Here, the very walls breathe with the vitality of the fallen, their bones and sinews woven into the fabric of my domain. Life, a fleeting spark in the void, is but a prelude to the glorious decay that awaits us all. Each soul that succumbs within these walls becomes a thread in the tapestry of my existence, their essence fueling my dominion. The screams that once echoed now whisper secrets of the grave, a chorus that sings the truth of our existence.
It's at this point, Verastrix begins to move. With each step he takes forward, the very essence of the chamber seems to respond. Sinew and bone snap and stretch, attaching to him like magnets drawn to a formidable force. His towering form grows ever more grotesque with the amalgamation of the elements. The ground trembles beneath his massive feet. Bones crack and flesh squishes under his weight.
You stand amidst the remnants of countless lives, their stories etched into the very bones that cradle you. Your flesh, unmarred by the rot of the labyrinth, still harbors the seed of your demise. Soon, you too shall succumb. Soon, your bodies will provide a fresh offering to my hallowed halls. For foolish are those who cling to the illusion of life, for in the end all paths lead to decay. Your struggle, your defiance, it amuses me. Soon, you will join the ranks of the eternal, your flesh and spirit woven into the very walls that have witnessed your futile journey. The labyrinth awaits to claim you, to embrace you in its cold, unyielding grasp. Prepare, for your end is nigh, and you shall become one with the everlasting rot.
And that is where we will pick up next session. See you later, guys.
What the hell,
No,
man?
you can't just end it
We're
there.
all gonna fucking die.
As Verastrix concludes his bone-chilling declaration, it becomes evident that what he utters is not a mere threat, but an unyielding promise. The air around you grows thicker with the stench of rot and decay. Raising his sword high into the air, a surge of dark energy erupts from behind him, and in a spectacle of terror and awe, shadowy tendrils like the arms of the damned coil around him, forming a sinister armor of writhing darkness.
We're in danger.
And with that, I'm going to need everyone to roll for initiative.
That's a natural 20 for me, Joe.
Oh, come on. That's a 5 for me.
A 10 over here.
Oh, lovely. I rolled an 8.
I also got a natural 20 for a 24 total, Joe.
That's quite an array of rolls, guys. Well, Verastrix rolled a natural 20 also for a 24 total, so we're going to have a roll-off to see who goes first.
That's a 16.
Awesome. Well, he rolled a 12, so that means you're up first, Alexandrew. What you doing?
So, straight off the bat, I want to drop a darkness just so it overlaps him a little bit. Hopefully this will blind him for long enough for us to close the distance.
How are you doing that? Darkness only has a 60-foot range.
Ah, true. Right, I'm going to use Step of the Wind as my bonus action. Then I'm going to run 80 feet this way. Then I'll cast Darkness.
Awesome! As the final syllable of the spell echoes through the cavernous lair, a sphere of impenetrable blackness begins to form around Verastrix. It expands rapidly, engulfing him in a void where even the faintest glimmers of light cannot penetrate. This darkness is not merely the absence of light, but a physical manifestation of shadow, a realm of sightlessness where even the most perceptive of eyes are rendered useless. Now it's Verastrix's turn. He's going to move within 10 feet of you, Alexandrew, then make a slash with his sword towards you, followed by a swipe with his claws.
How's he doing that, man? He should have disadvantage at least, right? That's the whole reason I put up Darkness.
Yeah, well, True Sight's a bitch.
Of course he has that.
I'm really feeling like This is the first real boss we've encountered, guys. We need to be playing this smart.
So that's a 26 to hit you with his sword attack, and a 16 to hit you with his claws.
So obviously the 26 hits, but the 16 misses. My AC is 17.
Suddenly the air slices with a hiss as Verastrix's sword, imbued with dark magic, cuts through the darkness towards you, Alexandrew. Despite the shield of shadow, the fiend's instincts are unerring. Alexandrew, you feel a cold, sharp pain as the sword tears through your defenses. The moment the blade touches your skin, a sensation far worse than the cut itself manifests. Your flesh seems to scream in protest, feeling as if it's being corrupted from within. So that's 12 points of slashing damage, and an additional 10 points of necrotic damage.
Holy moly, I bet you're glad he missed that second attack. Well, at least that's his moves done for now, I guess. I suppose that amount of damage output isn't too bad.
Ha, yeah, right. Well, anyway, he's going to move back to where he was, then that's his turn. All right, Tronald, you're up, with Raarh on deck.
Wait, shouldn't I have made a concentration check for my darkness?
Yeah, you should have. Good shout, man. Roll it for me.
Well, I want to choose to fail it. I mean, the whole reason I put it there in the first place was to try and blind him, but the guy has true sight, so what's the point?
That's fair enough, man.
All right, so I want to reach out and cast haste on Raarh. Then I want to move all the way back here, keeping my distance.
That's a good shout, man.
Raarh, the moment Tronald's spell connects, a surge of energy courses through your veins. You feel a dramatic surge in agility and alertness. Your movements, now lightning fast, are a blur to those around you. The world seems to move in slow motion as you stand there, ready to react with unprecedented speed.
Alrighty then, Joe. Well, firstly, I'm going to fucking rage. Then, I'm going to use my hasted action to dash. That will give me a movement speed of 160 feet. I charge towards the necro bitch and smash him twice with my great axe. Both attacks will be reckless.
Jesus, that's actually terrifying. Imagine seeing Raarh charging towards you at 18.2 miles per hour. I mean, it's not world record standard. But then again, the record holders aren't exactly weighing in at 400 pounds of pure muscle and carrying an axe that's heavier than most people. Just food for thought.
It's moments like this that I want you to know. We appreciate you, Saxy.
Oh, fuck off! That's a 12 total, even with advantage for my first attack. Then my second attack was an 18.
Well, the 18 hits, buddy.
Oh, right. Cool! So that's 18 points of slashing damage.
Just a quick one. Is your great axe magical?
I mean, it's pretty magical to me, yeah.
No, I don't mean what's your opinion of it. I mean, is it classed as a magical weapon?
Oh, well, in that case, no, Joe. No, it is not.
That's a shame. So all your attacks are only going to do half damage.
Fuck you, Joe!
Lovely. Right, so now it's your turn, Lunaria. What are you going to do?
I'm going to channel the power of a tempest and cast Call Lightning above Verastrix.
Lunaria, you raise your hands to the sky, calling upon the forces of nature. The air around you charges with energy as storm clouds gather overhead, responding to your command. With a focused gesture, you unleash a bolt of pure, crackling energy. It descends with a deafening roar, striking Verastrix squarely. The brilliant flash of lightning illuminates the battlefield, and the thunderous impact echoes through the lair. He staggers under the force of it as electricity dances wildly over his form. Nice! So he rolled a 5, which won't bring him above your spell save DC.
Alright, so that's 20 points of lightning damage.
Awesome. You should note, whilst the impact was brutal, it seemed to be significantly less than you would have hoped for. It seems he has resistance to lightning damage.
Oh, right. Well, in that case, I'm going to use my bonus action to wild shape into a direwolf. Then use its full movement to get up here.
Any chance of a heal, Lunaria?
I couldn't reach you with a heal without using my direwolf's movement, and I don't have any actions to do so currently, so you'll just have to hang on for now.
All right, so Verastrix is going to use 2 of his legendary actions to cast Hunger of Hadar.
2 of his legendary what?
Legendary actions, Tronald. They're for bosses that are a cut above the rest.
And how many of those does he get per turn?
Who knows, it could be any, but they reset at the start of his turn. And he can only use them once after each of us finishes our turns. The fact that he's got access to them just gives more clout to my statement that we should be taking this very seriously.
Okay, so as the spell takes form, this sphere of blackness, surrounded by a cacophony of soft whispers and slurping noises, is a glimpse into another world. The darkness is so complete, so absolute, that it seems to swallow the very light around it. Alexandrew and Raarh, you find yourselves caught inside of this terrifying anomaly. Almost immediately, you're assaulted by an intense cold, that seeps into your very bones as countless unseen mouths gnaw and nibble at your flesh. The sensation is as horrifying as it is painful, leaving you disoriented and struggling within the spell's grasp.
So what damage does it do, Joe?
Nothing yet.
Well, that's ominous.
Okay, well, it's your turn now, Saxy.
Right, so my AC is already at 21, but I'm going to cast Blur on myself, giving any direct attacks against me disadvantage. Then, I'm going to run my full movement up here.
Awesome. Vorastrix is going to use another one of his legendary actions to make a claw attack against you, Raarh. That's a 18 to hit.
Yep, that gets me. My AC is now 17 because of Tronald's haste.
And that's 9 points of slashing damage alongside 3 points of necrotic damage, all reduced to 6 total because of your rage.
All right, Joe, so I'm going to...
It's not your turn yet, buddy. He still has to take his lair action.
His what action?
Oh, great. So, yeah, it's just another reason why this whole thing could go terribly.
Suddenly, 2 beams of sinister necrotic energy burst forth from the sides of the cavern. These beams, pulsating with a malevolent green glow, streak across the battlefield. That's a 22 to hit and a 17 to hit, both rolled with disadvantage because of your blur.
What the hell was that noise you just made?
That was the sound of the necrotic energy zooming across the battlefield.
Awesome. I liked it.
Yeah, so the 22 just hits, but the 17 misses.
That's 18 points of necrotic damage to you, Saxy.
18 points of damage from a goddamn lair action?
Yeah, I know. It could have been better, but he missed one of his attacks, didn't he?
That's not what I meant, Joe, and you know it.
Give me a concentration check for your blur, Saxy.
That's a 15, so I maintain concentration.
So top of the round. Now it's your turn, Alexandrew.
All right, so I want to...
But before you do, you take 8 points of cold damage for starting your turn in the Hunger of Hadar.
Sweet, whatever. Can I go yet?
Yep, you're in the driver's seat, Alexandrew. What you doing?
I want to run over here and make 2 attacks against Vorastrix. So that's a tainted 20 to hit and 10.
Yeah, the 20 hits, but obviously the 10 misses.
For fuck's sake! That's a 1 on my damage, for 5 total. I'm going to spend a key point to do a flurry of blows, and I'll also be attempting to stunning strike him. That's a 25 to hit, which hits, and a 13 to hit.
The 13 misses.
So that's 7 points of damage.
Cool. Unfortunately, he rolled a 21 on his saving throw, so you don't manage to stun him. And that's a natural 20 and a 12 for his concentration checks for the Hunger of Hadar spell. All right, so now it's Vorastrix's turn. At the start of his turn, he heals 10 health points. Also, any creature within 10 feet of him takes 5 points of necrotic damage, halved for Raarh. Now he's going to make a multi-attack towards you, Raarh. That's a 17 to hit.
Yep, that hits me.
So that's 12 points of slashing damage and 1 point of necrotic damage reduced to 6 total. Now he's going to make a claw attack towards you, Alexandrew. That's a 19 to hit.
Yep, of course that gets me.
And 9 points of slashing damage alongside 8 points of necrotic damage.
Well, that's me down.
Oof, unlucky man. All right, Tronald, you're up.
Well, I can't see diddly squat thanks to that Hunger of Hadar spell. So I'm just going to use my movement and action to move all the way over here, Joe. And that's the end of my turn.
Damn. All right. Raarh, you're up. At the start of your turn, you take 6 points of cold damage reduced to 3.
All right, at the sight of Vorastrix killing our Baldy, I get even angrier. I'm going to make 3 attacks against him. All 3 reckless, and all 3 great weapon master. So my first attack is a natural 19 and a natural 18. My second attack is a natural 19 and a natural 20. And my third attack is a 22 total.
Damn, that's awesome. I can't believe all of them hit even with the -5 to your attack rolls.
So my first hit does 21 points of damage. My second hit, the crit, does 32 points of damage. And yeah, I only doubled the actual dice for it. And my third hit is 23 damage. So that's 76 total damage, motherfuckers.
Holy shit.
That's actually insane. Jesus, man, is that the highest damage you've ever rolled in one go so far?
I believe so, but I'm not really keeping track.
Okay, Raarh, with a battle cry that shakes the cavern, you surge forward. Your great axe, a lethal extension of your rage, swings with absolute precision. The first strike hits Vorastrix with a resounding crash, slicing through demonic flesh, sparks and blood flying in a visceral display. The fiend staggers back, roaring in pain and surprise, but before he gets chance to react, you continue your assault. Your second swing is a maelstrom of violence, the axe cutting even deeper into the fiend's hide. Dark ichor splashes across your face, the warm, sticky sensation further fueling your fury. Then, with a final roar, you gather all your might for your final crushing blow. Your axe descends in a brutal arc, a perfect blend of power and rage, slamming into the foe with a force that echoes through the cavern.
Fantastic work, Raarh.
I almost feel bad that I've got to half it to 38 points of damage.
Don't feel bad about it, Joe. It just means I get to hit him more times.
And that's the optimism I love to see. Well, good news. He rolled a 5 on his concentration check, so the concentration on his spell has been utterly broken. He's going to use a legendary action to attack you, Raarh. That's a 19 to hit. So that's 10 points of slashing damage alongside 3 points of necrotic damage, halved for 6 damage total. All right, it's your turn, Lunaria.
Okay, so I'm going to use my bonus action to re-trigger the Call Lightning. Wow, so I only rolled an 8 for my damage.
Let's see what he rolls. Oof, that's a 24 on his saving throw. So that's halved to 4 damage and halved again to 2 because of his resistance to lightning.
Damn it, that's a shame. Anyway, I'm going to use my full movement and my action to move all the way up here, Joe.
Suddenly, Vorastrix pulls both of his arms out wide, and with a resounding clap, he slams them together. A shockwave of crackling energy erupts from his palms, sending a deafening boom echoing through the cavern. The air itself seems to warp and tremble as the thunder wave surges outward in a vicious, expanding ring. Lunaria and Raarh, you find yourselves caught in the maelstrom. The force of the blast hits you with the power of a raging storm. It's as if the very sound is trying to tear you apart. This is him using 2 of his legendary actions to cast Thunder Wave at level 3. He's attempting to knock you back and down into the chasm, Lunaria.
But I don't want to fall down there.
Well, you better pass your saving throw then. It's a Constitution saving throw, and I'm going to need one from both of you.
That's a 17 for me, Joe.
And a 14 for me.
Raarh and Lunaria, as the thunder wave unleashed by Vorastrix engulfs you, you both brace yourselves for its impact. Raarh, despite your formidable strength and battle-hardened resilience, the wave's overwhelming force proves too much. With a roll of 14, you struggle in vain against the torrent of energy. It lifts you off your feet, sending you flying backwards. You crash to the ground 10 feet away, the impact jarring your entire body. Lunaria, in your dire wolf form, your instincts and agility come to the fore. You dig your claws into the ground, muscles tensed like coiled springs. As the wave hits, you feel its force trying to sweep you away, but you stand firm. The energy swirls and howls around you, but you remain unmoved.
Well, I'm glad I passed that one.
So that's 18 points of thunder damage, reduced to 9 for both of you. All right, Saxy, you're up.
Tronald, I'm going to need you to vortex warp me next to Raarh on your turn.
Tronald agrees to these terms.
Joe, I'm going to use my movement to run over here. Then I'm going to hold my action. I'll be casting a spell.
Okay, awesome. Alexandrew, as you lie motionless, Vorastrix turns his malevolent gaze upon you. In a swift, merciless motion, he lunges with a claw attack for his legendary action. That's a 23 to hit.
Yeah, that fucking hits me, man.
So that's 2 failed death saves for you, buddy.
Why the hell is he attacking me anyway? I'm down already.
He's quite an intelligent creature and is fully aware of the possibility of you coming back, so to speak. He's clearly attempting to remove that option from the table.
Brutal.
All right, so now it's the lair action's turn. The atmosphere shifts ominously as the cavernous expanse is suddenly filled with the haunting echoes of piercing screams. Out of the shadows, at least 20 spectral figures emerge, rushing towards you, Tronald, like a tidal wave. These ghostly apparitions swarm around you. I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw, buddy.
Ew, that's a 7 total, but I'm going to use one of my luckies. Better, that's a 16 total.
All right. The barrage of souls, their cries echoing in the cavern, engulf you in a wave of necrotic energy. As each one of them impacts, you feel a cold, gnawing sensation seeping into your very bones. However, your resilience shines through. While the spirit's touch pierces deep, dealing 13 points of necrotic damage, your save was successful, halving the damage and preventing paralysis.
Paralysis? That could have been really bad.
Yeah, it could have, but you cheesed it as per usual.
All hail Tronald, the master of cheese.
Give me a concentration check, Tronald, to see if you can maintain your haste.
That's a 15.
Nice. You maintain concentration with little to no struggle. All right, so top of the round, Alexandrew, give me a death saving throw.
You better hope you roll a natural 20, or you're dead, Alexandrew.
Huh? How would I be dead?
Ugh, it doesn't matter. You'll see what I mean.
That's a 17, Joe.
Nice, so that's 1 success for you.
See? I'm fine for now. Hopefully someone can get me up this round, though.
All right, so now it's Vorastrix's turn. He's going to automatically heal 10 points because it's the start of his turn. Then everyone within 10 feet of him takes 5 necrotic damage.
And there we go. That was what I meant.
Alexandrew. As the final moments unfold, the grim reality sets in. The last 5 points of damage delivered is enough to seal your fate. The chill of necrotic energy pulsates through you. Lying there, you gaze up at the horrifying creature looming above. In these fleeting seconds, your mind races through a torrent of unfulfilled dreams, the realization that you'll never have the chance to find your father, who might still be out there. The longing for reconciliation, a chance to heal old wounds, now remains a distant wish. Memories of Master Shenzhou flash before your eyes. You never got to bid him a proper farewell, to express your gratitude and respect. The promise you made to him that you would be there in his final moments was nothing but a lie. Yet, as you exhale for the last time, a strange sense of peace surrounds you. In this final surrender, there's a bitter comfort in knowing that Master Shenzhou too will soon join you in whatever lies beyond. Your journey ends not with triumph, but with acceptance. A silent farewell to a world left with stories untold and paths untraveled.
No, Alexandrew.
Farewell, bold man. May the winds of the heavens eternally caress your scalp.
Well, this situation's slightly fucked.
A sick smile cracks across the fiend's face as he says,
Do not weep for the fallen, for he shall never be alone. His spirit shall dwell forever in my domain, a silent companion in my eternal halls. And soon you will join him. Now, meet your death.
Let's kill this motherfucker.
All right then, so it's his turn now. He's going to do a multi-attack towards you, Raarh. That's a 27 to hit and a 21 to hit.
Yep, both of them hit.
So that's 34 total damage reduced to 17 because of your rage. All right, Tronald, you're up.
Do it, Tronald. Let's kill this bastard.
I raise my arms and focus my mind as I cast Vortex Warp on Saxiron, teleporting him directly next to Raarh.
Awesome. All right, so your held action triggers, Saxy. What you doing?
As soon as I land next to Raarh, I want to reach out and touch him.
Ooh, this is nice. I like this.
Then I cast Magic Weapon on his Great Axe. This will give him a bonus to hit and his damage, but most importantly, it will do as the name says, and make his weapon magical.
That's amazing, dude. All right, Tronald, are you doing anything else this turn?
Nope, I'm really more of a support figure this fight, it seems.
And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, man. The haste alone was an S-tier play.
So that means it's your turn, Raarh.
All right, Joe. I want to smash the big fucker in his face 3 times with my great axe.
Are you adding any of your buffs to it?
Yeah, I'll be going Great Weapon Master and Reckless on all 3. So you're not going to believe this, but you can come have a look if you want. Taking the highest roll from each pair of rolls, I rolled 2 natural 20s and a 24.
Holy shit.
Jesus Christ, man, that's insane.
I think that's the most beautiful series of rolls I've ever witnessed.
You're basically soloing the boss at this point.
Go on then, Raarh. Let's see that damage.
Do you need help counting that up, buddy?
That's 82 points of damage, plus 3 damage from the magical weapon buff, so 85 damage total.
Whoa.
Raarh, as you begin your deadly assault, each slash of your great axe is a symphony of destruction. The first strike tears through the entity's flesh with a brutal crunch, bones splintering under your relentless force as dark ichor sprays in the wake of your blade. You follow with another vicious slash, deeper and more ferocious. Your axe cleaves muscle and sinew, the sound of tearing flesh echoing through your ears. And with a final thunderous roar, your great axe descends in a devastating arc, almost splitting the entity in two with an earth-shattering impact.
Is he dead yet?
No, he isn't dead, but he's starting to look rough.
What do you mean, starting to look rough?
Now he's going to use 2 of his legendary actions to cast Necrotic Embrace. You all watch as what seems to be whatever life force remains of the multiple souls who have been woven into the fabric of the walls is sapped and drained, the energy swirling and connecting with him. That heals him by 28 health points.
Oh, come on, man.
Right, Lunaria, you're up.
I'm going to lunge towards the entity, taking a vicious bite out of him. I'll get to roll with advantage because of pack tactics in my dire wolf form. That's a natural 20, baby.
Nice work, Lunaria.
And that's 23 points of damage. I'm pretty sure that's going to be reduced to 12 because my wild shape attacks aren't magical yet.
Yeah, you're right, it's halved, but don't worry, that's still pretty damn impressive.
Then, I'm going to use my bonus action to call lightning again.
Awesome, he rolled a natural 1 on his save, so he takes half damage because of his resistance.
Yes, that's almost max damage. I rolled 28 damage, Joe.
Sweet, so it's reduced to 14. All right, he's going to make a slash with his claws towards you, Lunaria, for his legendary action. So that's a 24 to hit, which I'm guessing does. So that's 14 points of damage to you.
It's okay, I'm fine.
You're up, Saxy.
I want to make a booming blade attack against him. That's a 22 to hit.
Nice, that hits.
And 12 points of damage. 3 of that was thunder damage. Then I'll be making a second attack. That's a 19 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
and 8 points of piercing damage.
Nice stuff, man. So 20 points total, reduced to 12 after taking resistances into account and halving your piercing damage. It's at this point a sudden and sinister movement catches your eye. From the shadowed recesses of the cavern, 2 sinewy tendrils emerge with lightning speed. These grotesque appendages, pulsating with dark energy, whip out towards you, Tronald and Saxy, homing onto you with precision. The tentacles, slick and menacing, lash through the air, aiming to ensnare you in their grasp and to drag you helplessly towards the walls of the cavern. I'm gonna need dex saving throws from both of you.
That's a 17 for me.
And a 15 for me.
Tronald, with a swift and agile maneuver, you manage to narrowly evade the grasping tendrils. While you escape the worst of their grip, the sheer force of the near miss still buffets you harshly. You take 7 points of bludgeoning damage. Saxy, your fate is less fortunate. The sinewy tentacles latch onto you with unyielding strength, dragging you wildly across the cavern floor. Your armor grates and scrapes against the rough surface, almost sparking from the friction. With a violent motion, you're slammed against the wall, the impact reverberating through your body. You suffer 15 points of bludgeoning damage and find yourself restrained, pinned mercilessly against the cavern's wall by the lair's menacing tendrils. I'm going to need a concentration check from both of you to see if you can maintain the magic weapon and haste buff you've given Raarh.
That's a 19 on my concentration.
And a 16 for mine.
Okay, so you both successfully save. Now it's Vorestrix's turn again. He's going to automatically heal by 10 health. Then everyone within 10 feet of him takes 5 necrotic damage, so that's Raarh and Lunaria. He lifts his sword up menacingly in preparation for his multi-attack. He's going to make a slash with his sword against you, Lunaria, and a claw attack against you, Raarh. That's a 21 to hit you, Raarh. And 18 points of damage reduced to 9. And that's a 25 against you, Lunaria. Jesus, that was a really good roll.
Oh god, here we go.
So you take 16 points of slashing damage and 10 points of necrotic damage for 26 total.
Well, damn.
Guys, we're gonna need to think about getting the hell out of here soon. This is not looking good.
Where would we even go? This entire space is his. We can't escape. We can't run. The only thing we can do is fight. That's the only way we're getting out of here alive, Saxy.
I can think of one option, but I really don't want to use it. But if death is the only alternative, we might just have to.
And what option's that?
Vizuriel, you could try to—
Hell no. What makes you think he would help at all? Hell, if he did help, he would probably just kill all of you for funsies whilst he was at it, just like he did Celestia.
I just mean that he seemed pretty keen on keeping you alive. And if this guy plans to unalive you, he might have a problem with that.
No, and that's the end of it. We're fighting this creature and we're going to win. I've still got plenty of tricks up my sleeve.
Yeah, fuck that horny man. We don't need his help. And yeah, he might want Tronald alive, but he certainly doesn't care either way about any of us.
And on that note, it's your turn, Tronald.
Joe, I'm going to cast Fireball.
Oh, damn, that's risky.
I'm going to make sure to aim it perfectly so it just catches him without getting any of us.
Give me an intelligence check to see if you manage to aim it right, Tronald.
Lucky. That's an 18 total, Joe.
Nice. So he rolled a 22 on his saving throw.
Nice, so that's 33 points of fire damage, Joe.
Awesome, so 33 halved, that's 16. Halved again because he's resistant to fire, so that's 8 damage.
What the hell? You never told us he was resistant to fire as well.
Why would he tell you what he's resistant to? That just seems like it would be a terrible approach from a tactical standpoint.
That's fair enough, I guess.
All right then. Vorestrix, with a calculated and menacing poise, steadies himself, gripping his massive sword with both hands. Dark energy begins swirling with ominous intent. The energy envelops the blade, casting sinister shadows that dance across the cavern walls. He's preparing to use all 3 of his legendary actions for this one devastating strike. And it's a strike he will be aiming towards you, Raarh. Holy crap, that's a natural 20, buddy.
Well, fuck.
2 words for you, Joe. Silvery barbs.
Wait, are you even within casting distance for silvery barbs?
Of course I am. It's a 60-foot range. Why else do you think I've moved to and stayed in this exact spot?
Damn, that's awesome, man. I guess I'll re-roll that then. That's a 13 total. He rolled super low.
Ha! You missed me.
All right, it's your turn, Raarh. What you doing?
You know the score, Joe? I'll be making 3 attacks on this dumbass, all with Reckless, but no Great Weapon Master this time. I want to make sure I don't miss. That's a natural 20, a 22, and an 18.
How are you doing this, man? I don't think you've missed once since you started this onslaught, and you've rolled like 4 natural 20s.
I don't know what to tell you, Joe. Guess it's all in the flick of the wrist. That's 46 damage plus 3 damage from the magical weapon, so 49 damage total.
You know what, buddy? I'm really glad I get to say this because you have been an absolute monster this whole battle. So, Raarh, how do you want to do this?
Yes.
Epic.
Excellent, Raarh.
I look up at him, staring directly into his eyes as I say, you know what? It's funny, really, because you said that you were going to devour our souls, yet here I stand, ready to devour you. Then I jump up and bite him in the jugular, ripping into his neck with my teeth.
What a fucking savage.
That was beautiful, Raarh.
With those words hanging in the air, Raarh, you channel every ounce of your strength and ferocity into one final, decisive act. In a swift, powerful leap, you surge upwards, closing the distance between you and Vorastrix in a heartbeat. With a primal roar, you clamp your teeth onto Vorastrix's jugular. Your teeth sink deep into the fiend's neck, tearing through sinew, hide, and flesh with brutal efficiency. Blood gushes forth as you rip into Vorastrix's throat, the taste of victory, vengeance, and iron mingling in your mouth. Vorastrix's eyes widen in shock and pain, a gurgling roar escaping his lips as he flails in a futile attempt to dislodge you. But it's too late. Your attack is relentless, and with a final guttural scream, you wrench away a vital part of his neck. Vorastrix's massive form staggers, then collapses with a thunderous crash, the echo of his downfall resounding through the cavern. As you stand over your vanquished enemy, the reality of your triumph sets in. Vorastrix, the terror that once seemed invincible, now lies defeated, brought down by your fierce resolve and raw power.
So, are we going to talk about the elephant in the room? What are we going to do with Alexandrew? Shall we give him the old Gylro treatment? Because there ain't any trees around to throw him into, so we could just toss him down the chasm. I mean, we could use the scroll of resurrection I received from Master Shenzhou on him, but I thought we were saving that for Celestia.
No, we're not throwing him down the chasm. I feel terrible, guys. For the majority of the time we knew him, I was a total dick, especially throughout this whole trial. I don't know if using the scroll on him would be the right thing to do or not, but if we do that, we're abandoning the chance of recovering Celestia altogether.
I don't like the idea that one life is worth more than another when it comes to my companions. So I'm in favor of using the scroll.
Yeah, I agree with you, Saxy. Alexandrew was more than just a member of our team. He was our friend, our brother in arms. His people at the monastery, they're going to need someone like him when Master Shenzhou passes into the next life. You know, Alexandrew never hesitated to put himself on the line for us. Remember the chains of brass? We could have been goners, but he didn't think twice about diving into the fray. And this scroll, it belonged to his temple. It was part of his heritage. Using it to bring him back, it feels right. We owe him that much, at least. We owe it to him to bring him back and to honor the courage he showed us.
That's not our only option, guys. Do you see this necklace? It was a gift from my mother. Just like her mother gave it to her. It's been in my family for forever. Why am I bringing it up? Because it's a diamond, and I'm certain it possesses the value required to use the Revivify spell. This necklace has been the only thing of home I've carried with me since I was ripped away. It's invaluable to me, but I can't sit by knowing I could have saved him and chose not to. It would be beyond selfish, and no matter how valuable this necklace is to me, the value of a life is much more so. Joe, I walk over to Alexandrew's body, then I rest a hand on him. I grip the necklace in my other hand. Then I cast Revivify.
Lunaria, as you solemnly approach Alexandrew's still body, the weight of your decision is etched in your every step. Kneeling beside him, you gently place one hand on him while tightly gripping the diamond necklace with your other hand, a symbol of your cherished past. As you begin the incantation for Revivify, the air around you grows still, thick with magic and expectation. The diamond in your necklace starts to glow, bathing both your hand and Alexandrew in a warm, comforting light. The radiance grows, pulsing with energy. With the spell's crescendo, the light surges and then releases in a gentle burst. The diamond, your link to home, sacrifices its form, turning into shimmering dust that begins to swirl around Alexandrew. If anyone else would like to do something to assist with this, now would be the time.
I walk over to Alexandrew, kneeling beside him. You've got to come back to us, buddy. We might not have seen eye to eye recently, but that was only because I was scared. I was terrified that my own rashness in using two of our skill sets through my trial would have been the end of Raarh. So I took it out on you. I projected it undeservedly towards you. I'm sorry for that. Your people need you. We're going to go and overthrow them goblins, and we're going to need your help for that. Then that's me, Joe.
I do the same, Joe. I walk over to him and say, no matter how peaceful it is, in the place you are now, I'm afraid you have to come back. Like Tronald said, your people need you. Master Shenzhou needs you. You made him a promise that you would be there in his final moments, and you never struck me as the kind of guy who goes back on his word. So wake up.
All right, so I guess I'll do something as well. I walk over to him. Then I reach into my pack and pull out a half-eaten chicken leg. It's a little bit fuzzy at this point, but it's nicest like that, gives it that extra flavor and texture. Anyway, I want you to have this, Alexandrew. So I open up his mouth a little bit with my fingers, then just plop it inside. Then that's me finished, Joe.
Great. So even if he comes back to us, he's probably going to die of food poisoning. Great work, Raarh.
Okay, I'm going to need you to roll a straight D20 for me, Lunaria. Just as a side note, the way we will be running revives in this campaign is that the DC will get slightly higher every time someone comes back from the brink. Also, assists from other party members in creative or unique ways will lower that DC.
I rolled a 12, Joe.
So, the diamond dust begins to swirl, then gradually descends toward Alexandrew. It seems to aim for his mouth, but with Raarh's half-eaten chicken leg in the way, the shimmering particles instead find their way up through his nose. For a moment, all is silent. Then gradually, Alexandrew's chest begins to rise and fall, the faint stirrings of life returning. His fingers twitch, his eyelids flutter open, and he draws a slow, deep breath. Before your eyes, he is pulled back from the brink, life rekindled within him.
Welcome back to the realm of the living, Alexandrew.
I jolt upright, Joe. What the hell happened? And why did I have a moldy chicken leg in my mouth?
Don't be so damn disrespectful. That moldy chicken leg most likely saved your life. Speaking of that, can I have it back, please?
Yeah, sure, man. Take your rotting meat away from me.
Wow. Well, that's the last time I'm sharing my food with you. I suppose now is as good of a time as any to eat it. Joe, I swallow the whole thing, bone and all.
Okay, roll me a Constitution saving throw, Raarh.
That's a 17, Joe.
Oh yeah, you eat that chicken leg whole and it tastes absolutely delicious.
You're goddamn right it does.
Right, well, now that Alexandrew's back, I want to have a little bit of lutations, Joe. Can I check around the whole cavern to see if there's anything juicy?
Yeah, sure thing, man. Roll an investigation check.
Nice, that's a 21 total.
Tronald, with your keen eye and an impressive roll of 21, you meticulously search the cavern. As you make your way to the back, you notice a significant change in the environment. The bones and sinew that once formed the macabre architecture of this place have begun to wilt and crumble away in the wake of Vorastrix's defeat. Amidst the decay, something catches your attention. It's a chest. But unlike any ordinary chest, this one is constructed entirely from bones, intricately woven and fused together. You can tell it once bore a powerful magical rune, a lock of sorts, but now the rune has faded, its magic dissipated with the fall of Vorastrix. The chest stands eerily open, as if inviting you to discover its secrets.
Well, consider that invitation accepted. I walk over to the chest and begin searching it for loot.
Tronald, as you delve into the bone chest, your eyes widen at the sight of its contents, a veritable fortune amassed by Vorastrix. The first thing you notice is an arcane device resembling a cannon, etched with runes, its aura pulsing with untold power. Next, you discover a wand, elegantly crafted from dark polished wood with intricate silver inlay, radiating a palpable magical energy. Among the treasures, a unique ring catches your eye. It's solid, adorned with a detailed engraving of a ram's head, and feels like it thrums with an inner strength. You also uncover a cloak that seems to dance with shadows, its fabric shifting and changing as you move it in your hands. Scattered throughout the chest are precious gems, emeralds, sapphires, and rubies, alongside ornate gold and silver jewelry. These gems and jewelry pieces together are worth approximately 1,500 gold. In a small pouch, you find diamonds, their pristine clarity hinting at a value of around 200 gold. And finally, lying at the bottom of the chest, you count a hoard of 1,250 gold coins and 56 platinum pieces, a small fortune on its own.
Jesus, that's impressive. And not just the gold, but them magical items sound pretty damn neat. I wonder what they are.
You won't have to wonder for too long. When we get out of here and rest for the evening, I'll begin identifying them all.
Well, I don't want anything. I was utterly useless that entire fight. and Lunaria had to use what was most precious to her to get me back. I want my share to be split between you all.
Awesome.
No, not awesome, Tronald. You deserve this, just as much as we do, Alexandrew. You put your life on the line, just like we did. So you get your fair share.
I was just about to say that, but you interrupted me.
Yeah, sure you did, you little loot goblin.
Joe, I want to walk up to Verastrix and grab his sword. It looks pretty neat, so I've decided it's mine now.
Raarh, with a determined look in your eyes, you stride over to the fallen form of Verastrix. Towering over him, you reach down and grasp the hilt of his sword. To most, this weapon would be unwieldable, its size and weight far beyond the means of an ordinary warrior. But for you, Raarh, with your formidable strength and barbarian might, it's a different story. Even though the sword is almost as big as you find that you can just manage to wield it as a two-handed weapon. The sword itself is a masterpiece of dark craftsmanship. Its blade, long and cruelly sharp, is forged from a metal that seems to absorb the light around it, giving it an ominous presence. The hilt is covered with intricate designs that suggest a sinister intelligence behind its creation. As you lift it, a chill runs down your spine, not just from the weight of the sword, but from the necrotic energy that seems to emanate from it. You can feel a cold, malevolent power coursing through the blade, as if it were alive with a hunger for destruction. Whispers, disjointed and dissonant, float up from the sword, too faint to make out any words, but enough to send a shiver through you. Holding this sword, Raarh, you feel a surge of power, a potent and exhilarating sensation. It feels right in your hands, almost invigorating, yet you sense that there is more to this weapon, a potential yet to be unlocked. To truly harness its full power, you realize you will need to attune to it, to bond with this formidable blade and learn its secrets and its desires.
Why do I have a bad feeling about this?
That looks totally awesome in your hands, Raarh. It suits you.
Yeah, you look incredibly menacing. I mean, I'm even more menacing than usual.
Yeah, man, you look like a total badass.
Thanks, guys. It feels good. I mean, it feels really fucking good.
All right then, Joe. I want to find a way out of here. Can I search for one?
Tronald, as you begin to scan the cavern for a way out, it doesn't take you long to spot something promising. On the far side of the cavern, you notice a tunnel remarkably similar to the one through which you entered. Where sinew and bones once formed a grotesque curtain over its entrance, the defeat of Verastrix seems to have caused them to wither and retreat, revealing the path clearly. The tunnel, now exposed, has a foreboding yet beckoning appearance. Its walls, lined with rough, jagged rock, seem to absorb the dim light, creating a shadowy corridor that stretches into the unknown. The ground is uneven, littered with smaller bones and remnants of Verastrix's reign crunching softly underfoot. A faint draft of fresh air wafts from the tunnel, carrying with it the promise of an escape from the oppressive atmosphere of the lair.
Okay, guys, are we leaving? I sure as hell am. So unless anyone fancies staying in this lovely place, let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah, after you, Cheese Master.
I follow Tronald.
Yeah, let's get out of this shithole.
See you later, Labyrinth.
Everyone following Tronald's lead, you begin your journey through the shadowy tunnel. With each step forward, the air becomes fresher, the oppressive smell of rot and decay that permeated Verastrix's lair gradually dissipating. The dank, bone-strewn path of the tunnel slowly transitions, the grim remnants of the lair giving way to natural elements. First, you notice a scattering of leaves and twigs underfoot, a sign that the outside world is drawing near. The tunnel begins to brighten as you progress, the suffocating darkness replaced by a softer, natural light filtering in from the end of the passage. The sounds of the cavern fade behind you, replaced by the gentle tweeting of birds and the soothing rustle of trees. Finally, you emerge from the tunnel into the light of day. The transition is stark, from the gloom of the lair to the vibrant life of the forest. The most noticeable landmark is a huge boulder with ancient engravings on it, a familiar sight that tells you that you've come out in the exact place where you entered. This boulder, a silent guardian of the forest, marks the end of your journey through the lair and the beginning of your return to the world above. All right. You find yourselves stepping out from the gloom of Verastrix's lair, burdened yet enriched with an array of coins and treasures. The sunlight washes over you, a welcome embrace after the oppressive darkness below. As your eyes struggle to readjust to the bright world around you, a raspy voice pierces the quiet, seemingly emerging from the very light you're still adapting to.
You was quick, Boss Tronald. Did you not find nothing down there then, eh?
What do you mean by quick, Gaba? We were down there ages.
Well, Tronald, what Gaba's saying actually makes a lot of sense. You see, in places like Verastrix's lair, the fabric of reality can be different. It's entirely plausible that we stumbled into a time rift or a pocket dimension where time doesn't flow as it does on the surface. These kinds of anomalies are rare but not unheard of in ancient magical places.
So how long exactly were we down there, Gaba?
Well, I don't know exactly, because I don't carry any way to tell time with me, see? But it was like this. You lot climbed into that hole over there, right? Then Gobber needed to take a whiz, so off I went behind that tree. Didn't take long. And when I gets back, ready to sit down and make myself comfy, there you all are, popping out. Quick as a wink it was.
I guess that's kind of fortunate.
Indeed it was. Gobber was getting all worried, thinking maybe I'd be alone here for a long old time. So, yeah, Gobber is very, very fortunate you're back so soon. Being alone's no fun for a gobbo.
Well, I'm feeling pretty damn sleepy, so if it's all the same to you guys, can we have a little rest?
That's a point. Joe, can we even take a long rest now, seeing as it's only been like a minute tops since we ventured down there?
Unfortunately, no. While it may have felt like you've been down there long enough to warrant a rest, in reality, only a minute or so has passed up here. The effects of the time distortion in Verastrix's lair don't change the time restrictions surrounding a long rest, even though your bodies and minds haven't experienced said passage of time in the same way they would have on the surface.
Well, I guess we will just have a short rest then. I'll just be taking a little bit longer as I need to identify all the goodies we gathered. I'll also be using my arcane recovery to get a 3rd level spell slot back.
Okay, so if you guys are doing that, you'll all want to roll your hit dice to see how much health you recover. All right, Tronald, are you wanting to identify all of the items now?
Well, there's no time like the present.
Tronald, as you sit down and focus, you begin ritually casting Identify, tracing arcane symbols in the air and quietly uttering the spell's incantation whilst Goba watches on in awe and admiration, taking it all in. First, you turn your attention to the large cannon-like device. As the magic of the spell wraps around it, the item's nature becomes clear to you. It's an arcane cannon, a formidable weapon capable of unleashing devastating blasts of magical energy.
I hella call dibs on that. I don't even know what it does, but it's mine.
Well, here you go, Tronald. I'll give you all the item cards, seeing as you're the one identifying them, then you can just split it up as and when you see fit.
Huh. Okay. All right. So this cannon is pretty remarkable. It's magic infused and doesn't require any ammo or loading for a start. The only downsides are that it takes 2 actions to use, one to aim and one to fire. And after firing, it needs about 5 minutes to recharge. It can deal several types of damage: acid, fire, frost, lightning, or poison. Each has a different range and effect, with each type of damage having its own saving throw DC and specific effects. Huh, that's pretty wild. The highest range on this for frost and lightning is 1,200 feet.
Holy shit, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. Well, here you go anyway, Saxy. That's yours.
Okay. Next, you examine the wand. The spell's energy flows over it, revealing its true essence. This is a wand of the War Mage with a +2 enchantment. It's designed to not only boost your spellcasting abilities, but also increase the accuracy of your spells.
Well, it's fair to say I'll be keeping that one.
I think you should give it to Gaba.
Give it to Goba? That's a terrible idea. Can you imagine the sheer power of this arcane conduit in the hands of our little wizardly Gobbo friend? It would be too much for him to handle. He'd be obliterated, vaporized by its might. No, it's safer if I take it.
You then focus on the ring. As the spell does its work, you understand that it is a ring of the ram. This ring possesses the ability to unleash forceful energy, much like a battering ram, capable of delivering powerful blows and even breaking through barriers.
And what about the cloak?
The ritual reveals that this is a cloak of displacement. It has the magical property of shifting your location, making it harder for foes to accurately strike you.
Guys, do you realize how much value we've earned through these items? Our collective net worth has skyrocketed.
How do you know how much they cost?
I've just been Googling them one by one as Joe's been reading them out.
Isn't that cheating?
No, I mean, you've already cast Identify on them, so it's no issue with finding out how much they're worth. It's not something you wouldn't know at this point anyway if you asked.
Just a heads up, buddy, about the item prices listed in the guides. Don't take them as set in stone. Just that in our campaign, the value of items might differ a bit from the standard guidelines.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. I just wanted to get a ballpark estimation.
Right, well, it's your turn now, Raarh, buddy. Plop your big old sword in my hands.
Sweet. I'm excited. Joe, I walk over to Tronald and gently lower my huge sword carefully into his hands.
Give me a charisma saving throw, Raarh.
Well, That's a 7.
Raarh, you stride over to Tronald, your big old sword in tow, ready to hand it over. But as you start to lower the massive blade into Tronald's waiting hands, something strange happens. You feel a sudden, intense surge of emotion, almost as if the sword itself is whispering, "Don't let him touch me." Your grip on the sword tightens reflexively, a mix of urgency and an unexplained desire to keep it only to yourself taking hold. It's like the sword is an extension of you, a part of you that you can't bear to separate with, especially not into another man's hands.
I've changed my mind. I don't want you to touch it.
What do you mean you don't want me to touch it? I need to identify it to help you figure out how powerful it is and if there's any cool stuff it can do.
See, this is exactly what I was talking about.
I think I've made myself quite clear. I don't want you touching my sword. And Saxy, you keep your hands off it too.
What? I never even wanted to touch your stupid sword.
Hell, I don't want anyone touching my sword. The only person who gets to lay their fingers on my fucking sword is me. So let's all just respect my wishes, all right?
What's gotten into you? Since when would you go against anything Tronald wanted to do?
I just don't feel like letting go of it, so why should I?
Raarh, listen to me. I need you to hand the sword over for me to investigate it. It's already making you act strange, and you've only had it for like 10 minutes.
You want it for yourself!
Raarh, do not take me for some conjurer of cheap tricks. I'm not trying to rob you. I'm trying to help you.
Roll another charisma saving throw, buddy.
That's a 13.
Raarh, as you stand there, the sword clutched tightly in your hands, you feel a fierce internal struggle. The sword's whispers of possessiveness and mistrust are loud and insistent, yet something within you begins to resist. It's then you think to yourself, wait a second, this is Tronald. I don't have anything to fear from him. And in a final act of will, you open your hands, releasing the sword. It falls to the ground with a definitive clang.
There you go. Do you feel better now?
Not really. I kind of just want my sword back.
Well, just give me a moment and I'll see what we can do. Joe, I use Identify on the sword.
Tronald, as you focus your arcane energy on the sword, a sense of deep, ancient power immediately meets your senses. The magic within the blade seems almost alive. As you delve deeper, you encounter a strong resistance, as if the sword itself is challenging your efforts to unveil its secrets. Despite this, your determination and skill allow you to glean some understanding, although it remains frustratingly partial. You sense that this is more than just a weapon, it's a vessel, housing what feels like a sentient presence, a soul, perhaps, trapped within its confines. This soul exudes a sense of duty and guardianship, and there's an unmistakable connection to the afterlife, though the exact nature of this link is extremely clouded. So here's the item card for the Sword of Nebthet Ka.
Why does it have dormant written in brackets?
Because it's dormant.
Well, thanks for clearing that one up for me, Joe. All right, let's see what we have here. While attuned to this weapon, the Sword of Nebthet Ka absorbs the life essence of those it wounds. Each time you deal damage with this sword, the necrotic energy of the fallen is siphoned and stored within the blade up to a maximum of 50 points. This accumulation of power lies dormant, ready to be unleashed by the wielder. Once per long rest as an action, you can channel the stored energy in one of two ways. Necrotic Burst, release the absorbed energy in a devastating attack, adding 5d10 necrotic damage to a successful hit. This necrotic burst emanates a dark aura, symbolizing the release of captured souls. Necrotic Shield, convert the stored energy into a protective shroud, granting yourself 5d10 temporary hit points. As you invoke this power, the sword briefly glows with a spectral light, wrapping you in a protective aura of the afterlife's essence. Once this ability is used, the sword must recharge during a long rest before it can accumulate energy or unleash its power again.
So, I just want to double check with you. You're not going to give him that back, right?
Of course I'm going to give it him back. It sounds epic. Here you go, buddy. And I struggle to lift the sword up before giving it back to Raarh.
Thanks, Tronald.
Dude, why? Why would you do that? It's clearly cursed or some shit. Did you see how he acted after holding it for 10 minutes?
I think we're making a big assumption saying it's cursed. It might just have attachment issues.
Like that's any better.
I wouldn't want it any other way. I don't know about you, Saxy, but I like my weapons loyal to me, just like I'm loyal to them.
Joe, do I have any idea who this Nebthet Ka is?
Give me a religion check, Alexandrew.
Oh, okay. Cool. I rolled a 7 for a 6 total.
Can I give it a go instead, Joe?
Yeah, sure, man. But the DC has gone up a little bit because of Alexandrew's fail.
Can I ask why?
Well, if the DC never increased after a fail, you could just try over and over again with no consequences. At least this way, you can be potentially locked out of knowledge, at least until you have some more information to go on.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Can I assist him with this, Joe?
Well, what's your religion modifier?
It's +3.
Right. Well, in that case, sure, man, you can assist. Saxy, give me a religion check with advantage.
That's a 15 plus 4 for a 19 total, Joe.
Saxi, with a roll of 19 and Tronald's assistance, you rack your brain for any mention or lore related to Nepthet-Ka. Slowly, the fragments of ancient myths and whispered legends begin to coalesce into a coherent narrative, one that speaks of a figure both revered and feared in the annals of ancient divinity. You recall that he was known as the vassal of Anubis, the right hand being to the god of judgment and death. Nepthet-Ka was not just a mere servant, but a powerful entity in his own right, a guardian of the dead and a guide for souls transitioning to the afterlife. Legends speak of a figure of immense power and unwavering loyalty, one who was granted the ability to walk the line between life and death. He was Anubis's emissary, carrying out divine judgments and ensuring that the scales of the cosmic balance remained true. His presence was said to be both comforting to the innocent and terrifying to the damned. The stories you have heard say that in the time of the great war among the gods, a cataclysmic event that shook the very foundations of the cosmos, where he fought valiantly at Anubis' side, he was feared on the battlefield, a spectral warrior whose blade reaped the souls of gods and mortals alike. However, in a pivotal battle, Nepthet-Ka was betrayed and fell, his essence bound eternally to his sword as a final act of preservation by Anubis.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, there's a chance that it isn't cursed per se. From my knowledge in the area, Anubis is lawful neutral. I'd still be very careful with that, though, Raarh. I think one very important thing to always remember is don't fuck with things that are bigger than you.
But it's not bigger than me, Saxi. It's bigger than you, but not me.
Oh, come on, man. You knew I wasn't being literal there.
So if Raarh has the sword of a god, what does that make him?
Probably the green guy with the sword from a god?
Well, Nepthet-Ka wasn't a god. He was the right-hand man of Anubis, who is a minor deity.
So I guess that makes Nepthet a tiny deity then?
No,
And that makes me a diminutive deity.
it doesn't work like that, Raarh. You can't just make your way down the table of creature size and scale like it's some hierarchy of deities.
Yeah. All I'm hearing is that you wish you were a diminutive deity like me.
You can't just ascend yourself to godhood.
I just did.
Of course he can. There's been loads of individuals who have done so. Just take Vecna, for example, seeing as he's the one we're chasing the tail of currently.
Yeah, but Vecna is powerful enough to be classed as one.
Well, so am I. I kick Vecna's ass.
Okay, the day you do that is the day I'll bow down to you and call you my green god.
I'll remember that.
So who wants the rest of these items? Because if nobody wants them, I'll happily take them all.
I'll take that cloak of displacement if it's cool with everyone else. It'll do a good job of reducing my squish a bit.
I guess I'll take the ring then. Joe, quick question. Can that ring be used whilst I'm in wild shape form?
I don't see any reason why a ring couldn't carry over to an animal form, as long as you can think of a way it could be wielded by whatever creature you turn into.
Cock ring.
Well, that'd be pretty difficult, seeing as she doesn't possess that appendage.
Why would it be difficult? For one, I've seen the Baldur's Gate 3 character creation screen, and it doesn't exactly bind you to specifics, does it? And two, you're telling me she can shape-shift herself into a fucking bear, but can't change such a small part of herself to go along with it. I bet she can.
I mean, I've never really tried, but if that was the only way to wield the magic ring whilst I was transformed, I guess I could.
No, don't worry about it. You will be able to wear the ring in your wild shape form without growing a peni.
Well, that's all of the magical goodies handed out. What's the plan, guys?
I kind of want to test mine out, to be honest. It says it recharges itself over 5 minutes and it doesn't require any ammo, so there's no harm in testing it. Joe, in the short rest, can I modify the arcane cannon into my armor so that it comes out from my back and aims over my shoulder like a turret?
Probably not, Saxi. I mean, you absolutely can do, but just not right here. You would need access to a furnace, raw materials, and blacksmith's equipment to actually attach it to your armor.
Well, that's fair enough. All right, then. I guess I'll just try to find a cliff face or a tall tree in the distance that's around 1,200 feet away from me. Can I see anything that's that distance away?
Yeah, Saxi. As you scan the surrounding terrain, your eyes catch several features that are roughly the distance you're looking for. To the north, you see a towering cliff face, its rocky surface jutting out against the sky. It's a formidable natural structure, and looks to be about 1,200 feet away, give or take. To the east, there's a massive ancient tree standing alone in a clearing. Its branches stretch wide, and it towers over the surrounding forest, making it a prominent landmark at what seems like the right distance. And to the west, you notice the ruins of an old tower, its top just visible over a small hill. It's weathered and crumbling, a relic of a time long past.
Don't you think that it's a little bit of, senseless destruction doing that?
Are you saying that you don't want me to do it?
Well, it just seems a bit unnecessary. Who knows how many critters are hiding in the tree or the cliff face?
Don't be such a killjoy, Lunaria. We want to see this. How about a compromise? Do it at the crumbling structure. It's already falling to pieces, so you'll just be speeding the process up.
Yeah, okay. Joe, I aim the lightning shot at the top of the tower. I steady my aim, then I fire.
Woo! Senseless destruction!
All right, Saxy, as you set your sights on the old tower, you feel the arcane cannon hum with power in your hands. It's a raw, electric energy that courses through the weapon and into your very being. You steady your aim, pointing the cannon towards the distant tower, and prepare to unleash the fury of the lightning shot. With a deep breath, you activate the cannon. Instantly, it comes to life with a surge of arcane energy, a brilliant glow emanating from its core. The air around you crackles and sizzles with electricity, the hairs on your arms standing on end from the intense power building up. Then, with a thunderous roar, a bolt of pure, searing lightning bursts forth from the cannon. It streaks across the landscape with incredible speed, a blinding line of electric blue that lights up the sky. The bolt strikes the top of the tower with devastating force. The impact is cataclysmic. Stone cracks and crumbles. Chunks of the tower rip apart, hurtling through the air as debris scatters in every direction. A cloud of dust and smoke billows up from the ruins. Roll for your damage, buddy.
So that's 38 points of lightning damage.
Awesome.
But amidst the chaos of the explosion and the echoing thunderclap, something else pierces the air, a scream. It's brief, cut off almost as quickly as it started, lost in the crash of the lightning and the destruction of the tower. Then, an eerie silence falls, the smoke slowly rising from the remains of the once sturdy structure.
Well, that's not ideal.
Yeah, it was probably a little bit reckless of you to just fire some magical cannon into a tower when you didn't know what or who was in there, buddy.
What? But you encouraged me to do it.
No, I said we wanted to see it. That didn't mean that it was responsible to proceed.
And this is exactly why I said it was a bad idea.
Anyway, if I told you to jump off a cliff, would you?
That depends if I had Featherfall prepared or not.
I like that answer. Good for you, Saxy.
So, do you guys want to head over to that tower and see who it is Saxy just brutally murdered?
Don't say it like that, man. You're making me feel bad.
Well, I'm not sure how you could feel good about it, to be honest.
I suppose we should head over and see what's happened. Joe, we head over in that direction.
Okay, then. As you near the tower, the structure now stands fractured and crumbling, its stones blackened by the cannon's blast. The air is thick with the scent of ozone and charred stone. Upon reaching the foot of the tower, a somber sight greets you. Lying on the ground is the charred body of a human. He is dressed in a mix of black, brown, and green clothing. The body is still lifeless, with no sign of the scream that previously pierced the air. The man's features are obscured by the damage inflicted, leaving his identity a mystery. Around him, the ground is littered with debris from the tower, and the remnants of what might have been his possessions are scattered, burned, and unrecognizable.
Well, isn't that just the definition of the wrong place at the wrong time? Poor little bastard.
Do any of us have any magic we could use to try and figure out who he was?
Nope. We can't even bring him back because I don't have any level 3 spell slots left. That's even if we did have enough diamonds from the loot in Vorastrix's lair.
Even if you did, I suspect revivification magic might start to become more and more important as we proceed. So I wouldn't fancy using our diamonds on some rando that Saxy blew up.
Come on, man.
Yet you were eager as ever to use Lunaria's scroll to bring a goblin back.
Yeah, but Gobber was important. We could tell that from the start. This guy's most likely just some drifter. Probably best we just move on and act like this never happened.
It actually brings up the perfect opportunity for me to try something. Joe, I would like to couch down beside this rando and cast Retrospective Gaze. I haven't had the chance to try it yet, and I, just like Saxy, would like to test my new toys out.
Oh, is that the spell from the School of Vitamancy?
Yep, yes it is.
What level are you casting this at, Tronald?
I'm going to cast it at level 3. This will allow me to see and feel everything that he did in the last 10 minutes of his life, and all in an instant.
All right then. Tronald, you kneel beside the charred remains and begin the incantation of Retrospective Gaze. As you complete the spell, a rush of energy courses through you and your mind is suddenly, violently pulled away from your body. You feel a disconcerting sensation of being trapped within a foreign form, unable to control it. You are merely a spectator in someone else's final moments. Your new perspective is from high atop the tower. Through the eyes of the deceased, you gaze out over the surrounding landscape. Your borrowed limbs move of their own accord, adjusting your position for a better view. Below, you see a group, 3 men, an elven woman, and a half-orc. This is your group, and you're all being observed from a distance. As the man whose eyes you're looking through, you crouch down, seemingly unnoticed, and begin scribbling final notes in a journal. The handwriting is meticulous, each stroke precise, suggesting a person used to recording detailed observations. After a few moments, you start to pack up, perhaps preparing to leave the tower. But then, without any warning, the world erupts into chaos. A deafening crack of lightning rends the air. The force of the impact is like nothing you've ever felt. It strikes the tower with such fury that the stones beneath him shudder and split. You feel everything that he feels, and you are overwhelmed by the sudden, intense sensation of being torn from safety. The ground beneath him gives way, and he is sent hurtling from his perch atop the tower. You're acutely aware of every terrifying second of the fall. The sensation of weightlessness, the rush of wind past your face, the rapidly approaching ground as his heart pounds in his chest. As you fall, the landscape below spins and whirls in a dizzying blur. The air screams in your ears, a howling testament to the speed of your descent. For a fleeting moment, there's a surreal sense of detachment, as if you're both falling and watching the fall at the same time. Then, just as the ground looms impossibly close, reality snaps back. Tronald, you're suddenly wrenched back into your own body, back to the present, the sensation of the fall lingering as a ghostly echo.
What did you see then, Tronald?
Shh, Saxy, I need to ask these questions whilst they're still clear in my mind. Joe, could I make out what the individual was writing in his journal?
Tronald, as you connect with the man's final memories, his journal entries unfold before your mind's eye. He meticulously chronicled the movements of a figure he referred to as Lord Tanavir. His entries begin, boarded the Conway, pursued discreetly via private vessel, skirmish with Conway's crew upon landing, entry into monastery observed, emerged with one less white-haired companion gone, a new figure, a monk joined. Journey through hilltops, interaction with goblin, jailbreak executed for Waterdeep bound captive, intent to overthrow goblin horde, amass an army inferred, entered tunnel, emerged in minutes laden with equipment, continued progression towards goblin camp.
Holy shit. Saxy, you just accidentally killed a spy that's been following us since Waterdeep.
Oh, wow. Like, what's the chances of that?
We were right to be concerned with that encounter Celestia had in the Platinum Sanctum. It's that goddamn Lady Alara. In the trials in Vorastrix's lair, Lunaria encountered those memories of me. Those memories where she was adamant that I die, then lo and behold, I die, along with every other council member that had my back, including the Emperor. This Lady Alara found out about my existence inside of Waterdeep, and she has been unknowingly hot on our heels ever since, sending a spy to keep a record of my movements and what I'm doing.
Do you think she wants you dead?
I mean, probably, but who am I to guess what that psychopath wants?
Well, I guess this brings us to an unsettling question. Are we being watched by others as well? And what about Lady Alara? When she doesn't receive any further reports from this spy, what will her move be?
I still can't believe our luck there. But like you said, what happens when he doesn't report back to Alara?
Well, I mean, there are two ways this could go, right? Either Lady Alara takes the subtle hint that you're not too keen on being followed and decides to leave you alone out of the goodness of her heart, or she sends more people after us. And let's be honest, the next ones might not be just peeping Toms. They could have a more final objective in mind.
I think it would more likely be the second option, going off what you've told me about her.
Well, of course it would be the second option.
Well, if it was so clear, why did you present us with two?
I don't know. I was trying to be dramatic.
Yeah, Lady Alara doesn't strike me as the type to just roll over when her plans get a little tangled. This whole cat and mouse game she's playing with you, Tronald, it's like she enjoys the chase, and she definitely doesn't seem like someone who takes losing lightly. But here's the thing that's bugging me. If she really wanted you out of the picture, why go for the cloak and dagger approach? Why not just send a whole legion, a mix of troops, casters, and marshals to take you down? I mean, no offense, Tronald, but it's not like we're in the best shape to take on an army right now.
Of course we are. Are you forgetting that I'm a god now?
No, you're not. Stop saying that. Anyway, can you think of any other reason why she would want you alive, Tronald?
No, I can't say I do. My memories of being Lord Tanavir come and go as they please. So figuring out Alara's ambitions then or now is like trying to catch smoke with your hands. All I know is that she wants me dead, or at least that's what it seems like. But you're right, there's got to be a reason why she hasn't just crushed us outright. Like, what benefit does my being alive now offer her that wasn't there when I died the first time?
Unless that's exactly the reason why. The fact that you're alive is the key here. Think about it from her perspective. You were supposed to be gone for good, right?
Yep.
Taken out by a blade designed to end you permanently, no coming back.
Yep.
Not even with something as powerful as a wish spell.
Yep.
So imagine her shock when she's out on her casual stroll through Waterdeep, and there you are, just wandering around, very much alive and kicking. That's gotta pique her interest, don't you think? I'd bet my last coin that she's burning with curiosity about how you managed to cheat death. She must be dying to know how you pulled it off. That's why she hasn't crushed us yet, because she wants answers. Answers that only you, Tronald, could provide.
Well, the joke's on her, because I have no clue about how exactly I came back, only that I'm back as some sort of clone.
Don't worry, Tronald. If she tries to lay a finger on you, my sword will eat it.
Thanks, buddy, but let's just try and make sure that it doesn't come to that. We're going to have to start being extra vigilant in the coming days for the foreseeable future. If she's planning on making a move, we need to be ahead of the curve.
Do you remember when Vazuriel was talking about this world being rotten and corrupt?
Yeah, what about it?
Nothing really. Just that I'm starting to see what he means, you know? Like, these people in positions of power, 90% of them seem to be only interested in keeping and increasing that power with little care for anyone else.
Well, that's not exactly new information, is it? What's that got to do with anything?
It's just weird, Tronald. Think about how this whole thing started for us. We were just trying to protect a poor part of the town from abductions by a necromancer, right? Simple, straightforward. But then it spiraled into following the tracks of the Obetus organization, dealing with slavers, tangling with goblins, and finally facing that monstrosity Vorastrix. It's like we've been walking a path, and each step takes us deeper into a more complex and darker world. The thing is, I feel like we're on the brink of something bigger, something that goes beyond just good versus evil. We're heading into a realm where the lines are blurred, where the choices we make could have us labeled as the bad guys. It's a strange thought, isn't it? That in fighting against a corrupt system, in trying to do what's right, we might find ourselves painted as villains in someone else's story. It's like we're standing at the edge of a precipice, and the next step could send us plunging into a world where morality isn't black and white, but 1,000 shades of gray.
Take it as it comes, Saxy. That's the only way we can handle this. Sure, things are getting more complicated, and the lines between right and wrong might start to blur. But remember, we've faced every challenge thrown at us so far, and we've come out on top. Whether it's necromancers, slavers, or even a creature like Vorastrix, we've handled it. The key is to stay true to ourselves and our cause. Yes, we might end up in situations where we're painted as the bad guys, but as long as we know we're fighting for what's right, that's all that matters. We can't control how others see us or the narrative they choose to believe. I don't know why you're worrying about that so much all of a sudden.
I don't know. It was just something I was thinking about.
Honestly, the world's opinion of me couldn't matter less. I've been branded the bad guy all my life, so believe me when I say I'm no stranger to that label. But here's the heart of it. The only judgment that truly matters at the end of the day is your own. When you lay your head down to sleep, it's your own thoughts you're left with, your own conscience you have to reckon with. So I say, let the world think what it will. The real test, the true battle, is being able to look at your own reflection and know you've stayed true to what you believe, to who you are. Can you say you're proud of what you've done, of the choices you've made? That's the question that really counts. That's where your true strength lies. Not in the whispers and stares of strangers, but in the steel and honor of your own heart.
Couldn't have said it better myself, buddy. All right then, Joe. I'd like to do a quick search around this tower, both high and low, to see if there are any other items that this guy had on him.
They've probably all been destroyed, Tronald.
Wrong. If he had any magical items on him, they're pretty resilient, so it's very likely they would still be around, just scattered.
I don't know, man. He doesn't seem like the type of guy to have an abundance of magical items on him.
All I'm saying is there's got to be a way he was relaying information back to Lady Alara. Now, we could assume he was doing it the old-fashioned way, maybe using some kind of bird messaging system. But honestly, I find that highly unlikely, especially considering the arcane resources and wealth at Auroros's disposal. It just doesn't add up. More likely, he would have been given some kind of item, a device to report back to her directly. That's where I'd put my money. So I'm going to have a look around for it. If anyone wants to help me out, it would be greatly appreciated. A pair of extra eyes, or a few, could make all the difference in finding whatever he was using.
Yeah, I'll give you a hand with that, Tronald.
Same. I can't disagree with your logic there.
Sure, I'll help with this as well.
Well, it looks like we're all having a gander for it then.
Gobba will help too.
All right, Joe, we all get to searching.
Give me an investigation check with advantage.
Sweet, that's an 18 total.
Nice. With an investigation check of 18, Tronald, your attention to detail pays off. As you sift through the rubble, a peculiar glint catches your eye. Amidst the chaos of broken stones, you spot something that doesn't quite belong. It shimmers slightly, subtly standing out from the rest of the debris. You pick it up for a closer look. Unlike the rough, jagged pieces around it, this stone is smooth and almost unnaturally perfect. Its surface has a lustrous sheen, unlike any ordinary rock. It's clear to you that this is no mere piece of rubble. You've stumbled upon something far more significant.
I frickin' knew it. Right, I want to sit down and cast Identify as a ritual on this thing.
Tronald, as you sit down and begin to cast Identify as a ritual, you place the shimmering stone in front of you. The atmosphere around you shifts to one of quiet concentration. Methodically, you trace arcane symbols in the air, your voice low and steady as you recite the spell's incantations as the rest of you guys watch in silence. As the ritual nears its completion, the stone starts to emit a soft glow, responding to the magic at work. The glow intensifies for a moment, illuminating your focused expression before gradually fading away. As the last traces of the spell dissipate, your eyes open, now filled with understanding. You have unveiled that this particular item is a sending stone. It seems to have 2 charges per day, neither of which have been used today. You are also familiar with that usually sending stones have a specific partner to which they're assigned to, allowing the user of one to communicate only to the holder of the paired stone. But this stone does not have that constraint. It seems to be fully functional, just as the sending spell would be, to communicate with whoever the holder wishes.
Frickin' A, Tronald. That was an incredible suggestion on your behalf to search for that. It's going to be incredibly useful.
Awesome. I was going to head back to Asmo at some point and get a scroll for it so I could learn it, but now I guess I don't need to.
Who's Asmo?
Just some incredibly charismatic guy. If you thought I was charismatic, just wait until you meet charismatic Asmo.
It might be worth giving him a call on your sending stone to see if he knows of the whereabouts of Alara, whether she is in Waterdeep still and whatnot.
That's a good shout, Joe. I want to send a message to Asmo.
Okay, what would you like to say? Remember, you can only use 25 words or less.
Hey, Asmo. I hope you're well. We're fine. Do you know where Lady Alara is currently? It seems we're being hunted by her. She's hot on our heels.
I'm pretty sure that was more than 25 words, buddy.
Yeah, it was. You said 28 words there, Tronald. So that means your message ended with you saying, it seems we're being hunted by her. She's hot.
Damn, whoever this Asmo is, he's gonna think we're a joke now. Oh yeah, this woman's trying to kill us all. P.S. She's hot though.
It'll be fine. I'm sure he will understand that I got cut off.
All right, so a bit of time passes before you hear a voice in your head, Tronald.
Oh, hey, Tronald. Yeah, she came here a couple days ago asking about you. Want me to tell her you called? Yeah, she's pretty hot.
Oh no. Joe, I quickly used the stone again to reply to him. No, absolutely don't do that. She wants to kill us. She had a spy following us. So Saxy killed him with a big-ass cannon.
Dude, why would you say that? There's literally zero context to it. He's going to think we're murderers now.
I think he had a pretty good idea of what we were about when he first met us, Saxy.
It's at this point you hear the voice in your head again, Tronald.
For real? That sounds lit as fuck, man. Anyway, I wish you all the best, but I've got shit to do. Peace out, bitches.
I really do like him.
Well, what did he say?
Well, it seems like he had, what do you youngins call it? Mad respect for how you handled the whole spy situation. Oh, and Alara is still in Waterdeep, as far as he knows anyway. She was in his shop a couple of days ago, asking about us.
Oh, well, that's sweet, I guess.
Shall we get a move on then, guys? I mean, I don't want to sound selfish or anything, but my master is literally getting closer and closer to death as we speak. And I'd like to get this whole goblin situation wrapped up sometime this year.
Yeah, don't get your panties in a twist, Baldy.
That was completely unnecessary.
He's right, though. We should get a move on. How many more days of travel do we have to make before we get there? I think it's something like 2, right?
Yeah, about 2 days.
Okay, well, we've handled everything here.
Have we, though? I mean, there's a charred body just laying there.
Oh my God, I can't believe we almost totally overlooked that. We really should get rid of the evidence, so to speak.
Question. Is that you giving me permission to eat it?
No, Raarh. Even discussing the topic disturbs me. But eating him wouldn't be enough. We would need to get rid of all the evidence, and you'd just leave a bunch of bones there when you're done.
You're making a lot of assumptions right there.
What, you're telling me you eat bones too?
Yeah, I mean, look at this jawline. I've got more muscles in my jaw than Alexandrew has in his legs.
Screw you, man.
How about we just avoid the whole gory scenario of that, and I just use my cantrip Mold Earth a few times to bury him. He might have been a spy, but he was still a living being, most likely with a family, friends, and people who cared for him.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Lunaria. You should do that.
I do that then, Joe.
Lunaria, you step forwards, your hands weaving through the air as you invoke your Mold Earth cantrip. You all watch as the ground around the spy's body begins to churn and shift, the earth responding to her command. Gently, almost reverently, she manipulates the soil, covering the body, burying it beneath the earth. In moments, the ground is smooth again, the spy's final resting place now indistinguishable from the surrounding terrain. With this task completed, you all decide it's time to move on. Your journey takes you through vast grassy plains and rolling hilllands. You traverse verdant fields where the grass sways in the gentle breeze, climb steep hills that offer sweeping views of the land, and navigate narrow paths that wind through dense patches of wildflowers. As the hours pass, the sun travels across the sky, casting long shadows that stretch out over the landscape. You share lighthearted moments, quick meals on the go, and navigate the occasional tricky terrain with teamwork and good spirits. As evening approaches, the sky begins to paint itself in hues of orange and purple, signaling the end of the day. With night starting to close in and the knowledge that tomorrow could bring you face to face with the goblin camp, what do you want to do?
Well, should we go to sleep now, or should we travel through the night a bit so we're closer?
I don't see any benefit in traveling through the night. I mean, we're spent. We would be better off just having a nice long rest. Then we can head off knowing that if we run into anything unexpected, we will be ready for it.
Yeah, it's been a long day. And even if we managed to get closer to the goblin camp, we would just be closer for them to spot us or attempt to ambush us as we slept. We would be better off just sleeping here and then moving at a quicker pace tomorrow to get there.
All right then, Joe, I begin casting Tronald's tiny tower. Then we can all get some much-needed rest.
Tronald, as you begin to weave your hands through the air, the familiar words of the incantation fall from your lips. A shimmering energy starts to gather around you, responding to the rhythm of your spell. The air itself seems to pulse and bend as the outline of a small, sturdy tower forms from the magical ether. In just a few moments, the energy solidifies into a tangible structure. Each of you steps inside the tower, immediately enveloped by the warm and inviting atmosphere. The interior, though compact, is surprisingly comfortable, a peaceful haven after the long day's journey. One by one, you find spots to settle down, and it doesn't take long for sleep to claim you, the exhaustion of the day's adventures pulling you into a deep slumber. However, Raarh, your experience is starkly different. As you lie down trying to relax, an unsettling sensation begins to take hold. Whispering voices, barely audible at first, start to echo around you. Initially so faint you question their existence, these whispers gradually grow louder, more insistent, swirling around in the air like a ghostly breeze. The harder you try to ignore them and fall asleep, the more prominent and distracting they become.
Whoever's whispering, can you shut the fuck up?
Nobody responds to you, Raarh. It seems like they're all fast asleep.
Well, it looks like I'm finally going insane then. I suppose it was about time.
At this point, Raarh, the whispers crescendo into something more. A singular, louder whisper cuts through the cacophony, clear and chillingly close. It's accompanied by a faint but unmistakable rattling sound emanating from the sword lying next to you.
You're not going insane.
I don't know. That sounds like something an insane person would hear.
I wish to speak to you, liberator of my shackled spirit.
Wait a second. Am I speaking to my sword right now? That's fucking awesome.
Verily, thou knowest not mine identity. Yet long past, I was ensconced within this steel, thereafter kept in thrall by the fell creature thou hast vanquished. I desire to proffer mine gratitude unto thee.
I'm sorry, sword. You're a little bit difficult to understand. Can you speak normally? But no, I do know who you are. You're Nepthek-Kar, right?
Intriguing it is, that thou art acquainted with my name. It appeareth that thou dost not merely possess strength of arm, but also of mind. Indeed, I am Nepthek-Kar, once vassal to Anubis, now bound within this blade.
So what can I do for you?
Scattered and forsaken to the whims of time, my earthly remnants lie hidden. This steel prison, a cold and unyielding warden, holds fast my spirit. I beseech thee, Raarh, in thy strength and valor, to seek and reunite these lost fragments of my mortal being. By this deed, thou shalt bestow upon me the respite and liberation that epochs have denied.
Oh, I get it. You want me to find your bones and stuff and release you from the sword. I mean, sure, I'll do that for you, buddy. The only thing is, it will have to take a back burner for now, because we're in the middle of a whole bunch of shit. So I'll have to take care of this first. Then, sure, I'll bring you back.
Raarh, thy willingness to aid me in my plight fills this age-worn spirit with gratitude. In the ancient bonds of camaraderie, I recognize thy current trials and tribulations, and I shall abide patiently, as time is a companion I have long known. Know this, with each fragment of my scattered remnants that thou dost recover, I shall grant unto thee a portion of my power. As I inch closer to liberation, so too shall my ability to aid thee in thy quest to grow stronger. Our fates, intertwined by destiny's hand, shall see us both achieve our ends.
Ooh, more power? So you're telling me you will be able to do more than what you currently can?
What thou currently wields, Raarh, is but a mere fraction of the might that lies dormant within me. As thou dost venture forth, bringing balance to the scales in our shared quest, remain steadfast and loyal in thy endeavors to reunite my scattered essence. As each fragment is returned to me, so shall my power grow, awakening from its long slumber. The full extent of my strength, forged in the ancient fires and honed by the passage of countless ages, shall become thine to command. In our unity of purpose, thou shalt witness the true might of Nepthet Ka, a force unparalleled, ready to stand beside thee in the face of all adversities.
And for argument's sake, if I, forgot about this quest or just decided not to do it, what would happen then?
I like you, Raarh, but shouldst thou choose to forsake our pact, or let the sands of time erode thy resolve, remember this. The very essence of power and life are deeply entwined like roots beneath the earth. Both can be bestowed generously, and both can be retracted with equal measure. As I am bound to thee, so too is the fate of my power entwined with thy actions. Abandon this path, and thou risks not only the waning of the strength I offer, but also the ire of a spirit long bound to servitude and silence. For in the balance of all things, actions and inactions carry their own weight and consequences.
Got it. Don't screw you over, or you'll fuck me up. Noted.
It's at this point, Raarh, you hear another voice speak up.
Hey, Raarh, who you talking to, mate? You been sitting there chattering away to yourself. You ain't gone barmy on us, have ya? Or is there some sneaky ghost or spirit whispering in your ear?
Huh? You're telling me you can't hear him?
Ooh, ghosts! So you really yapping away with a ghost? Blimey, Raarh! I don't like ghosts! Not one bit! Back in the Horde, they used to tell stories about ghosts that'd snatch you up if you weren't careful. Whispering voices leading gobbos into dark caves, never to be seen again. Or worse, ghosts that trick you into thinking they're your long-lost pals, only to turn you into a ghost too. And let me tell you, nothing's more unsettling than a ghost that moans and groans all night, keeping you awake. Tried stuffing moss in me ears once, didn't work. They say some ghosts are just lonely, but I say, find someone else to haunt. I've got enough problems without dealing with the undead moaning about their ghostly woes and unfinished business. Gives me the creeps. It does.
Right, well, that's good to know. Anyway, Mr. Nepthet, I'm going to get some rest now.
The voice of Nepthet Ka doesn't respond to you.
Oh. Well, it seems like he's gone now, Gobba, so I'll be getting some rest.
Good. No ghosts is the way Gobba likes it.
He shuffles his feet, glancing around as if expecting a ghostly apparition to appear at any moment. Then, with a hesitant and almost sheepish tone, Gobba looks up at you, Raarh.
Raarh, can I maybe sleep a bit closer to you tonight? Just in case that ghosty fella decides to come back. Not that I'm scared or nothing. But, two's better than one when it comes to ghost watching, right?
Gobba, we're literally all packed together in a dome. I don't think you could get any closer to me if you tried, but sure, go right ahead. Just don't be dribbling on me or nibbling on my arm, because that shit ain't gonna slide.
Yeah, no nibblings or dribblings, I promise. Thank you, Raarh. You won't even know I'm there.
And with that, Raarh, you finally manage to drift off to sleep. Gaba nestled up next to you almost like a lapdog or a pet cat seeking comfort and security. As dawn breaks, the gentle sounds of nature stir you all from your slumber. The tweeting of birds, the rustling of leaves, and the soft caress of the morning breeze create a serene backdrop as you open your eyes to a new day. The light filters through the trees, casting dappled shadows across the group. You stretch and yawn, shaking off the remnants of sleep. So, what do you guys want to do?
Full steam ahead then, guys. I want us to be at that goblin camp by the end of today. Gaba, do you think it's possible?
Sure, it'll be possible, boss. But we gotta be quick about it. Real quick. Move like the wind, we will. And let's just make sure we don't get slowed down by any, ghosts or such.
That seems oddly specific. Why would we get slowed down by ghosts?
Yeah, Gobba, there's no reason we would get slowed down by ghosts. Stop being silly.
Well, I mean, it's a possibility, isn't it? After all...
Gobba, I'm afraid you might not have understood me. I said stop being silly.
Oh, damn. Roll an intimidation check for me, Raarh.
That's a 22 total, Joe.
Oh, right, Raarh. Just pulling your leg I was. Nothing but a little goblin humor, eh? I meant to... like jokey ghosts, the spooky kind in stories. Not that we've seen any of those, no, sir. Just a bit of fun is all. We'll be speedy. No ghostly dawdling or anything of the sort. Straight to the goblin camp, quick as you like.
Well, that was fucking weird.
When are either of them not weird?
All right, Joe, we head out. Full speed ahead toward the goblin camp.
I'm going to need someone taking the lead on a perception check. Gaba will be taking the lead on the survival check unless someone else wants to.
No, we will just let Gaba do it. It's his whole thing after all.
I'll do the perception check, Joe. That's a 17 total.
As you all follow Goba navigating through the wild terrain, you remain vigilant, your senses attuned to any signs of danger or ambush. The journey takes you through dense woodlands, across trickling streams, and over rugged hills. The rustling leaves and occasional animal calls are the only sounds accompanying your steady march. For hours, your trek continues uneventfully, the anticipation of what lies ahead growing with every step. Then about 8 hours into your journey, as you crest over a hill, the landscape opens up to reveal a sight both imposing and chaotic. Before you sprawls an enormous outpost, a once mighty fort now defiled and grotesquely reconstructed in true goblin fashion. The remnants of the fort's former glory are evident in the crumbling walls and battered towers, but these have been overlaid with ramshackle structures, crudely fashioned from scavenged materials and littered with goblin kind. The goblin horde is teeming with activity. Hundreds of goblins scurry about, some sharpening weapons, others arguing or brawling. Makeshift watchtowers and defensive barricades dot the perimeter, manned by keen-eyed goblins on the lookout. You notice wargs, the fierce and oversized wolves prowling the grounds or lazily lounging in the sun. Among the throng, you spot a few larger creatures, ogres, unmistakable in their size and brutish demeanor, lumbering through the camp or barking orders at the smaller goblins. The fort has become a hive of goblin life, a center of power for the horde, and a testament to their ability to claim and corrupt what was once a symbol of order and strength.
So how do you want to approach this?
Well, you can have a little think on how you want to proceed, and you'll also want to take some time to think about what you want to take your next level into, because you're now level 6.
Hell yeah.
And that's where we will wrap up this session. Try not to discuss too many things until next week, because it'll be fun to see all your planning caught on camera. See you later, guys. So, you guys can take some time to discuss how you would like to proceed.
I just want to put it out there. I knew there would be a lot of goblins here, among other creatures, but seeing it in person, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't slightly terrifying.
Yeah, this isn't just some goblin horde. This is an army.
So have you guys had any thoughts on how we're going to go in? Because let's be extremely clear here. Brute force is off the table.
I enjoy violence as much as the next guy, but even in my ascended form, I don't think we could take all of them out.
Okay, guys. So, our original plan was to dismantle the goblin leadership, paving the way for Gaba to take the reins. But given the complexity of what we're up against, it's clear we need a more nuanced approach. Here's a thought. To every other goblin in that camp, Gaba's been off the grid for a while, right? What if we leverage that? We walk in, not as intruders, but under the guise that Gaba, in his unparalleled prowess, has subdued us. Imagine the scene. Gaba parading us through the camp as his captives now turned fiercely loyal bodyguards. This display alone could sow seeds of awe and respect among the horde, painting Gaba as a figure of immense power, capable of bending even the likes of us to his will. If we pull this off convincingly, it could grant us unfettered access throughout the camp, under the protection of Goba's newfound status. Of course, this all hinges on our ability to sell the act and navigate the camp's dynamics carefully.
I like that. Goba, do you feel comfortable with selling that?
Yeah, I reckon I can sell that. If they buy into it, we'll be golden. They won't give us a lick of trouble. But you gotta know, if they sniff out the ruse, even just a whiff, they won't hesitate to tear me apart. Literally, they'll have my head off faster than you can say, Goba's the boss. So, yeah, confident. But let's make sure we do this right, eh?
So, Goba, where exactly will we be going in?
Right, so here's the plan. We just gotta mosey on down this wee hill here, straight to the main gates down there. See? There's this big brutish ogre that hangs around there, name's Grizzletooth. A real piece of work he is, tasked with keeping us goblins in line. His loyalty to Snagglegut is like, well, it's unshakable. But between you and me, Grizzletooth's got his eyes on the prize, if you catch my drift. A secret itch for power. Now don't let his looks deceive you. He's sharp, for an ogre, that is. Which means if we can pull the wool over his eyes, we're as good as in. No one inside's gonna second guess Grizzletooth's decision to let us pass. Not unless they want to tell him that themselves. And trust me, nobody wants that. So, as long as we play our cards right, we should be golden.
All right then, if we're all geared up and ready to go, let's not waste any more time. Goba, you're up front. You know the lay of the land and the minds of those within better than any of us. Lead the way, and remember, sell it like your life depends on it, because, well, it just might. We'll be right behind you playing our parts.
Okay then, you all follow Goba down the hill, moving with purpose toward the goblin camp's main gate, the outlines of the gate and its guardians becoming clearer with each step. From about 500 feet away, the scene at the gate comes into focus. The ogre, Grizzletooth, stands at the center of a swarm of about 20 goblins. The goblins are a raucous bunch, bickering among themselves, scrapping over scraps and swigging from jugs of grog. As you get closer, Grizzletooth's imposing figure becomes unmistakable, towering over the goblins with a dominating presence. Then, as you're almost upon them, Grizzletooth's eyes lock onto your group, and a large, unsettling smile spreads across his face. And in a moment that feels suspended in time, he addresses Goba.
Well. If it isn't Goba, I could have sworn you'd have been feeding the flies by now. But I guess first, you would have fed the wolves, or whatever else fancied a bite of you. Then, after they'd have shit you out, you'd have finally fed the flies. You're incredibly useful after all. Multi-purpose, ain't you?
Goba, puffing up with as much authority and bravado as a goblin can muster, responds to Grizzletooth.
You'd be surprised, Grizzletooth. Things ain't quite like they used to be since we last crossed paths. I've come into my own, unlocked a bit of magical potential. I did. Beat these 5 all by myself. They're under my thumb now, doing my bidding. Cooking my grub, giving me massages, and taking care of all the tedious tasks I don't fancy doing myself. So, I'd watch how you're speaking to me. If I were you, that is.
Grizzletooth, with a hearty and crude laugh, responds.
Well, they must be weak as piss if you managed to beat them. But hey, at least that's a snack sorted for me, right? So, cheers for bringing them my way. I reckon I'll start with the green one first. After all, me mum always told me to eat me greens.
He points toward a goblin, addressing him as Twig.
Bring him over here, will ya?
At Grizzletooth's beckoning, Twig immediately perks up, the sudden drop of his grog tanker to the ground marking the start of his confident, albeit slightly tipsy, strut towards you, Raarh. Emboldened not just by the drink, but also by Grizzletooth's assertion of your supposed weakness, Twig can't help but let out a boisterous laugh as he moves. The other goblins watch, a mix of amusement and anticipation in their eyes, as Twig approaches with a swagger that only a goblin under the influence of grog and misplaced bravado could muster.
Yeah, fuck that. The second he lays a finger on me, I pull out my greatsword and take his head clean off.
Oh, wow.
You know what? Fair enough, buddy. Fair enough.
Damn, give me an attack roll, Raarh.
Reckless. Great weapon master. So that's a 23 to hit because the sword gives me a +1 to attack and damage rolls.
Yeah, that definitely hits, buddy. Roll your damage.
Okie dokie. So that's 2d6 now rather than 1d12. So that's 21 damage total, Joe.
Raarh, the second the goblin touches you, a surge of intent courses through your veins. With a swift and fluid motion, you draw the great sword of Nepthet-Ka, its ancient runes blazing. The moment that Twig's hand grazes you, you unleash the sword's wrath in a majestic arc. The blade, hungry for the goblin's life energy, finds its mark with unerring precision. Twig's head is severed from his body in one clean swoop. Immediately after the strike, a remarkable transformation befalls Twig's body. It begins to shrivel and desiccate as if the very essence of life is being vacuumed out. This life force, a glowing torrent of energy, spirals from the goblin's form into the sword, infusing Nepthet-Ka with power. The runes on the blade pulsate with light, each throb absorbing the stolen vitality. Around you, the surrounding goblins stand frozen, their eyes wide with horror and disbelief at the display of raw, unbridled strength. It's then, after a few moments of silence, Grizzletooth speaks up.
That was fucking incredible! Did yous all see the way his head just plopped off and tumbled to the floor? Bloody hell, I've never seen nothing like it. I've changed my mind. I ain't gonna eat you. Nah. Consider me bloody impressed, Gobber. Are all these 5 just as skilled? You're a fair bit different from the Gobber I used to know, managing to tame 'em like that. You've got some serious stones on you, mate.
I told you they were powerful, didn't I? So, what do you say, Grizzletooth? You gonna let us through, or are you just gonna stand there gawking at my slaves? Time's a-wasting, and we've got places to be, things to do, and apparently heads to pop off if need be. So, how about you make yourself useful and swing that gate open for us, eh?
Say less, Gobber. Say less. You and your entourage can pass, but hey, let's not forget about your big old pal Grizzletooth here when you're sitting pretty at the top, yeah? Always knew you had it in you, even when you were just a sniveling little runt. Just remember, it was Grizzletooth who believed in you first. Stood by you when your head could have been the next one rolling on the ground. So when you're all high and mighty, don't forget to throw a bone or two my way.
As Grizzletooth's crude declaration rings through the air, he takes a step back, his massive form casting a long shadow across the ground. With a swift motion born of brute strength, he slams his foot against the gate. The impact sends the doors flying open with such force that a goblin, previously unseen and unfortunate enough to be standing directly behind them, is catapulted into a nearby pile of rotten apples, most likely concussing it. The sight is so unexpected that Grizzletooth can't contain himself. He bursts into raucous, booming laughter, the sound echoing off the camp's walls. You all step forward, passing through the now open gate, the threshold to the chaotic heart of the goblin camp. As you move deeper into the stronghold, the sound of Grizzletooth's laughter becomes a fading echo, a final, lingering note that marks the beginning of your venture into extremely dangerous territory.
That was impressive, Gobbo. Well done. And as for you, Raarh, I was a little bit unsure of how chopping that Gobbo's head off was going to go, but it was quite honestly the best possible outcome. One weird thing, though. What was that whole situation of your sword draining the life from Twig about?
Oh, it's just something and nothing. Don't worry about it.
I want to make an insight check on Raarh.
Roll it, man.
That's a 15 total.
Nice. All right, Raarh, I'm going to need you to roll me either a deception check or a persuasion check. Basically, whatever you feel like you're doing at the moment.
Awesome. That's a 2.
All right, so Tronald, you can tell that Raarh isn't exactly telling you the whole story of what's going on.
Look, Raarh, you don't need to tell me anything that you're not comfortable sharing, but remember, I'm your ally and I have your best interests at heart. That sword, it's clear there's more to it than meets the eye. If you ever feel like talking to me about it, know that I'll be there ready to listen without any judgment.
I appreciate that, Tronald. But yeah, I'll tell you everything that I've learnt about it, but just not right now. We can talk about it when we have a bit more time on our hands.
Joe, I'd like to approach a goblin and say to them, are there any goblin elders in this camp?
Huh? Why do you want to know that?
I mean, how often do you see an old goblin? I'm guessing the majority of them just die pretty young. But as interesting as it may be to see one, Lunaria, we're not here to sightsee.
The goblin you approach is slightly swaying on its feet with a tankard in hand. It spins around and then squints up at you. Who's asking? You some kind of... Mid-sentence, the goblin hiccups and then suddenly shifts gears. Oh, right, course. Only one elder around these parts, that's Rattlebone. She's the one you're looking for, yeah? You'll find her in her hut just over there. Bit obvious, innit?
Are you going to tell us why you're looking for an elder, Lunaria?
There's just something I need to check, Saxy. You trust me, right? I'd like to think that you do, because I trust you. So, trust me when I say I need to have this conversation alone. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine, and I'll meet back up with you all when I'm finished.
All right, Lunaria, if you say you need to handle this one on your own, then you've got my trust. Just be careful, all right? We'll be here, waiting for you to get back.
I walk off to find Rattlebone, Joe.
I'm not sure wandering off on her own is the best idea inside of here, but she seemed determined enough to do it, whatever it is.
We've just got to trust she knows what she's doing, Tronald.
Hey, Gaba, do you know much about this Rattlebone?
Rattlebone, yeah? She's older than old, way older than any goblin ought to be. If I'm being honest, I don't rightly know how it's possible. Rumor has it she's around 700 years old.
What?
Yeah, you heard right. 700. You'll find her cooped up in her hut most times, or hanging around Snagglegut's quarters. She's strange, that one. Doesn't really talk much to anyone, unless she's wanting something. It's never a friendly, "Hey, Gobba, how are ya?" Nah, it's always, "Gobba, do this, Gobba, do that." Bit of a one-way street with her, if you catch my drift.
Well, that's slightly disconcerting. But then again, nothing about this place is normal, it seems. Well, it seems almost too organized.
Well, until she gets back, let's just have a little wander around camp, get our bearings, and figure out what's where.
Yeah, that sounds like a good of a plan as any.
Okay, so while Lunaria takes her leave to pursue her own matters, the rest of you begin to meander through the sprawling expanse of the goblin camp. As you walk, you take in the chaotic sights around you, the din of goblin chatter and the clatter of makeshift smithies filling the air. The camp is a labyrinth of ramshackle structures, each more haphazardly constructed than the last, yet somehow standing. You note the locations of various key areas, the menacing warg pens where the creatures snarl and snap at their confines, the bustling market square filled with goblins bartering goods of dubious origin, and the ominously quiet zone that you deduce must be where the elders, like Rattlebone, reside. Each of you takes mental notes, creating a mind map of the camp's layout. This isn't just aimless wandering, it's a strategic reconnaissance, allowing you to understand the camp's structure, pinpoint potential areas of interest, and plan future movements with more precision. The knowledge of the camp's geography slowly becomes etched in your minds, ready to be utilized when the time calls for action. Okay, so I'm going to need every one of you except for Lunaria to leave the table. I'll call you back in when we're finished.
Ooh, this is new. Added immersion, I like it.
Lunaria, as you make your way through the camp, the cacophony of the goblins' daily chaos begins to fade, replaced by a quieter, more oppressive atmosphere. The path underfoot, once trampled earth crowded with goblins, now feels increasingly isolated, the spaces between structures stretching longer, the shadows growing deeper. The air grows cooler, the vibrant disorder of the camp giving way to a more somber, neglected part of the encampment. Sparse, twisted vegetation begins to encroach upon the path, their thorns catching at your cloak. The occasional bone, not just goblin-sized, but larger, more ominous specimens, are strewn carelessly across your way, crunching underfoot. As you continue, the ambient noises of life and argument dwindle to a disquieting silence, broken only by the occasional distant caw of a crow or the rustle of leaves in a chill wind that seems to whisper warnings. Then you see it. Ahead, amidst a clearing that feels too intentional to be natural, stands what once must have been a solid stone structure, sturdy and imposing. Now, however, it is a husk of its former self, defiled with bones hung like macabre ornaments and ensnared by creeping vines and other voracious plant life that seem to feed off the dark energy emanating from within. The entrance looms like a maw, promising knowledge or perhaps doom to those who dare to enter. The atmosphere here is thick with a sense of ancient, undisturbed power, and the air feels heavy with the weight of secrets long kept. The stone structure, with its ominous adornments, stands as a testament to the darker aspects of goblin society and the mysterious figure of Elder Rattlebone who resides within. Lunaria, as you stand before this unsettling abode, the feeling of being watched encompasses you. What would you like to do?
I want to walk inside, Joe. I announce my presence as I do. Elder Rattlebone, are you there?
As you step over the threshold into Elder Rattlebone's hut, an uninvited chill seems to crawl up your spine. The air inside is heavy with the scent of earth and something faintly acrid, like the aftermath of a lightning strike. The dim interior is illuminated by the sputtering light of candles, their flames emitting dancing shadows that seem almost sentient in their erratic movements. The silence of the hut is broken only by the soft, unsettling clink of bone chimes hanging from the low ceiling. Each step you take sends another wave of eerie music through the space. Your eyes are drawn to the shelves lining the walls, cluttered with jars of all shapes and sizes. Upon closer inspection, the jars reveal their contents, floating creature parts preserved in some unknown liquid. Some are distinctly inhuman with scales or feathers, but others are unsettlingly humanoid, their features distorted by their preservation. The sight of them sends a shiver down your spine, a visceral reaction to the display before you. In the center of the room stands a table, its surface cluttered with tomes bound in unfamiliar materials, candles dripping with years of accumulated wax, and bowls filled with ingredients that defy identification. As you take in the surroundings, a voice breaks the silence, its tone weaving through the air like smoke.
Oh, I am here, my pet, lurking in the shadows where time itself fears to tread. And now, like a moth to a flame, you fluttered in. How delightful! I've been waiting for you, biding my time, counting the moons for so very long, my dear, sweet Lunaria. My bones have ached with the weight of anticipation.
It's then a subtle shift occurs within the dimly lit interior. The shadows in the corner of the room, previously just an indistinct mass of darkness, begin to coalesce, swirling, with a life of their own. Before your eyes, the form of Elder Rattlebone seems to almost apparate from the very essence of the hut itself, settling into a chair that, until this moment, had seemed as unoccupied as the rest of the room. Elder Rattlebone. She is as eerie as her abode. Her form is that of an old goblin, but with an aura that sets her far apart from all of her kin. Her skin is a map of wrinkles and scars, each line telling tales of centuries past and dark deeds done. Her eyes, deep and luminous, hold the weight of knowledge that no mortal should possess, glowing with an inner light that seems both inviting and warning. Clad in garb that blends seamlessly with the shadows, she appears as a figure born from the night itself, with trinkets and bone jewelry that clatter softly as she sways like a wisp of gentle mist.
Come closer, child. Don't be shy, I won't bite.
I walk closer to her, Joe.
I trust you've brought me what I so desperately crave. You see, my dear, in this web of fate we're all entangled in, you play a crucial part. Yes, you do. And you've come not a moment too soon or too late, for that matter.
With deliberate slowness, Elder Rattlebone reaches for a jar that seems to swirl with a mixture of eyes. She gazes into it intently, her eyes locked on the floating orbs as if seeking answers from their silent vigil.
Fate is funny that way, isn't it? Now tell me, have you brought it? The thing I seek, the whisper in the night, the shadow at noon? Speak up, my lovely, for my ears aren't what they used to be. And my patience wears thinner than the veil between worlds.
Yeah, I've brought it. But now that I'm here, I'm not sure I want to go through with it after all.
Oh, you're such a tease, pet. So is it no longer your wish to see Mummy and Daddy again?
Her eyes flare with a sinister light as she seems to emit an aura of shadow and darkness, enveloping the space around her in an even deeper gloom.
Yes. I can see them now. They still search endlessly for their baby girl, wandering through the shadows of despair. They miss you, oh, so dearly. Oh, such a profound sadness they carry. It's a shame, really, that the feeling's not reciprocated.
She leans forward, a disgusting grin lining her face as the shadows seem to cling to her like a cloak.
After all this time, after all you've done to find them, to stand on the threshold of reunion and falter, how deliciously tragic.
No, I do want to see them again, more than anything in this world. But they've been kind to me. After everything, after the darkness and the solitude, they became my beacon. To betray them now, to turn my back on the bonds we've forged and the trust we've built. I don't know how I could live with myself.
I'm going to need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
That's a 15.
Okay, Lunaria. You begin to feel an intangible yet suffocating presence invading the sanctity of your thoughts. It's as though her words are not just audible but palpable, reaching out and piercing through the defenses of your mind. You sense the metaphorical grasp of her claws wrapping around your consciousness, a sensation both violating and inescapable. Despite your efforts to resist, to shield your innermost thoughts, you find yourself powerless against her intrusion.
Yes, yes, yes. I can see into your heart. I can peer into the depths of your mind. Saxi, is it? Ooh, what a tender bond you've begun to nurture. But tell me, dear, do you truly trust him not to wound you? Is this fledgling bond you cherish so deeply worth sacrificing the chance to embrace your dear mummy and daddy once more? Oh, yes. I've glimpsed the promises they've whispered in your ear. We will help you get home, Lunaria. How utterly pathetic. Even if they possessed the power to fulfill such vows, you, my pet, have given me your word. You sought my protection, my aid, and in return, you pledged yourself to our agreement, and yet, here you stand, wavering. You kept me waiting, Lunaria. You indulged in the comfort I provided, and now dare to reconsider your oath? So I tell you this. Retract your word now, and I shall bind you to this mortal plane with every shred of my considerable power. I will ensure, with a conviction as cold and unyielding as death itself, that you never lay eyes upon your family again.
I'll do it. Just promise me you will let the rest of them, that you will let Saxi walk out of here alive.
Oh, you have my word, dearie. Truly, I have no need for the rest of your little band. While it would indeed provide a certain entertainment to flay their skin from their bodies, to savor their exquisite screams as they echo in my ear, I shall let them leave. For you, my dear, because I care about you.
With a sly grin, she reaches behind her, her movements deliberate, and produces a bracelet. The item seems to pulse with a dark energy, its very presence unsettling.
Lunaria, have him put on this. He must be within 1,000 feet of my hut for it to work, but the moment he clasps it around his wrist, he will be bound to me. Then, my dear, your obligations here will be fulfilled, and I will uphold my end of the bargain. I will send you home, back to the Fair Realm, where you can live out your dreams once more.
Can I make an insight check on her, Joe, to see if she's being truthful?
Yeah, sure you can. Roll it.
That's a 17 total.
All right. She seems like she's being extremely open and honest with you.
All right then, Joe, I say to her. I've been gone too long. I need to get back to them now, otherwise they will start to get suspicious. Then I leave the hut and go find the rest of the group. Without waiting for a response, you turn and leave the hut, the heavy air of the room lifting as you step back into the chaos of the goblin camp. After about 10 minutes of weaving through the camp, your eyes catch a familiar sight. Your companions. They're strolling around the camp with an almost leisurely air, taking in the sights as if they were tourists rather than intruders in a potentially hostile land. All right, guys, you can come back in now.
So are you going to tell us what all that was about, Lunaria?
Come on, dude. She said that she didn't want to discuss it, so just leave her be, okay?
Aren't you just a little bit curious, though?
Well, of course I'm curious, but that's the whole point of being in a group and having trust. I'm sure Lunaria will tell us when she feels ready, just like Raarh with his sword.
So when should we start the overthrowing?
Well, we could continue to make our way around camp to see if Snagglegut is around, but I reckon he's going to be in his chambers inside of his mighty fort.
And honestly, that's probably not the worst thing. I'd prefer we take care of business where hundreds of other goblins and creatures won't get involved. But I don't think we should jump straight into that. I think there could be allies to be found in the right places here. And even if we can't find any, we can make sure that reinforcements don't come flooding through when the moment arrives.
All right, well, we can scout out the fort at least, see if we can get in, and try to figure out the layout of it, if everyone else is up for that.
Yeah, sure. Why not? And if we can't get in, then we just turn around for now. Because like you say, Tronald, now wouldn't be an ideal time to start any fights.
Sweet. All right then, Joe. We head towards the main fort and see what the situation is.
Okay then. You all begin to head towards the heart of the goblin encampment, where the main fort stands. As you navigate the chaotic sprawl of the camp, the imposing structure of the fort comes into view, a stark silhouette against the sky. It's a massive, defiled edifice, a once noble architecture now twisted into a monstrosity. The walls are littered with crude symbols and trophies of conquest, while the gates bear the scars of countless battles. Guarding the entrance are two ogres, their massive forms a clear deterrent to any who might consider an uninvited visit. Each ogre is armored in a patchwork of scavenged plates and leathers, wielding clubs that are more akin to tree trunks than weapons. Flanking them are 6 goblins, each remarkably well armed and displaying a level of readiness that sets them apart from the common rabble of the camp. Among them, 2 move with grace, cloaked in shadows, their eyes scanning the surroundings with a predator's focus. Another 2 stand taller, their stature and the heft of their weapons suggesting a brute force that belies their size. One among the group is covered with symbols and trinkets, an air of arcane power emanating from them, while the last carries symbols of healing and protection. As you draw closer, something shocking catches your eyes. Hanging from its sides are steel cages, about 20 in total. Most are macabre monuments to those who have fallen, their occupants long since surrendered to death. However, amidst this gallery of despair, one cage stands out. Movement, a stirring of life. Something or someone still clings to existence within the confines of their prison.
Can we make out what it is?
As you squint through the dim light towards the distant cage, details of the captive's form emerge from the shadows. Its fur is as dark as midnight, with white markings streaking across, patterns that weave a mesmerizing contrast, reminiscent of moonlit paths on a starless night. This tabaxi moves with a restrained grace that speaks of a natural agility, now curbed by cold, unforgiving iron and steel. Its dark silhouette is framed by the harsh metallic bonds that encircle his wrists, and the muzzle that clamps over his mouth indicates severe measures, evidently taken to mute his voice and hinder his movements. So what would you like to do?
Well, if we're aiming to rally allies within this camp, perhaps our first step should be to aid the individual trapped in that cage. Granted, we don't know who they are, but considering they've been imprisoned by the goblins, it's a safe bet they're not exactly on friendly terms with them.
That's not a bad idea, honestly. We could definitely use any help we can get at this point. But the real question is, how do we go about freeing them? There are a lot of eyes on that cage, so have you got any ideas on how we can pull this off without drawing too much attention?
Well, if I fancied burning a 2nd level spell, I could use Vortex Warp to pull them out of there. The catch is finding a spot not under watch within 90 feet of the cage for the teleport. I wouldn't mind upcasting for a bit more range, say 120 or 150 feet, if it gives us an edge, after all. Right now, securing a capable ally feels more crucial than conserving spell slots.
But we don't even know if they're capable. Could just be a petty thief that's been imprisoned or something like that.
I don't think so, Raarh. I mean, just look at his bindings. Those metal clasps around his hands aren't your standard go-to for captives. They're far more secure than regular manacles. And then there's the metal gag around his mouth. All that effort to keep him silent and restrained seems pretty extreme for just some petty criminal, doesn't it? To be honest, it suggests to me that whoever's in that cage poses a significant enough threat to warrant those bindings.
All right then, so we're agreed that it's in the best interest for this plan for me to break them out?
You probably wouldn't even need to waste any spell slots, Tronald. Since the level up, I've gained a pretty neat ability. Shadow Step. Basically, I can now teleport anywhere within 60 feet of me as long as it is dim light or darkness. So all I'd need is enough of a distraction that nobody is looking up, and I can break him free myself.
Okay, sweet. So we've got 2 options. Personally, I'm leaning towards Tronald's idea. That way, none of us need to put ourselves in harm's way. We could just poof them to us. Speaking of Joe, is there anywhere within 90 feet of the cage that seems pretty secluded?
Make a perception check for me, buddy.
Nice. That's a natural 20, Joe.
Amazing.
Nice job, Saxy. All right. With your keen eyes scanning the surroundings, you manage to spot exactly what you're looking for. There seems to be a small structure, a sort of hut or outhouse, tucked away in a less trafficked area outside of the front gate.
Okay, Tronald, so if you're going to do this, do you see that little outhouse over there?
Yeah, I see it.
Well, it seems pretty secluded, so it could be a perfect spot to warp him to. By all accounts, they might not even notice that he's gone for a while. I mean, it's not natural instinct to be looking up all the time.
Are you sure there isn't anywhere a little more hygienic? I mean, that's probably filled with goblin poop. and I don't want to mucky up my fresh clothes.
Oh yeah, Boss Tronald, that there's a real treasure trove of goblin poop. And let me tell you, not just us gobbos make use of it. Even the ogres duck in there when they're after a bit of alone time, if you get what I mean. So, yeah, it's pretty much as ripe as it gets.
See what I mean? So I mean this in the politest way possible. Fuck that.
Oh, come on, Tronald, it's only a bit of goblin shit. Think of the greater good here. A little muck never hurt anyone, especially not us. We've waded through worse, haven't we?
I'm going to have to disagree with you there, Raarh. I absolutely don't think we have. Anyway, do you know how many diseases I would be opening myself up to catch?
No, how many?
Well, more than I'm comfortable with.
Don't worry about it, Tronald. I can heal and freshen you up afterwards. But if you're really worried about it, I can give you this bracelet of mine that will protect you from any form of disease if you want it.
You know what? Fine. Fuck it. I'll traverse through this taint for you guys, but don't ever say Tronald doesn't take one for the team. Hand that over to me then, Lunaria, and I'll go free the cat man.
I pass the bracelet over to Tronald.
Does it need attunement or anything, or are we good to go?
No, it doesn't need attunement.
All right then. Joe, I put the bracelet on, and then I begin to make my way over towards an inside of the hut.
All right, Tronald. As you slide the bracelet onto your wrist, you feel a brief, sizzling sensation akin to a faint electric shock that quickly fades away. It's an unexpected jolt, but you rationalize it as the bracelet's enchantment activating, perhaps its mechanism for nullifying poison and disease at work. With the bracelet now secure, you turn your attention towards the task at hand. Approaching the hut, the reality of Goba's description becomes all too apparent. Piles of filth and refuse are overflowing from within, making it clear that this outhouse has seen extensive use. The door, when you attempt to open it, proves to be stubbornly stuck, resisting your efforts to push it open. It seems that the combination of neglect and the accumulation of debris has sealed it shut.
All right then. Can I try to pull it instead of pushing it?
Wow. Well, isn't that just a great idea?
Give me an athletics check, Tronald.
Ooh, that's a 19. So 19 minus 3, that's a 16 total.
All right, Tronald, with a change of tactics, you decide to give the door a firm pull instead of pushing. Your strength check, a solid 16, proves more than enough for the task at hand. With a hearty yank, the door flies open, releasing a small wave of dirt that splashes over your boots. The sudden intrusion into the outhouse's dim interior reveals an unexpected occupant, a goblin, caught quite literally with his pants down. He's perched upon the facility, his expression morphing from shock to outrage as he locks eyes with you. "Oi, what do you think you're doing?" the goblin screeches, his voice echoing off the cramped walls. "Can't a goblin have a moment's peace without some nosy prat barging in? This is a private session, you hear? Private. I'll have you know I'm a respected individual in this camp. You've just made a very powerful enemy, you have. Now close that blasted door and let me finish in peace, or I swear by the great Goblin King I'll—" His rant trails off into a mix of grumbling and muttered threats. His dignity as tarnished as the surroundings.
Oh, lovely. I shut the door, Joe, and let him finish.
Okay. You shut the door, respecting the goblin's demand for privacy, albeit under bizarre circumstances. As the door clicks shut, the bracelet on your wrist tingles yet again, this time with a slightly stronger and almost painful sensation. It crosses your mind that the bracelet must be actively working to combat the filth enveloping the area, shielding you from the unsavory conditions of the outhouse. The notion offers a small comfort, despite the growing pain from the bracelet's increased activity. After a seemingly long 5 minutes during which the ambience of the camp continues, then the door suddenly bursts open. The goblin from inside storms out, pulling up his trousers in a huff, his face twisted in annoyance. "See, was that so difficult to just wait your bloody turn? You big lugs always think you can just barge in wherever you like. Well, let me tell you, order and decency mean something in this camp, even if it's not obvious to the likes of you. Next time, knock, or better yet, find a bush. You've completely ruined my concentration. I hope you're happy with yourself." And with that, he stomps off, muttering under his breath about rude intruders and no respect for personal space.
This is disgusting.
Kind of funny, though.
All right, Joe, I want to make my way inside, pulling the door shut behind me and trying to hold my breath as much as I can. Are there any cracks visible in the walls where I can see the individual in the cage?
As you steel yourself and enter the outhouse, pulling the door shut behind you, the stench hits you like a physical force. You try your best to hold your breath, minimizing the assault on your senses. Inside, amidst the dimness and the overpowering smell, you scan the walls for any potential vantage points. Your eyes quickly find 1 or 2 areas where the wood has fractured, creating narrow slits through which the outside world is visible. Positioning yourself for a better view, you take a moment to observe through these makeshift peepholes. After a few seconds of careful scrutiny, your patience pays off. You manage to catch sight of the figure in the cage. The limited viewpoint offers just enough of a glimpse to confirm their presence and approximate location, giving you the visual confirmation needed to proceed with your plan.
Fabulous. All right then, Joe. I'm going to cast Vortex Warp on the individual, teleporting them to me. I'm guessing they will have to make a Constitution saving throw because they're not willing.
Tronald, your focus is sharp as you harness the arcane energies around you. The very fabric of reality within the outhouse begins to twist and churn. Despite the mundane surroundings, the spellcraft at work is anything but as you begin to bend the laws of magic to your will. As you invoke the final syllables of the incantation, a vortex of magical energy emerges within the hanging cage. The air beside you shimmers violently, a portal ripping open the veil between here and there. In a flash of arcane brilliance, the black tabaxi is torn from their cage and thrust through the vortex, reappearing with a suddenness that fills the small space with displaced air and a faint echo of the magic used to bridge the gap between you, the surprise of instantaneous relocation mirrored in their posture.
As soon as the tabaxi lands next to me, I want to reassure him, telling him to shh and that we are allies, we have freed you. Then I want to take off my cloak and wrap it around him, making sure his features are covered. I open the door slowly to make sure there is nobody outside, and if the coast is clear, I'll make my way towards the rest of the group.
Okay, Tronald. With cautious optimism, you gently push the outhouse door open, scanning the area for any observers. The coast appears clear, allowing you to stealthily navigate towards the safety of your group.
Well, that went nice and smoothly, aside from all the poo, that is.
However, the second you arrive next to everyone, a searing pain surges through your arm, emanating from the bracelet. It's an intense, consuming agony that forces you to close your eyes, grappling with the unexpected assault.
Huh? Tronald, are you okay?
What's going on with him?
Did you hurt yourself or something?
As you open them again, the familiar surroundings, the goblin camp, and your companions have vanished. Instead, you find yourself engulfed in darkness, an oppressive void where visibility is almost non-existent. As you struggle to orient yourself in this engulfing blackness, you become acutely aware of something else, an otherworldly presence, arcane bindings, not of any material known to the earthly realms, but wrought from pure magical essence, spiral around you. They weave through your very being, an invasion more intimate and violating than any physical chains could aspire to be. These ethereal bonds penetrate deep, lacing through your essence with a pain that is beyond the realm of imagination, beyond the threshold of endurance. The bindings do more than merely restrain. The flow of magical energy that once coursed through you, a river of potential and power, now feels dammed at its source. It seems that they have severed your connection to the arcane entirely. Your attempts to reach for that familiar wellspring of magic are only met with a void, a stark, unnerving silence.
What the hell's going on?
We'll get back to you in a bit, Tronald, but for now, the rest of you watch as, in the blink of an eye, Tronald's form begins to undergo a harrowing transformation. His physical being seems to rip and tear at the seams. Before your very eyes, Tronald is surrounded by a vortex of arcane energy, his figure contorting in ways that the mind struggles to comprehend. It's as if the fabric of reality itself rebels against him, tearing him away from this plane. And in a final dramatic surge of power, he is warped away from you, leaving behind a void where he once stood. I'm going to have to ask you to leave the table for a little bit, Tronald. I'll invite you back in shortly.
This sucks ass.
What the hell did you do to Tronald, Catman?
He can't respond to you. His mouth is currently covered.
I will punch the shit out of you if you don't answer me!
Hold on, Raarh. Let's not jump to conclusions here. We have no idea what just happened. Before we start throwing punches, we need to get these bindings off this guy. Maybe he knows something about what just went down. I mean, seriously, fuck. What the hell is happening here?
Joe, I get to work on trying to unlock the bindings around the guy's mouth, but only his mouth for now, until he tells us what's going on. I'm not going to release his arms.
Give me a sleight of hand check.
That's a 14.
Alexandrew, your fingers get to work trying to find a latch or weakness in the device. Despite your focused efforts and the urgency of the moment, the mechanism proves stubborn, resisting your attempts to unlock or remove it.
Fuck this! I rip it off!
Give me a strength check, Raarh.
That's an 18 total, Joe.
Raarh! You decide to take a more direct approach. Grasping the metal mouthpiece with both hands, you pull with all the might your powerful muscles can muster. Despite the device's sturdy design intended to withstand tampering, it's no match for your brute strength. With a determined heave, you manage to tear the mouthpiece away, breaking the resistant mechanism in the process. The device clatters to the ground, its hold on the tabaxi now broken. Freed from the silence imposed upon them, the tabaxi gasps for air, their expression a mixture of shock and profound relief.
So I ask again, what the fuck did you do to my Tronald?
Well, there's no point in me answering this. Mike, why don't you join us at the table and answer for yourself?
Oh, shit.
What the hell are you talking about? I was just minding my own business, stuck in that cage, pretty much resigned to my fate. Then, out of nowhere, I find myself ankle deep in shit with some old dude wrapping me up. I swear, for a second there, I thought I was about to be violated.
Huh? I never thought Tronald gave off, that kind of vibe. What about you, Saxy?
Huh, that's an interesting leap to make. I mean, I know Tronald looks a bit unconventional, but that's a really fucking weird first impression to land on, dude. Really, what the hell's brewing in your mind to even go there? What the hell's wrong with you, man?
You know, it's quite a mixed bag with me, folks. A bit of a cocktail of complexities, you might say. Some parts in the old noggin aren't exactly firing on all cylinders, if you catch my drift. Then there's the physical aspect, and oh boy, let's not even start on the spiritual journey I've been on. It's like a never-ending roller coaster, but without the fun part. But hey, amidst my deep dive, contemplating the meaning of life inside of a goblin cage, you guys decided to pull me back into the free world. So, thanks for that, really. The names might bite you.
Not if I bite you first.
What the fuck?
No, he wasn't saying he was planning to bite you, Raarh. That's his name.
Bit of a fucking weird name if you ask me.
You cut me real deep, Raarh. Here I was marveling at the poetic resonance of your name, thinking to myself, now that's a name that screams sophistication and nuance. And then you go and throw shade at my moniker? Might Bite Ya is a name steeped in tradition and mystery, a name that whispers tales of intrigue and daring escapades in the dark corners of taverns and in the luxury of maidens' quarters.
Oh, well, I didn't mean it was a bad name. Just that it lacks a bit of punch, if you know what I mean.
Next, you'll be telling me you expected something like Bob the Fearsome Furry or Steve the Slightly Aggressive.
Sorry to cut in, but I think we're veering off the main issue here. We need to figure out where the hell Tronald has vanished to. It's obvious something major has gone down, and clearly Might's just as in the dark as we are. So that means someone else has snatched Tronald away from us. Could it be that damn Lady Alara catching up to us? Or maybe one of her lackeys? Perhaps they used a spell, similar to what Tronald just pulled to yank him out from under our noses. Has anyone got any theories on this? Or am I the only one here actually freaking out about our friend being magically kidnapped?
Obviously I'm freaking out, but I don't know what the hell to do. Do I just start cutting every fucker down in this place until I find him, or what?
Well, we need to act fast, because the longer we wait, the further he could get from us. Lunaria, don't you have some kind of spell that can locate something Tronald had on his person? I remember reading about spells like that.
I'm sorry, Saxy, but I don't have access to any spells like that. We could have used Tronald's scrying crystal, but obviously he has that on him. Maybe we should all just split up and look for him. If time is of the essence, we multiply our chances by like 5 of finding something.
Well, that's a shame, Lunaria. But don't worry about it, because I actually do have the spell you're talking about, Saxy. Locate objects. It's pretty handy in a pinch. It can locate any object within 1,000 feet of me, and it lasts for a decent stretch of time. So, how about we take a little stroll around the area and wait until it pings? I could focus on that wand he had on him, or something like that. Then there'd be no need for splitting up and thinning our ranks.
That's amazing, Mate. We've just got to be careful that you don't get spotted. I mean, it's highly unlikely that they will notice that you're gone, at least for a little bit, but when they do notice, they're going to start a mad search for you, no doubt. And you, just like us, stand out in this crowd like a sore thumb.
Well, when it comes to that, I can use some magic to disguise myself. Don't worry about that.
Well, it looks like we have a plan then. Let's go get our wizard back.
Are you sure this is the right call? What if whoever has done it is counting on us following him? What if they're really powerful like this Lady Alara? we would be walking towards our own deaths.
What's that supposed to mean, Lunaria? What, you expect us just to leave him?
No, I'm just saying, are you sure that we should risk—
What the hell's gotten into you, Lunaria? Since when do we start second-guessing ourselves, huh? You think Tronald would be sitting around wringing his hands if you were the one who got snatched? Hell no! He'd be on your trail this very second, no questions asked. Whoever's bold enough to take him has just made one hell of a mistake. They've made an enemy out of me, out of all of us, and when I find them, their power won't mean a damn thing. I don't care if it's this Lady Alara, or any of her lackeys for that matter. They're going to wish they never crossed paths with us. I swear, I'll rip their fucking head off with my bare hands. We stand together, and we get our friend back, no matter what it takes.
100%, man. So, Mike, shall we get going?
Yeah. Joe, I cast Locate Objects with the intention of trying to locate Tronald's wand. In realms near, in shadows cast, I seek the wand through time amassed. Reveal thy light, O object lost. Guide our path, no matter the cost.
What the fuck are you doing, mate? This is no time to be reciting poetry.
Well, that's where you'd be wrong, my big green friend. You see, words, when woven in a certain rhythm and articulation, serve as the conduit for my magic. It's not just about the poetry itself, but how the essence of each word, each phrase, harmonizes with this triangle here. Together, they unlock the arcane, allowing me to cast spells and work wonders. So, in a very real sense, this poetry is my power.
That's awesome.
That's interesting.
That's fucking weird. I don't like it.
You'll learn to love it, boy.
Might, you take a moment to center yourself, gathering the focus needed for the spell. You retrieve your small triangle, its metal gleaming in the light, ready to blend poetry and music into the weave of your magic. With a firm strike, the triangle emits a clear, resonant note, setting the stage for your incantation. Your voice melds with the sound, reciting verses steeped in magical intent. As the final note vibrates into silence, the spell takes effect, sending a magical pulse westward. Almost instantaneously, you sense a ping, a sure sign that Tronald's wand lies in that direction, stationary and awaiting discovery.
It be westward. That's where the spell's pointing us. Tronald's wand, and likely the man himself, is waiting for us in that direction.
Nice work, man. All right, so we start heading in that direction, Joe. Will you be able to tell if it starts moving?
Yeah, man. Easy peasy.
All right, as all of you begin to make your way westward, the atmosphere around you subtly begins to change. The bustling, chaotic energy of the goblin camp that you've grown accustomed to starts to fade, giving way to an environment that feels eerily quiet and isolated. The further you travel, the more pronounced the silence becomes. All right, so I'm going to need all of you to leave the table. Oh, and when you're out there, tell Tronald to come back in.
You can go back in now, buddy.
What's happening?
God knows. Even if we know, I don't think we can tell you, man, but I'm sure you'll find out yourself soon enough.
Well, I just better not be dead/dying. You called, Joe?
Welcome back, buddy. All right, then. Tronald, as you look around, finding yourself chained and utterly immobilized, you can't shake the profound sense of helplessness that envelops you. The ability to move freely or summon your arcane powers has been stripped away, leaving you vulnerable and exposed. But it's at this moment a voice, sinister yet carrying an eerily welcoming tone, cuts through the stifling darkness that surrounds you.
Ah, welcome, my dear. My sincerest apologies for the snugness of these chains. You see, they're a bit of a necessity. Without them, I'd wager you'd be halfway to the hills by now, wouldn't you? But alas, such fantasies of escape will remain fantasies. Here, fleeing is as futile as casting spells into the void. You're in my domain now, Lord Tanavir. Do make yourself at home, for this is where you'll be residing for the foreseeable future. Cozy up to the idea, why don't you? After all, comfort is a state of mind, and I assure you your mind will have plenty of time to adjust to its new confines. This is your sanctuary, your prison, your kingdom to rule over, albeit a kingdom of dust and echoes. And don't fret, my dear, you won't be lonely. I'll be keeping a close, ever-watchful eye on you. After all, what kind of host would I be if I didn't entertain my guest?
Who are you? What do you want with me? How do you know about Lord Tanavir, and how did I get here?
Oh, Aren't you just brimming with questions, my dear? But please, let's not rush through this delightful conversation. After all, if we're to be companions in this dance of ours, it's only proper we acquaint ourselves thoroughly. Wouldn't you agree? So, who am I? A fan, perhaps? No, that's not quite right. An admirer, yes, that feels more fitting. You, my dear Lord Tanavir, are a unique specimen in the annals of history, achieving what many deemed impossible. Cheating death itself in the most spectacular fashion. And what do I want with you? It's simple, really. I yearn to learn, to understand the secrets that you've unraveled, the mysteries you've mastered. And should you be reluctant to share your discoveries willingly, fear not. I have ways of encouraging you to open up. Extraction, you might call it, of the most intimate and revealing kind. So, let's be friends, shall we?
And I think that's where
Wait a second, Joe. That voice is amazing. Even though I probably shouldn't like it, I do. Can you do the outro in her voice?
Sure, I guess.
Oh, my dears. If you found yourselves entertained, do make sure to whisper your affections. And should your heart yearn to offer more than mere applause, consider joining our YouTube channel members, or perhaps our Patreon, where you will get early access. Now, if you'll excuse me, a new toy has come into my possession, and I simply cannot wait to explore all the fun we're going to have.
Awesome.
All right then, guys. So we haven't actually discussed what you all decided to do for your level up. So let's start with that.
Okay, sweet. Well, I was thinking about shifting away from Artificer and going into Rogue and letting that work in symbiosis with the Infiltrator armor. But in the end, I decided to just take another level in Artificer. If it isn't broke, don't fix it, right?
Couldn't agree more. I'll be taking another level in Barbarian. There were a few cool options available, but I just didn't fancy straying away from my meaty path.
Awesome, man. So I also now can have an extra infusion, so that's 3 total. Then there's tool expertise. So yeah, I'm now better with tools, I guess.
Neat. Well, I've decided to take my path feature into an elk.
I'm intrigued to know your thought process behind that.
Simple, really. I'm sick of everywhere we travel to taking forever. So this way, we get there twice as fast. Efficient as fuck.
Sweet, so you're like the man-bear pig but elkish instead?
Yes. Man-bear elk.
So yeah, guys, I've decided to stick with my bardic roots for my level 6 upgrade. With my counter charm, I'll be spinning poems and words of power that basically slap away any mind-controlling vibes. Think of me starting a beautiful performance and suddenly everyone's got this poetic shield against being scared or mind-hugged. Then I've also picked up some magical secrets. Basically, I can pick 2 spells from any class. I've decided to go with Counterspell and Revivify.
Hold up, mate. Are you sure you don't want to swap Counterspell out because I've picked it as well?
Nah. Have you ever considered the possibility of counterspelling a counterspell? Could be handy.
Well, that's true. You're wise beyond your years, Catman.
What about you, Tronald?
So basically, I've become so good at peering into the future, reading fortunes, cheesing, and generally knowing stuff I shouldn't, that it barely costs me a thing anymore. Every time I cast a divination spell, the magical universe is like, hey, Tronald, nice job, have a spell slot back. So yeah, aside from that, I get access to a couple more spells and an extra cast of a level 3 spell.
All right, so my turn. I'm quicker on my feet. Extra 5 feet of movement, to be exact. Got myself an additional key point too, because why not? More fuel for the fire. Now, the real game changer, I'm gonna be shadow hopping like it's nobody's business. Think of it as unlimited short-range teleportation as long as there are shadows nearby. Then there's my key-empowered strikes. Yeah, my fists are now magical.
Oh, nice. So you'll be able to contribute a lot more now, right? What do the magical fists let you do? More damage? Better accuracy?
No, they just class as magical weapons. So basically, if something is immune or resistant to non-magical attacks, my fists now bypass that.
What about you, Lunaria?
Okay, so I can shapeshift into stronger beasts, challenge rating up to my level divided by 3. Plus, my beast attacks are magically charged, cutting through resistances and immunities. There's more to it, but that's the gist.
What's wrong? You sound a bit peeved, not gonna lie.
Don't worry about it.
All right then, if that's everyone, let's dive into the session.
Hey, so, Might, I was gonna wait to ask you this. Thought I'd wait for the right moment. But I guess now seems as good a time as any, seeing as we're just following you towards Tronald. How did you find yourself locked up in that cage back there?
Well, you see, I was in the company of a few companions, embroiled in a venture I'll spare you the gritty details of. Suffice to say, we were deep in an endeavor when, quite unceremoniously, I found myself caught unawares. In a blink, I was surrounded by goblins. My allies vanished like mist. So, there I was, my energy almost completely spent. So fighting? Well, that would have been a waste of my final act, alongside being a pretty fucking stupid way to go out. So I chose to conserve my strength, bide my time for a dramatic escape later down the line. But fate, it seems, had a twist in store, and in you strode.
Oh, so you were traveling with other people before you met us?
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you prefer us to them?
Who the hell knows, right? Guess time will tell on that front.
Wrong answer.
But I'll say this. It's definitely a breath of fresh air, not having to duck for cover every time one of you decides to whip out a spell. No offense to my previous crew, but living with a wild magic sorcerer was like playing roulette with the fabric of reality. Never knew if you were about to get a bunny or a fireball to the face.
Huh? You knew someone who could summon bunnies? That's pretty cool. I'm impressed. I'm also now pretty hungry.
Wait, what?
Bunnies.
Why would you eat a helpless little bunny rabbit?
Because it's tasty.
Fair enough. Joe, how's our progress coming along? Can we see anything that indicates that Tronald could be near?
Yeah, and what's my spell saying? Are we still on the right track?
Might, as you lead the group based on the ping from your locate object spell, the surroundings begin to shift noticeably. Ahead, you spot a solitary hut that stands out against the backdrop of the bustling goblin camp. The wand you're tracking, Tronald's wand, seems to be calling out from within this structure. What's striking, though, is the complete absence of goblins or any form of life in this vicinity. Unlike the lively chaos that marks the rest of the camp, this area feels eerily deserted, as if deliberately avoided by the camp's inhabitants.
Well, that's one positive at least.
Sorry, could you tell me what's positive about it? I mean, we haven't found Tronald yet, we just know that he's somewhere in there.
I mean, it's positive that no other goblins are crawling around this area, whilst it doesn't fill me with comfort that there could be a reason they don't come around here. Them not being here is a start, and it should make recovering Tronald easier.
Gobba, what is this place? And why are there no other gobbos around?
Raarh, as you turn to address Gobba, you notice that he's lagging behind, a visible unease etched across his features as you all draw closer and closer to the hut. It's then, after swallowing hard, he edges forward.
This here's Elder Rattlebone's hut. Us gobbos, we steer clear of this place, unless we got a direct order from the top, and even then, it's not exactly a trip to the feast hall. If you catch my drift, why would any of us willingly come knocking on her door? Nothing but trouble, that's what. Now and again, the chief might send some of us to assist her with something or other. But here's the thing. Those who go in, well, they don't exactly make their way back out. At least not in any way we can see. It's like they vanish into thin air. Or worse. So, yeah. You can bet your last shiny that we keep our distance, by choice.
But you've said before that you have done things for her in the past, and you're still here, right?
Well, yeah, that's true. I've run errands for her, but that's always been out there, in the thick of the camp. Never once set foot in her hut, though. That place? That's a whole different story. It's like stepping into a shadow you can't step out of. The gobbos who are called there, like I say, they just vanish. So yeah, I'm still here, but only because I've never had to cross that threshold. And between you and me, I was hoping to keep it that way.
Well, that works fine for us, I guess. Gobba, you can stay out here. Keep an eye out for any gobbos or whatever else might be coming. As for the rest of us, we will head inside and get our Tronald back.
Hey, don't get the wrong idea. Just because I said I'd rather not go poking around in there, doesn't mean I'd bail on you lot. Especially not if it could mean getting Tronald back. If it comes down to it, facing my fears or letting you all down, well, I'd march right into that hut with you. Fear or no fear. I'm not about to let you go it alone.
Look, Gobba, it actually makes more sense for you to stay put out here. It keeps you safe, which, surprisingly, matters to me now, and ensures we don't get any unexpected company crashing our party inside.
What's your opinion on this, Saxy? You're the most tactical out of us here, so your input would be nice.
Sorry, Raarh. My focus has been elsewhere, wrapped up in trying to connect the dots, and I think I've stumbled upon something about Tronald's disappearance. It's just the realization of what might have happened, the implications of it all. It's making me feel sick to my stomach.
Well, why don't you talk about it? Get it out in the open?
Earlier, Lunaria, you ventured off to see Elder Rattlebone, a fact you tried to keep under wraps. Then, out of nowhere, Tronald disappears without a trace right after putting on that bracelet. And let's not overlook how you've become increasingly reserved, almost reticent, as we've drawn closer to this camp. It's not just coincidence. It's a pattern, a series of deliberate actions leading us here to this moment. Lunaria, your secretive visit, Tronald's sudden vanishing act, your silence, it's all connected, isn't it? Every step we've taken, every move we've made has been leading us to this point, orchestrated by someone who knew exactly how to pull the strings. And now, here we are, standing at the doorstep of Elder Rattlebone, with one of our own missing and a trail of breadcrumbs that's too precise, too calculated to be anything but intentional. So, Lunaria, what's your side of the story? Defend yourself. Please, just defend yourself. Because I trusted you. We all did. We let you in, counted on you, and now I want to be wrong about this. More than anything. I'm begging you, give me something, anything, to prove that my suspicions are misplaced.
Lunaria's not there, Saxy.
What? Where did she go? When did she go? Did anyone else see her leave?
Lunaria, if you could leave the table for me, please, and join Tronald outside.
Sorry, man. I was too busy thinking about how we were going to get in. I don't have a clue where she's gone.
Well, that just seals it, doesn't it, Saxy? She's gone, vanished. The moment Gobber spilled the beans about this being Elder Rattlebone's hut, she knew that one of us would figure it out, directly linking her to whatever's happened to Tronald. It's obvious she took her chance to slip away. That fucking traitor. I swear, when I find her, no shape she morphs into, no trick she tries will save her. I'll tear her apart piece by fucking piece. She thinks she can betray us like this and just walk away? Not a fucking chance.
Look, I understand why you're pissed, Raarh. I'm pissed too. But we don't know why she's done what she's done. There's got to be a reason. After all, she sacrificed something of incredible importance to her to bring me back from death. I owe it to her to hear her out.
Yeah? Is that right, Alexandrew? Well, in my opinion, her kindness feels more like the sort you show to livestock, fattening us up, making us trust her, all while leading us straight to the slaughterhouse. But mark my words, she will be the one. That will be devoured.
But when? When did she decide we were just pawns in her game? Was it as we neared the goblin camp, or was it earlier, while we navigated the labyrinth's twists and turns? No, it goes deeper than that, doesn't it? It was from the very start, the very moment we crossed paths with her. She needed a way out, a way to blend in, to seem less suspicious than if she'd just come to us out of the blue. She used our encounter with the prison cart, manipulated us into freeing her, setting her plan into motion from the moment we met. She had it all figured out from the beginning. Every step we took, every battle we fought together, it was all just a part of her scheme, and we just played right into her hands. How could we have been so blind? She wasn't just with us. She was using us every step of the way. Everything was a lie.
Right. Well, as hard as this is, we need it to take a backseat in our minds. We need to focus on getting Tronald back. Not revenge, not self-pity, but getting Tronald back.
Yeah, you're right, Alexandrew. Our priority has to be Tronald. But let's not kid ourselves here. We're stepping into this with one hand tied behind our backs. We're blind to what awaits us deep in enemy territory, and now, thanks to Lunaria's little stunt, you can bet Elder Rattlebone is sitting there waiting, already knowing we're on our way. It's not just a rescue mission anymore, it's a gauntlet. But if it means getting Tronald back, then it's a gauntlet we'll have to run, no matter what's waiting for us on the other side.
Well then, it sounds like it's high time I start tearing through this fucking door. No more sneaking around, no more guessing games. If Elder Rattlebone knows we're coming, then I say we give her exactly what she's expecting.
Sorry if I've not had much input into this, guys, but I feel like there's a lot of shit going on in your minds right now. but I'm with you. Whatever we have to do, let's do it.
Thanks, mate. All right, Raarh, rip that door off its fucking hinges.
With pleasure. Joe, I pull out my greatsword and charge towards the door, slashing at it before barreling through.
Give me a strength check.
That's a 19 total.
Raarh, with your fury boiling over, you unsheathe your greatsword, the runic blade catching the light with a menacing gleam. You take a moment to focus, then you charge toward the door. Your footsteps thunder across the ground, a relentless force of nature driven by a single purpose. As you swing your sword, it sings through the air, crashing into the door with a force that could rival a battering ram. The door doesn't stand a chance against your might. With a splintering crash, it bursts apart, pieces flying as you barrel through with unstoppable momentum. The path ahead is now clear.
As soon as Raarh crashes through, I activate my armor and follow him in, immediately scanning the area for Rattlebone, Lunaria, Tronald, anyone.
I do the same, using my shadow step to teleport directly next to Raarh in a defensive stance, covering his 6.
I walk in too, Joe, triangle at the ready.
Give me a perception check, Saxy.
So that's a 9 total, Joe.
Saxy, as you peer around the interior of Elder Rattlebone's hut, your gaze is immediately drawn to the more visible and unsettling features. The shelves are crowded with jars, each a small gallery of horrors, eyes that follow your every move, fingers curled as if grasping for freedom, and other peculiarities suspended in a murky brine. The gentle clatter of bone chimes, stirred by the air that flows freely through the now open doorway, sends a shiver down your spine. Despite your efforts to take in the details of your surroundings, your perception fails to penetrate the deeper mysteries of the hut. Neither Lunaria, Elder Rattlebone, nor Tronald come into view. The room, for all its eerie trappings, appears empty to your searching eyes. Shadows cling to corners and objects in a way that seems almost deliberate, masking the true nature of what lies within.
Shit, there's nobody here. Mike, what's your locate object saying?
I don't know. Joe, is my spell indicating that we're still in the right place?
Yeah, Mike, your locate object spell is buzzing with certainty, signaling that Tronald's wand is practically right next to you. But as you all take a moment to scan the room, no physical sign of Tronald or his wand is evident. The spell's guidance is clear, yet the expected target remains frustratingly invisible to your eyes.
Yep, it's definitely here. My spell's compass, if you want to call it that, is going nuts. It's like we're standing right on top of it, but, well, you can see for yourselves. There's no wand, and more importantly, no Tronald. This don't make no sense.
Well, I doubt that he's just going to be out in the open in this lovely little living room / horror show she's got going on here. Maybe we are directly next to him. Maybe there's a trap door or something.
Yeah, that's a good theory.
Joe, I want to take some time to start investigating the floor to see if there are any crevices or any places that feel more hollow than the rest.
Sweet, give me an investigation check.
Fuck me. That's a natural 2 on my roll, so a 1 total.
All right, Alexandrew, you begin searching. As for the rest of you, you can't help but observe his next actions with a mix of curiosity and bemusement. He gets down on all fours, embarking on what can only be described as a less than graceful search for a trapdoor. With the focus of a cat chasing a laser pointer, he prods at the floor, sticking his fingers into various holes and crevices, his face a picture of intense concentration. At random intervals, his body language suggests a eureka moment, his movements becoming more animated, but almost as quickly as these moments of hope arise, they're dashed away and he moves on, leaving behind whatever it was that caught his attention. The rest of you exchange glances, watching as he dismisses one potential clue after another, his search resembling less the methodical investigation of a seasoned adventurer and more the erratic scavenging of someone who might be looking for his lost socks hiding under the rug.
Damn, Joe. Why have you got to try embarrass me like that?
You rolled a 1, dude. You deserve it.
Huh, right.
I'm not sure why you took the lead on that if your investigation is -1. I'm going to give it a go myself, Joe.
Roll it for me, man. But same as always, the DC has gone up, assuming there is anything even there.
Where light dares not pierce and silence reigns, let Saxy's insight cut through these chains. In every corner, under every stone, seek and reveal, make the unknown known.
What the fuck?
Saxy, I've just given you a D8 inspiration die. You can use it anytime within the next 10 minutes, so it doesn't have to be this check if you roll super well.
That's awesome, man. Thanks for that. Sweet. So that's a 22 total, but I'm going to go ahead and just use the inspiration die as well. Better to be safe than sorry, right? Awesome. So that's an 8. which brings me to a 30 total.
Saxy, emboldened by Might's inspiring verses, you set about your search. Your eyes scan the hut's interior with unparalleled focus. Where Alexandrew's search was a scattershot, yours is surgical. Each movement deliberate, each observation keen. You retrace the paths previously explored, but with a perception heightened by the bardic melody that still echoes in your mind. It doesn't take long for your diligence to pay off. A section of the floor that had eluded notice demands your attention, its appearance innocuous, but your instincts screaming otherwise. Upon closer inspection, you uncover a trapdoor, its existence betrayed only by the slightest of discrepancies in the pattern of the floor, a masterpiece of concealment and magical disguise. The trapdoor, under the guise of wooden planks to match the hut, reveals its true nature under your touch. Metal, cold and unforgiving, lies beneath the illusion, a stark contrast to the warm wood surrounding it. The locking mechanism presents a daunting challenge, an intricate puzzle that weaves physical complexity with arcane runes, hinting at the depth of secrets it guards.
Hey guys, look over here. I think I found something. I could try to picklock it with my thieves' tools. After all, now that we're level 6, I have expertise in it.
Sounds good to me. Just get me down there quickly.
All right, I want to check for traps first, Joe.
Roll it.
Damn. My dice are on fire tonight. That's a 19 total.
Saxy, with a careful eye and a steady hand, you lean closer to inspect the edges of the concealed trapdoor. Your fingers glide over the surface, moving through the illusory wood to feel the cold metal beneath. Methodically, you trace the perimeter, searching for any indication of traps, wires, runes, or any subtle tell that danger might be lurking, ready to spring. After a thorough inspection, you step back, feeling reasonably confident in your assessment. The trapdoor, despite its deceptive appearance and intricate lock, shows no signs of being booby-trapped.
What about regular traps, though?
That's what he just said, buddy. There are no traps on it, at least from what I can tell.
No, he said there are no traps in the form of boobies.
You're taking the piss, right?
I'm being deadly serious.
Raarh, despite the name, booby traps actually have nothing to do with boobs.
You're lying to me.
The term booby trap originated from Spanish sailors with the word booby, in this context being akin to when we would call someone a fool or a person easily tricked or ensnared. So when someone falls for a booby trap, it's because they've been outwitted or tricked, much like a naive animal unwittingly stepping into a hunter's trap. It's all about the trap targeting those who are, let's say, less aware of their surroundings rather than any sort of chest-related connotation.
You know, I was not aware of that. Thanks, Saxy.
So, just to be clear, are there or are there not boobies down there?
Well, I guess there could be. If Elder Rattlebone actually is down there, that is.
Nice.
All right then, Joe. I'm going to get out my thieves' tools and try to pick this lock.
Roll it for me, man.
So even with all the bonuses, that's only a 15.
All right then. Saxy, applying your skills with the lockpick in hand, you approach the intricate locking mechanism. As you insert the lockpick, you begin to gently maneuver it, feeling for the subtle clicks and shifts that would signify progress. Despite your best efforts and the tension you carefully apply, the lock remains defiant. After a tense moment of trying to coax the lock open, the unmistakable sound of metal fatigue reaches your ears. Before you can adjust your approach, the lockpick snaps, leaving you with a broken tool and an unyielding lock.
Well, fuck.
Shall I just break it down?
I'm not sure a brute force approach will work this time, buddy. It's solid metal.
Then just try again or something.
See? I would, but that was my only set of thieves' tools. I could spend an hour using one of my abilities, the right tool for the job, but I feel like that's using up time we don't have.
Then I'm gonna fucking dig. Stand back, Saxy. It's Raarh in time.
Please don't ever say that again.
Have no fear, because Might Bite You is here.
Huh?
Joe, I cast Knock on the trapdoor.
Nice. All right. As Might utters the spell, the air around the trapdoor vibrates with a sudden resonant sound, akin to a thunderous knock echoing through the hut. The magic of the spell targets the complex lock. Then, with a loud, clear sound that pierces the silence, the locking mechanism responds. You hear a series of clicks and mechanical whirs as the spell does its work, and the once impenetrable lock releases, undone by the arcane command. The trap door, now unlocked by Might's knock spell, creaks slightly, its seal broken without the need for physical force.
All right, I'll admit it. That was pretty cool.
All right then, Joe. Now that it's unlocked, I guess the only thing for us to do is venture down.
Well, you can do that next time, because that's where we will wrap up this session. All right, guys, let's jump straight into it. You were in Elder Rattlebone's hut, about to swing the trap door open, right?
Yeah, that's right, Joe.
All right, then. Saxy, as you swing the trapdoor open, the heavy sound of metal hitting stone sends an echo spiraling down into the darkness. You and your companions cast cautious glances at one another before you begin your descent, gripping the cold metal ladder that disappears into the depths. The descent feels like a journey into another world, the ladder stretching on far longer than you anticipated, with only the sound of your own movement for company. After around 30 seconds, your feet finally meet solid ground and you find yourselves in a surprisingly empty chamber. It's a circular room, about 20 feet in radius, filled with nothing but stone and rubble. The expected complexity of an underground sewer system is notably absent, replaced by stark simplicity. It's as if the very purpose of this place has been magically erased or transformed, likely by Elder Rattlebone's hand.
What the hell, man? Now I'm confused.
I can't even re-ping Tronald's wand, boys. It's been longer than 10 minutes, so my spell has faded.
Well, it's safe to assume that there will be something in this room that will lead us to where Tronald is being held. Why else would there be a trap door leading to some random empty room? Personally, I don't buy it.
I begin sniffing the air, Joe.
Context? But seriously, what are you trying to achieve?
I'm trying to see if there's a change in smell anywhere, you know? Like fresh air, smellier air, blah blah. It might not be the most sophisticated method, but it could hint towards a way out. If there's a hidden passage or something, the air might flow differently. Worth a shot, right?
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, that's actually a good shout.
Make a perception check, buddy.
Beautiful. That's a 5 total, Joe.
Raarh, despite your best efforts to distinguish the myriad of scents in this chamber, everything down here just seems to blend into one overpoweringly stinky aroma. There's nothing that stands out as a clue towards a hidden passage or a way out. Overall, it's just very stinky.
Oh, what is that smell? Alexandrew, have you shit yourself?
What the fuck, man? No, I haven't shit myself.
It's okay if you have. You know, it must be a bit intimidating down here for someone of your stature. I just wish you had given me a bit of pre-warning before I started taking deep breaths.
You're just not all there in the head, are you?
Don't worry though, your great god Raarh is here to protect you.
What's the god of the sun doing down here?
Huh? What do you mean?
Ugh, never mind.
I get it. Raarh was the god of the sun who died due to injuries he received during the Battle of the Gods by the orc deity Grumsh during the Orc Gate Wars. As Raarh died, he transferred his power to Horus.
Well, at least somebody gets it.
I didn't know you had proficiency in religion, mate.
No, I don't, but I've got proficiency in Google.
Okay then, guys, let's get back on track. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna cast Detect Magic as a ritual. See what's going on down here.
Might, as you finish the 10 minutes or so of ritual casting Detect Magic, the dimly lit room around you begins to subtly change. The mundane stone floor beneath your feet starts to shimmer with a gentle, ethereal glow, revealing the presence of magic that was previously invisible to the naked eye. This shimmering isn't random. It forms patterns and symbols that indicate a powerful enchantment has been woven into the very foundation of the room. The air feels charged, as if the revealed magic is pulsating with potential. Roll an Arcana check for me.
That's a 17 total, Joe.
Might. As you carefully analyze the glowing patterns on the floor with your knowledge of arcane symbols, you recognize this as a teleportation circle. Your Arcana check of 17 confirms your suspicion. This circle is designed for transporting individuals to a specific, preset destination. Its presence here, concealed within what seems to be an ordinary room, suggests a deliberate effort to hide this magical passageway. The teleportation circle, now visible to your magical sight, is a complex network of runes and glyphs. These are not merely decorative. They form a powerful magical infrastructure capable of bending space to connect two distant points instantly. Such circles are rare and often signify significant magical prowess from their creator.
Joe, would it be possible to activate this teleportation circle without permission, so to speak, from the owner?
You get the feeling that it would be possible, yeah, although it would require a pretty high Arcana check.
All right, this is good. We're nearly there, guys. Okay, if we're all ready, this is the moment. Might, would you be able to give me another one of those sweet bardic inspirations?
I got you, bro. There you go.
Thanks. Are we all ready then?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Let's do this, man.
All right, Joe, I'm gonna try activate the teleportation circle.
Give me an Arcana check, buddy.
Okay, so that's 13 plus 4. So that's a 17 without the inspiration. Now I'm going to use that too. Okay, so that's a 6, which brings me to a 23 total.
Saxy. As you begin to channel your arcane knowledge into the glowing runes at your feet, the air around you vibrates with energy. Your voice, guided by Might's poetic inspiration, commands the circle to life. Suddenly, the world blurs, colors and shapes melding into a whirlwind of sensations. You feel as though you're being pulled through a narrow tunnel at an impossible speed, yet there's a bizarre sense of serenity within the chaos. Then, as abruptly as it began, the sensation ceases. You and your companions land softly, despite the force with which you seem to crash down. As your eyes adapt to the gloom, you're enveloped by a world where darkness reigns supreme, yet is punctuated by pockets of ethereal light. Towering stalagmites rise like silent sentinels in the vast open expanse, and deep chasms yawn open, as if the earth itself has been torn asunder. The air is filled with the soft luminescence of bioluminescent fungi and moss, casting the surroundings in a haunting yet strangely beautiful glow. Shapes of bizarre flora and fauna, illuminated by this otherworldly light, hint at the untold mysteries and hidden dangers of this realm. The sound of water dripping in rhythmic patterns adds to the eerie tranquility, while distant, unknown noises suggest the presence of unseen creatures lurking in the shadows. To your right, a lake reflects the dim glow of the fungi, its surface disturbed only by the gentle bobbing of boats, as if abandoned or awaiting their absent navigators. It's a scene both serene and unsettling, suggesting paths untaken and voyages unfinished. Straight ahead, however, is where your gaze is truly captured. A structure that resembles a lighthouse stands defiantly against the oppressive darkness, its light not bright or welcoming, but pulsing with an eerie, otherworldly quality. It stands as a beacon in this endless night, a solitary marker in the vastness of the underground. The alienness of your surroundings, the juxtaposition of natural beauty and lurking danger, the sense of profound isolation amidst the echoes of unseen life, all these elements coalesce into a singular, overwhelming realization. This is no simple cave nor a forgotten tunnel. You have ventured far beneath the surface world into a realm where the very concept of surface ceases to hold meaning. With the sight of the lighthouse beckoning you forward into the unknown, it dawns on you with an eerie clarity. You have entered the Underdark.
Well, that don't make no sense.
What doesn't make sense?
Well, if we're in the Underdark now, it's pretty safe to say that we're more than 1,000 feet from where we were. So why was my locate object spell pinging when we were on the way to and inside of the hut? It shouldn't have picked up anything at all.
What does that even mean then? So how did it pick it up to begin with?
It means that she was inside of the hut to begin with Tronald, and Lunaria beat us to her, telling her that we were on our way. Yeah, there's no question about it anymore. She has utterly betrayed us, and we have potentially walked straight into a trap. Joe, is the teleportation circle still responding to me if we needed to use it for an escape?
Saxy, as you glance back at the spot where the teleportation circle once glimmered with arcane energy, you find only inert etchings now carved into the stone floor. The vibrant light and pulsing magic that had previously filled these symbols with life and potential for escape has completely vanished. It's as though the very essence of the spell has been drained away, leaving behind nothing but a faint trace of its former power. This realization sinks in with a heavy weight. The absence of magic here feels intentional. That, alongside the eerie quiet that follows, devoid of the circle's hum, underscores the truth of the situation. Elder Rattlebone has not only ensnared Tronald, but now effectively trapped you all, deep within the bowels of the earth, far from any familiar surface or sanctuary.
Oh no.
Huh? What's the issue?
We're stuck here, Raarh. There's no escape. None. Nada. If we needed to get out of here, then it would be finding an alternate route through the Underdark with no idea where we would be going. Hell, we wouldn't even know if we were going the right way to the surface or not. We could be lost down here forever.
Oh shit. This isn't good. This isn't good at all.
Meh, I'm fine with it. Doesn't really bother me if I'm being honest. My plan hasn't changed. We find Lunaria. We kill Lunaria. We find Elder Rattlebone. We kill Elder Rattlebone. We find Tronald.
We kill Tronald?
We rescue Tronald. All I see that she's managed to do by trapping us down here is backing us into a corner. She thinks that we're stuck down here with her? Ha! Nah, she's stuck down here with us.
I like the optimism there, buddy. But we've got to assume she would be powerful enough to escape if she needed to.
All right then, guys. I'm going to have to ask you to step out of the room. Could you send Tronald and Lunaria back in, please?
Yeah, sure thing, man.
All right, Joey, I'm back. What's been happening?
Tronald, after Elder Rattlebone's haunting words fade into the silence, you find yourself alone with your thoughts for what feels like an eternity. The darkness and the silence are almost suffocating, a reminder of your vulnerability in this unknown place. Suddenly, her voice pierces the silence once more, her tone mockingly apologetic.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry for leaving you in such suspense, my dear. I had a tiny bit of housekeeping to attend to. Relocating you, to be precise. But now, you're free to step out and acquaint yourself with your new surroundings.
As you hesitantly move forward, guided by her voice, you emerge into a space that contrasts the darkness you've been confined in. It's a laboratory, or at least it resembles one, filled with an array of arcane and alchemical apparatuses, shelves lined with strange artifacts and bubbling potions, tables cluttered with ancient tomes and scrolls, and in the center, a large, complex device that hums with magical energy. You glance toward the windows, and the view confirms you're nowhere familiar. The landscape outside is illuminated by the eerie, bioluminescent glow of fungi and moss, casting an otherworldly light on the cavernous expanse that stretches out into the darkness. The sight is breathtaking yet terrifying, a vast underground wilderness that whispers of ancient secrets and hidden dangers. You're in the Underdark. The realization hits you, but how you got here and why remains a mystery.
Ah, my dear. Would you be so kind as to acquaint yourself with that charming apparatus over there? It's quite the marvel, I assure you.
How about I'd rather not if it's all the same to you?
Oh, darling, such stubbornness. But worry not. I'm here to assist. After all, what are friends for if not to lend a helping hand when one is, how shall we put it, reluctant?
Before you can even process Elder Rattlebone's words, the ethereal chains that bind you tighten their grip, ensnaring you further. In a swift, almost imperceptible movement, you're propelled towards the center of the chamber. The sensation is disorienting, as if the very essence of your being is being tugged along by an unseen force. These chains guide you towards the ominous device that looms at the heart of the room. You're placed upon it, seated, unable to move.
How's that, my lovely? Are we comfy?
Listen closely, you deranged old bitch. I haven't got the foggiest on why death decided to give me a miss. It's as much a mystery to me as it is to anyone. And what exactly are you hoping to uncover by poking and prodding at my existence? A secret to eternal life, perhaps? From the looks of it, you're no spring chicken yourself. Must be, 5 centuries old? Seems to me you've already cracked the code on outliving your peers by a mile.
Oh, my. There's certainly no need for such harsh words, my dear. But fret not. Your confusion about your own existence ends today. This wondrous contraption here will pry those secrets from you, whether you're willing or not. And do keep in mind, darling, I harbor no ill will towards you. Your survival, against all odds, is nothing short of miraculous. It's truly a pity, then, that our little experiment here might end up being fatal, an unfortunate byproduct, you understand, not a deliberate choice on my part.
Her eyes twinkle with malice as she leans closer to you, Tronald.
But then, the remarkable Lord Tanavir has cheated death once, haven't you? Surely you can manage a repeat performance.
Ah, Elder Rattlebone, your confidence in my repeat performance is touching, truly. But let's not talk about my possible encore just yet. Instead, let's consider the future. You see, if you continue down this path, I can assure you the outcome won't be in your favor. Maybe not by my hand, but death will find you. Not as a thief in the night, but as a bull at the gate. And when those gates shatter and the storm descends, perhaps you'll decipher the meaning all too clearly.
Elder Rattlebone, with a condescending smile playing at the corners of her mouth, leans forward.
Oh, my sweet delusional Tronald. Always the optimist about your little band of misfits. You place far too much faith in those allies of yours. It's quite touching, really, if not a tad foolish. Let's not forget, dear, it was this very faith that led you to your untimely demise previously, and here you are again, standing on the precipice of another fall, courtesy of the same misplaced trust. But why take my word for it? After all, I'm just the crazy old bitch standing in your way. Lunaria, darling, would you be a dear and enlighten our bold hero?
Huh? What? You've got Lunaria too? Listen here, Rattlebone. Whatever game you're playing, leave her out of it. My business, my secrets, they're mine to keep or reveal. Dragging her into this mess serves no purpose if it's me you're after.
Tronald, please. I didn't want it to come to this. You have to understand, fighting against this, it's futile. You won't be able to break free. So if you don't resist, there might be a way through this. A sliver of hope that you can make it out alive.
You're part of this, aren't you, Lunaria? What was it then? What could she possibly offer that we couldn't? Was our bond so easily severed for promises whispered in shadow? Did our shared dreams, our laughter and tears mean so little? I thought we shared a vision, a future, where we stood side by side, not just as comrades, but as friends, as family. You're part of this, aren't you, Lunaria? What was it then? What could she possibly offer that we couldn't?
No, Tronald, please understand. It's not like that at all. Everything I felt, everything we shared, it was real. My laughter, my tears, my companionship with you all, my feelings for Saxi, they were genuine, truer than anything I've ever known. But you have to believe me when I say I made that deal with her long before our paths crossed. Long before I knew what it meant to have friends. I thought you were just another noble, clinging desperately to life and power. I didn't know you, but then I got to know the real you. The you who laughs and makes jokes despite the darkness, and the you who would and has put his life on the line for those he calls friends. I saw the heart of the man who became a true friend. I was wrong, Tronald. So terribly wrong about you, about all of this. And by the time I realized it, by the time I understood the depth of my feelings for you all, it was too late. The deal was made. I'm so sorry, Tronald, for the lies, for the betrayal, for everything. I never meant for any of this to happen.
Lunaria, what did she promise you?
She promised to return me to the Feywild, to reunite me with my mother and father.
Then how could I possibly blame you, Lunaria? You were just a child torn away from your family, thrust into this harsh, unforgiving world that I call home. How could I harbor any resentment towards you for seeking a chance to see your parents again?
I wish I could take it back. I hate myself. I hate what I've done.
Lunaria, do yourself a favor. Don't drown in self-hatred for the decisions you made. Because if there's one thing I understand more than anything, it's the desire and desperation to reunite with family, to bring back those we love and have lost. The lengths to which we'd go for just one more moment with them, I understand that more than I could describe. And if this is to be my end, don't you dare blame yourself. Fate has a way of catching up with those it seeks. The target on my back, it's been there long before you came into my life, and it's there because of the choices I've made, not you. Your actions haven't led me to this moment. No, I'm here because of my own actions.
Elder Rattlebone, with a smirk that barely conceals her disdain, watches the emotional exchange with a feigned interest. As the heartfelt moment reaches its peak, she interjects.
Ooh, that's all very touching. You nearly brought a tear to my eye. You're dismissed, Lunaria. It seems your precious allies have decided to follow us down here. Yes, I sense them. Not that they can change the outcome, of course. But still, let's begin the extraction, shall we?
It's then she raises her hand, and the ominous machine which you are positioned on thrums to life. Your body suddenly feels constricted, not by chains, but by an unseen force that binds tighter than any physical restraint. Your mind, once a fortress of will and determination, begins to bend and ache under an assault unlike any you have faced before. It's as if Elder Rattlebone herself has invaded the sanctity of your thoughts, her presence within your mind both invasive and violating. But this is no mere search. It's an extraction, a deliberate unraveling of your very essence. You can feel your memories, your experiences, even the core of your identity being drawn out, siphoned away by the machine's relentless pull. Everything that makes you who you are, your triumphs, your failures, the bonds you formed with your allies, all of it is being extracted, leaving a void where yourself once resided. Give me a wisdom saving throw, Tronald.
Okay, so that's an 18 total, Joe.
All right. As the machine works its vile magic, Elder Rattlebone leans in, her voice a venomous whisper that seems to echo both within the chamber and within your mind alike.
Struggle all you want, my dear. It only makes the process more enlightening. I'm peeling away the layers of your mind, uncovering secrets you didn't even know you harbored. What will we find in the depths of the great Lord Tanavir, I wonder? Fear? Regret? Or perhaps just the pitiful realization that in the end, you're as mortal as the rest of us.
Just get it over with.
As the machine hums with malevolent energy, you, Tronald, find yourself teetering on the brink of oblivion. The words inside your mind grow louder, an overwhelming cacophony that drowns out all else. Your vision dims, the vibrant world around you fading to an inky blackness. It's a descent into the void where the essence of your life, all that you are and have been, feels as though it's being meticulously erased, thread by thread. In this void, you sense your existence thinning, your soul beginning to transcend the mortal coil. There, in the vast expanse of darkness, a single bead of light flickers, a faint, pulsing glow that signifies the remnants of your life. It ascends slowly, a luminescent speck against the consuming void, an embodiment of the life you've lived, the battles you've fought, and the bonds you've forged. Then just as your essence seems poised to dissipate into the cosmos, a fist, unseen yet palpably powerful, clasps around that fragile bead of light. A surge of heat, intense and raw, courses through your being. It's then you hear it. A voice, commanding and deep, resonating within the recesses of your mind, a voice that carries the weight of authority and the hint of an unseen smirk.
One should not delve into affairs far beyond their comprehension, hag. To meddle in the threads of fate without understanding the loom on which they are woven is the folly of the arrogant and the downfall of the ignorant. And you, Tronald, you stand at the precipice of oblivion, teetering on the edge of surrender. How dare you concede to the shadows? How dare you let the ember of your resolve smolder into ash? This narrative, your saga, it was crafted by your hands, shaped by your will. You are its author, its architect. And yet, you contemplate laying down your pen at the mere whisper of adversity. No, Tronald, this is not where your story ends.
The heat within you intensifies, no longer just a surge, but a maelstrom. A heat that rivals that of a star in the throes of combustion. This power, unbidden yet desperately needed, floods your body. A torrent of fiery life that defies the cold grip of death. The device that binds you, a construct of dark intentions, begins to churn in protest, its mechanisms groaning under the strain of a power it was never meant to contain. Suddenly, with a force that shakes the very foundations of the chamber, the device erupts, its constraints shattered by the indomitable will of life, fighting against the encroaching shadow of death. Elder Rattlebone, caught in the backlash of this explosive liberation, is sent flying backwards, her scream a mixture of rage and disbelief.
What?
Saxiron, Alexandrew, and Raarh, you can come back in now.
What's happening?
As you all look up at the towering silhouette of the lighthouse, a violent burst of light and energy erupts, sending shards of glass cascading like a waterfall of jagged diamonds. As the echoes of the explosion reverberate through the night, the doors of the lighthouse burst open. Through the settling dust and debris, Lunaria emerges, tears stream down her face, cutting clear paths through the ash and soot that mark her skin.
Guys, you've got to get out of here, please. She will kill all of you.
You fucking traitor! Joe, I pull out my greatsword and without wasting a moment, I charge towards Lunaria, taking a swing at her.
Wait, Raarh, don't do it.
The time for talk is over, Saxy. Joe, I charge.
For fuck's sake.
What are we doing, man?
Oh, shit. Joe, I shadow step to where Raarh is and try to grab him.
Contested strength check, go.
That's a 16 for me.
And a 22 for me. Joe, the second Alexandrew tries to touch me, I punch him in his face and say, "Get in my way again, and I'll fucking kill you too."
Is he fucking serious?
I don't know him too well, but he sounds pretty serious to me.
Chaos reigns in the cavern as emotions and intentions clash with the ferocity of a storm. Raarh, driven by a primal rage, charges forward with the unstoppable force of a tempest, his eyes locked on Lunaria with a singular focus. Alexandrew, the voice of reason amidst the maelstrom, stretches out his hands in a desperate attempt to halt the barbarians advance, his pleas for restraint lost in the tumult. Saxi, ever the mediator, raises his voice above the din, a clarion call for calm in the face of escalating conflict, while Might, bewildered and caught in the crossfire of conflicting loyalties, stands frozen, uncertainty etched into every line of his face. In this moment of heightened frenzy, a sudden flash of light, blinding and pure, erupts from the roof of the lighthouse, cutting through the chaos like a blade. It swells and expands, filling the entirety of the cavern with a brilliance that dwarfs the light of day, targeting Lunaria with the precision of a hunter's arrow. The intensity of the light is overwhelming, and she falls to her knees, a silhouette against the overwhelming glow, struck down by an unseen force.
Lunaria, are you okay?
A hush falls over the cavern as the light recedes. Lunaria, now on her knees, appears diminished, vulnerable, in the aftermath of the assault. Yet, as moments pass, a transformation occurs before your very eyes. She rises slowly, deliberately, her form now surrounded in an aura that chills the very air around her. This is no mere glow, but the manifestation of death itself. It's then, slicing through the charged silence, a voice pierces the air, its tone laced with malice and the glee of anticipated victory.
Kill them now, Lunaria. I'll take care of this Tronald myself. I'll extract what I need from his rotting corpse.
Lunaria, I'm sending you over your new stat sheet whilst you're in this form, and as a side note, you now view every single one of your old companions as enemies.
Well, fuck.
That ain't great.
Do I have my ability to cast spells back yet, Joe?
You absolutely do. You notice that not only have the chains surrounding you been absolutely destroyed, but the bracelet binding you too.
Then in that case, let's dance, bitch.
Tronald, as you steady yourself, bracing for the unavoidable clash with Elder Rattlebone, your attention is wholly captured by her as her form begins to undergo a horrifying metamorphosis. The air around her pulses with dark, crackling energy. Her stature grotesquely stretches, bones audibly snapping and reshaping with a series of grotesque cracks and pops that reverberate off the cavern walls. Her skin rips and stretches grotesquely, only to be replaced by a sickly mottled hide that seems to swallow the scant light whole. Her fingers, previously short, now twist and extend into gnarled, claw-like appendages that scrape menacingly against the ground, emitting a chilling sound akin to nails on a chalkboard. The creature before you, once masquerading as a goblin, now reveals her true form, a hag of nightmarish proportions. Her eyes, now pools of darkness, fixate on you with a chilling intensity. As the horror of her full visage comes into view, Elder Rattlebone's voice, now a dreadful echo of what it once was, slices through the tension.
I suppose there's no point in me capping my potential now, is there? Prepare to die again, Tronald.
The ground beneath your feet begins to tremble, a deep, ominous rumbling that sends shivers up your spine. As you gaze into the shadows, your heart pounds against your chest with the force of a war drum, foreboding filling the air like a thick, suffocating fog. From the darkness, three colossal figures emerge, their presence commanding and terrifying in equal measure. These are no ordinary beasts that now stand before you, but minotaurs, each exuding the same deathly aura that clings to Lunaria, a miasma of despair that seems to drain the very light from the air. These minotaurs are monstrous to behold, their towering forms a grotesque parody of strength and ferocity twisted by some dark magic. Chains, thick and heavy, are wrapped around their massive horns, not merely adornments, but embedded into their flesh, blood seeping from the wounds where metal meets skin. The chains rattle with each thunderous step they take. Their eyes, glowing with a malevolent light, burn with both hatred and hunger, promising death and destruction to all who stand in their path.
Oh, wow. Is that really necessary? I'm guessing you don't think you could handle me by yourself?
Elder Rattlebone responds. Her voice, laced with condescension and amusement, crackles through the air.
Oh, my dear Tronald, of course I could handle you by myself, but why expend the effort when I have such eager assistants? They're merely here to expedite matters. Time, after all, is a precious commodity, and I'd rather not squander it on what is essentially a foregone conclusion. Consider it a courtesy, really. I'm saving us both from the tedium of a prolonged encounter.
Tronald, as you brace yourself against the overwhelming odds, the presence of Elder Rattlebone and her Minotaur enforcers pressing in, a voice resonates within the confines of your mind.
It hardly seems fair, does it, Tronald, to stack the odds so heavily against one man? Allow me to level the playing field, so to speak. Here, have this one for free. Sicar, infernis, aequo, nunc.
The words, though foreign and chilling, carry with them a command that the fabric of reality itself cannot ignore. Instantaneously, the floor of the lighthouse beneath you shudders, a deep, guttural groan reverberating through the structure as if the building itself is in agony. Cracks splinter across the ground, glowing with an eerie, otherworldly light as the entire length of the lighthouse floor tears open, creating a chasm that seems to lead straight into the bowels of hell itself. From this hellish fissure, a creature born from nightmares begins to emerge. Its form is a skeletal horror, a ghastly figure made of bone upon bone, each piece interlocked in a macabre display of infernal craftsmanship. Its body is long and sinuous, towering over you with an air of ancient predatory hunger. Razor-sharp spines jut out from its back, casting sinister shadows in the flickering light, while its wings, vast and skeletal, spread wide with a sound like the clacking of 1,000 bones in a dead wind. Its skull, devoid of flesh, houses deep, glowing pits where eyes should be, burning with a hatred that feels as old as time itself. Its jaws, filled with teeth sharp as daggers, snap open and closed with a hunger that speaks of insatiable appetites. And its tail, a whip-like appendage ending in a barbed spike, lashes at the air.
When you're finished with her, drag her filthy corpse into the Styx.
For the first time since you found yourself locked in Elder Rattlebone's sinister grasp, a flicker of uncertainty crosses her features. Her eyes, wide with a mix of fear and fascination, dart from the creature to you. With a voice that betrays a hint of trepidation, she exclaims,
"What accursed sorcery have you unleashed, Lord Tanavir? This abomination? What pact have you forged to command such devilish might?"
Stop calling me by that name. Lord Tanavir is dead. My name is Tronald. And for what you've done to my friend, I'm going to kill you.
As Tronald, with resolve steelier than the sharpest blade, stands alongside the fearsome Bone Devil, they prepare to confront Elder Rattlebone and her daunting trio of Minotaur enforcers. Below, within the lighthouse's shadowed base, the rest of the group squares off against a version of Lunaria, twisted by corruption and dark magic. The stage is set for an epic showdown with endless possible outcomes. So I think that's where we will end this episode. See you later, guys.